Perhaps fearing that he might arouse Qi Yuan's suspicion, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor did not speak again. He was fishing in the group chat, naturally targeting Qi Yuan. But he was also afraid of going too far and arousing Qi Yuan's suspicion, so he stopped after a brief attempt. At this moment, in a certain world, a man calling himself the Heavenly Dragon Emperor had a deep, blood-red glint in his eyes. He was originally a wandering knight who liked to brag about his exploits. After joining the group chat, he naturally continued to boast. But one day, someone in the group privately messaged him, and disaster struck. Now, he was like a walking corpse, a puppet. Heavenly Dragon, what do you think of that origin Heavenly God? At this moment, a seductive voice rang out. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor immediately fell silent, not daring to look at the owner of the voice. In his eyes, this person was a devil. The world he was in had been taken over by this person, with blood and light stretching for thousands of miles. Your humble servant is ignorant and cannot say, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor replied truthfully. He answered truthfully. Although he was a superhuman with the strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, capable of moving mountains and dominating the world, he was still far from being a true god. He must be a true god, but I'm not sure how strong he is, the seductive woman murmured. Perfect, he can be a dessert after the main course. The seductive woman belonged to a terrifying force called the 9-Kill Palace. This was a formidable force, though significantly weaker than the 10,000 Gods Mountain. The 9-Kill Palace also possessed fragments of the myriad Heaven's Mirror, which they used to fish for targets. If the 10,000 Gods Mountain's cultivation was based on faith, then the 9-Kill Palace's cultivation was based on slaughter. Thus, they descended upon one world after another, unleashing carnage. Because of this, the 10,000 Gods Mountain and the 9-Kill Palace were often enemies. The seductive woman was a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Decree stage, just one step away from the Divine Lord stage. Thus, to her, Qi Yuan was a dessert after the main course. And a bold one at that. Because many people in the myriad Heaven's Mirror could be like her, fishing for targets. Generally, if not fully prepared, people like her would not rashly descend into a world. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor was someone she had observed for a long time, and after confirming there was no danger, she had descended into his world. But that origin Heavenly God had just arrived in the myriad Heaven's Mirror, boldly descended into a world once, and was now preparing to do so again. She found it quite amusing. This reckless true God couldn't die in someone else's hands. She had her eyes on this juicy target. In the group chat, everyone had their own thoughts. Wu Santong was filled with anticipation. If the origin Heavenly God helped him deal with the Severing Heaven Society, could he unify the martial world and become its leader? Thinking of this, his heart raced. Becoming the martial world leader would mean he had truly revived the Empty Mountain sect, living up to his master's expectations. Santong, Yu Mountain City, seems to be in turmoil recently. Why are we bringing the entire sect here? Lu Shaner asked with a hint of hesitation. Some time ago, Wu Santong had ordered all 237 disciples of the sect to head to Yu Mountain City. Fortunately, Wu Santong's prestige was high, and none of the disciples objected. But now that they were nearing Yu Mountain City, the scenes they witnessed were alarming, and Lu Shaner couldn't suppress her doubts any longer. For survival, Wu Santong replied, not mentioning the origin Heavenly God. After all, who would believe in gods? Just then, a loud voice rang out. 10 riders approached, led by a man with a thick beard and a robust aura. Are you Wu Santong of the Empty Mountain sect? Have you come to join the Yu Mountain King? Wu Santong had a good memory and recognized the bearded man after a moment's thought. Some time ago, when the sect was short on funds, he and Lu Shaner had worked as bounty hunters, helping the imperial court track down fugitives for rewards. Once, they had captured a notorious rapist in Shu and handed him over to the authorities. The official who had dealt with them was this bearded man. This bearded man, Kui Wai, was a well-known martial artist in Shu who had joined the imperial court as a minor official. At the time, Wu Santong had been puzzled by this. Master Kui Wai, it's been a long time. You look as spirited as ever, Wu Santong said, cupping his hands in greeting. Kui Wai looked up, a smile on his face. Now, I humbly serve as a captain under the Yu Mountain King. Sect leader Wu, with your formidable martial skills, have you brought your disciples to join the Yu Mountain King? Kui Wai spoke with a hint of pride. Now that the Yu Mountain King had risen in rebellion, Kui Wai had joined early. Moreover, unlike other martial artists, he had studied military strategy while honing his martial skills. His martial skills were mediocre compared to Wu Santong's, but now he was a captain in the army, commanding 3,000 soldiers, which was more prestigious than being the leader of the Empty Mountain sect. Now that sect leader Wu has joined, though a bit late, with my recommendation, becoming a guest advisor should be easy, Kui Wai said generously. In the martial world, in terms of martial skill, status, and reputation, he was far inferior to Wu Santong. But the martial world, in Kui Wai's eyes, it was somewhat contemptible. The so-called Severing Heaven Society, if he led his 3,000 troops, could be crushed in an instant. No, Wu Santong shook his head. He was not here to join the Yu Mountain King. Kui Wai's expression changed. Have you joined the Imperial Court? Are you here to assassinate the Yu Mountain King? Now that the Yu Mountain King had risen in rebellion, the Imperial Court had sent an army of 200,000 to suppress the rebellion, stationed at Matang Pass. Some martial artists had also tried to assassinate the Yu Mountain King to end the conflict. But these attempts had all failed, with the assassins being captured and killed before they could even enter the city. Kui Wai had thought Wu Santong was here to join, given that he had brought his disciples, and didn't seem like an assassin. No, Wu Santong shook his head again, then said, the Severing Heaven Society's ambition to swallow the martial world is clear. Some time ago, I dreamed of a god, who told me to come to Yuzhou, where there might be a chance of survival. HMPH, Kui Wai sneered, clearly finding the idea of gods absurd. Now that military affairs are pressing, you should not wander around outside. Clearly, he intended to detain Wu Santong. After all, with two armies facing off, spies had to be careful. Whether Wu Santong was willing or not, in the end, the Empty Mountain sect was placed under house arrest. The disciples of the Empty Mountain sect were anxious, feeling like they had just escaped the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's mouth. After practicing martial arts all my life, I realize how narrow-minded I've been. How can individual martial skill compare to an army of 10,000? Wu Santong's eldest disciple was filled with shock. In the past few days, he had seen small-scale military skirmishes, and his emotions were mixed. His martial skills were good, and he had some reputation in the martial world. But if he encountered these armored soldiers, even 10 of them could kill him. His former pride was shattered in the face of the army. The so-called martial world is nothing more than a small pond in the eyes of the Imperial Court. The other disciples felt the same. They felt that all their years of martial training were useless. Power and influence were what truly mattered. Many of the disciples began to think of persuading Wu Santong to join the Yu Mountain King, to gain merit and avoid being prisoners who might die at any moment. Hearing these words from his disciples, Wu Santong said sternly, do not belittle yourselves. When our martial arts reach a profound level, we can face 1,000 enemies alone. Wu Santong had once communicated with Zhuo Jingyan. Zhuo Jingyan had hinted that he had once single-handedly slaughtered 3,000 bandits. Though it might be an exaggeration, it could be true. This kind of power was what Wu Santong yearned for. If he could obtain it from the origin heavenly god, perhaps, he really could become the martial world leader. Master, to face 1,000 enemies alone, one would need to accumulate 10,000 years of internal energy. How can we possibly gather that much? The disciples secretly complained, their thoughts varied. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Wu Santong's mind. All right, I'm ready to fulfill your wish. Remember, to believe in me. Hearing this strange voice, Wu Santong was first puzzled, then overjoyed. Had the origin heavenly god finally come to help him? Your humble servant obeys. Wu Santong's spirits lifted. He wanted to see how the origin heavenly god would resolve the Empty Mountain sect's crisis and make him the martial world leader. His thoughts were in chaos. At that moment, the overlapping dark clouds in the sky suddenly parted. It was as if a giant hand had reached out from the clouds, covering the sky and radiating golden light. The two armies facing each other, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, looked up at the terrifying giant hand in the sky, their faces filled with shock. The horses reared and neighed in fear. What is this? A heavenly omen. This is an auspicious sign. The Yu Mountain King will surely succeed. This is an ill omen. It means the Yu Mountain King will be defeated. Different people had different interpretations of the scene. But the next moment, they realized their interpretations were meaningless. I am the origin heavenly god. My believer, Wu Santong, shall be emperor and the martial world leader. The voice boomed from the heavens. All the soldiers, generals, and officials who heard it were stunned. Many ran around, asking, who is this Wu Santong? Some generals sneered, looking at the sky, who is pretending to be a god? Kui Wei's heart trembled. He thought of Wu Santong, whom he had detained. It seems I'll have to show off a bit in front of these mortals, Qi Yuan murmured in the sky. If it were another true god descending into this world, showing off might mean unleashing a sword strike that would annihilate an army of 100,000. But Qi Yuan was lawful good. So he also unleashed a sword strike. But he did not annihilate an army of 100,000. Instead, I shall take half of your hair. As Qi Yuan's voice fell, a golden light flashed. The earth shook. A chasm dozens of miles long and bottomless appeared on the plains outside Yu Mountain City. Such power, such a sight, was like a myth to these soldiers and martial artists. Moreover, my hair, my hair, the soldiers were shocked. As the golden light flashed, half of their hair was gone. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers clutched their heads, their faces filled with terror. This was beyond description, it could only be seen as a divine miracle. After all, if a single sword strike could cut their hair, couldn't it also cut their heads? The owner of the voice in the sky, if not a true god, then who was? At this moment, Qi Yuan looked at the pile of hair in front of him, a thoughtful expression on his face. When I was a child, I heard that hair could be used to make soy sauce. Turns out, it's true. Of course, it was true. After all, Qi Yuan had cultivated immortality and become a god. Turning hair into soy sauce was simple. Even turning water into gasoline or stones into gold was easy for him. Of course, even if he turned hair into soy sauce, Qi Yuan wouldn't use it for cooking. It was too disgusting. If he wanted to eat, he'd go for national brands or group buys. He'd heard they were quite energizing. Another world conquered, simple as that. But this world hasn't formed a world spirit yet. Or has the world spirit already disappeared? As Qi Yuan took action and displayed his divine miracle, the world underwent a tremendous change. Wu Santong naturally became the god's spokesperson and, in fact, the first emperor and martial world leader of this world. Wu Santong was overjoyed, because initially, his wish had only been to become the martial world leader. But the origin heavenly god had made him an emperor. When he saw the armies clashing, he realized how insignificant the martial world was. Being the martial world leader was nothing. But now, with a single word from the origin heavenly god, he was an emperor. How could he not be shocked? Although he had become an emperor, Wu Santong did not let it go to his head. He knew his reliance was the origin heavenly god. His future, how could it be limited to being a mere emperor? I've already helped Wu Santong fulfill his wish. Who's next? Qi Yuan said in the group. He never pretended. So fast, you've already made Wu Santong the martial world leader. Zhuo Jingyan asked, somewhat surprised. He had always known that Wu Santong had ambitions, not just to revive the empty mountain sect but also to become the martial world leader. Other lurkers in the group also appeared, seemingly surprised or flattering Qi Yuan. No one, Qi Yuan asked in the group. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor did not respond directly. He was still fishing, afraid of arousing Qi Yuan's suspicion. Sigh, how boring. Where is the sincerity between people? Qi Yuan exited the myriad heavens mirror and returned to the 10,000 Gods Mountain. Progressing like this is too slow. Qi Yuan sighed. Generally, god children like Qi Yuan, who obtained the myriad heavens mirror, found it difficult to quickly conquer all the worlds. First, people were naturally cautious. Second, those worlds also had dangers, and with the god children's strength, they might not be able to conquer them. Some worlds, though small, had many powerful figures. Even divine lords who entered might become prey, so many true gods entered cautiously. Someone like Qi Yuan, who progressed so quickly, was quite rare. So, how to speed things up? Qi Yuan pondered. Suddenly, he thought of something. It's just that there aren't enough people. If there were more, expanding the base, fools, no, my believers would also increase. Qi Yuan thought of scams. Why did such obviously flawed scams still manage to deceive so many people? Clearly, it was because of the wide net cast. As long as there were enough people, there would always be fools. Unfortunately, there are too few people in my Myriad Heavens Mirror group chat. His group had only a few people. Even if all of them believed in him, it would only be a few worlds. Maybe, I should go back and inherit my universe, have those people believe in me. Qi Yuan pondered. If he returned to his stellar golden core universe, the immortal realm, and the universes created by the Nenki Dao Lord, and had all those people believe in him, his power would likely explode to a terrifying level. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The leading expert, Professor Liu, seemed deep in thought, as if afraid that mentioning the rates rashly might expose Zhao Song's identity. After all, they were proper humans, not vampires. He hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Let's observe for a few more days," then tentatively bring it up. He still didn't dare to reveal anything about the wraiths too quickly, fearing it might expose their identity. At this moment, the group chat was bustling with activity. I really want to drink blood. Today, I drank a delicious beverage. It only cost $300 a bottle. Demon hunters. Just tasty snacks for us. On my way back tonight, I ran into a group of demon hunters. Though I'm brave and powerful, I was outnumbered, and they stole a lot of my blood coins. Sigh, my phone was also stolen by demon hunters. I need to find some time to sneak into their lair and steal it back. The group chat was filled with all sorts of random chatter. For Qi Yuan, none of it was particularly meaningful. But for Zhao Song and the people of the Sky Federation, these messages contained a lot of information. They mentioned phones. It seems these vampires also live in a civilized society. How strange. Did they also call phones, in their world? Is the language the same, or does this artifact translate our messages into something we can understand? Regardless, this is the supernatural, something our current science and technology cannot comprehend. The supernatural isn't superstition, it can also be explained from a scientific perspective. It's just that their current level of technology isn't advanced enough to explain it yet. Just like the wraiths, Professor Liu said. Mentioning the wraiths, everyone in the room looked uneasy. Compared to 200 years ago, the Sky Federation was now technologically advanced and prosperous. In this world, there would no longer be famines or desperate acts like exchanging children for food. Everyone, including the homeless, could have enough to eat. But beneath the glitz and glamour, the wraiths were becoming increasingly rampant. Especially at night, wraiths would occasionally appear on the streets. Not everyone could see these wraiths, only a small portion of people could. Those who saw the wraiths would suffer great misfortune. Terror, death, the atmosphere was eerie and terrifying. Once, a group of 12 tourists went out for barbecue. After eating and drinking, they prepared to take a taxi back to their hotel. Normally, 3 taxis would suffice. But one person called an extra taxi because he saw 14 people. The others only saw 12. It was somewhat like a Chinese horror story. In the end, when he and the extra person were waiting for the taxi, a cold breeze sobered him up, and he suddenly realized something. Realizing it was bad enough, but then, the extra people stared at him with sinister eyes. In the end, he never got the taxi and never returned to the hotel. Things like this happened frequently in the Sky Federation. With a population of over 1 billion, the number of people who died from or because of the wraiths exceeded 1 million each year, and this number was steadily increasing. Just 10 years ago, it was only 100,000. Based on the Sky Federation's predictions and the frequency of wraith appearances, in 3 years, the annual death toll would exceed 10 million. In 20 years, civilization would collapse, destroyed by the wraiths. Thus, they were desperate and saw this group chat as a lifeline. I hope the vampires can deal with the wraiths, the tall woman said, her eyes filled with hope. This was the hope of everyone present. Time passed slowly. The group chat was as usual, quiet during the day and lively at night. If it weren't for the strange nature of this so-called myriad heaven's mirror, I'd almost think these people were elementary or middle school students. They don't have time during the day because they're in class, and only have time to chat at night after getting home. Right, and they log off very punctually every day. In the Sky Federation, many people were discussing this, their expressions complex. But they knew this was an illusion. The group was full of vampires. Of course, there might also be some, like Zhao Song, who weren't vampires but were pretending to be. The experts and strategists had already analyzed the conversations and suspected the identities of 13 group members. They also confirmed that the group leader, the so-called vampire emperor, had no way to determine whether they were wraiths or not. At this moment, the vampire emperor spoke again. Are there any subjects willing to believe in me? I'm preparing to test my divine decree recently. Qi Yuan was telling the truth. He had been pondering the matter of divine decrees. Divine decrees were somewhat like making words into laws. Reaching the divine decree stage was simple, it was about having one's divine decree recognized and trusted by believers. The more the believers trusted and recognized it, the stronger the divine decree would become. Then, it was about extracting the true essence of the divine decree. Seeing this, the people of the Sky Federation held their breath. Zhao Song also widened his eyes, excited. Was the group leader finally mentioning something about the supernatural? But what was this divine decree? They were curious but didn't dare to ask, fearing it might expose their identities. What is a divine decree? Fortunately, a group member asked for them. A divine decree is what a god says, Qi Yuan replied casually. This statement was half true. Generally speaking, for the true gods of the 10,000 Gods Mountain, divine decrees were the core rules they had condensed. For example, if a true god's core was fire, or if the path they aspired to was fire, then the divine decree they could condense would be something like, fire can burn everything. Then they would bestow a flame upon their believers to burn everything. On the 10,000 Gods Mountain, Qi Yuan had learned this from communicating with some true gods. However, he had his own understanding. If divine decrees are limited to things like fire, water, or space, then that's definitely the divine decree of a void god, not a true god. Divine decrees should be about making words into laws. Just like how Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is based on the Heavenly Tao. Divine decrees, aren't they just about making my words into laws? Qi Yuan's idea was simple. He had a superpower. His words could fulfill people's wishes. For example, back in the Kanglan realm, a cultivator wished for a quiet companion. After Qi Yuan responded, a cup appeared beside that persona, one that could even be heated. Using the Hall of Eternity to create a divine kingdom. As for divine decrees, Qi Yuan thought of refining his superpower into a divine decree, making his words into laws. Looking at the group chat, Qi Yuan continued, there are many truths in the world, and my words are one of them. Qi Yuan didn't think his words were the only truth. Grant me a soft companion. One that can protect me, said the person who called himself Count Nal. Hearing this, Qi Yuan hesitated. Are you sure you want a companion? He thought of the cultivator from the Kanglan realm. His divine decree wasn't stable yet. He was afraid he might end up granting another cup. Yes, Count Nal confirmed. In the group, others watched curiously. The people of the Sky Federation were filled with anticipation, eager to see the group leader's true capabilities. In that case, by my divine decree, I grant you a companion. In the 10,000 Gods Mountain, Qi Yuan spoke, his voice calm and carrying a hint of sacredness. His superpower of speech merged with the divine decree at this moment. Meanwhile, in an unknown world, within a high-rise building, a young girl lay on her bed in pajamas, her legs raised as she happily read the messages in the myriad heaven's mirror. She was the one pretending to be Count Nal. After being diagnosed with severe delusional disorder, she could only have her own space at night after undergoing treatment during the day. However, Count Nal always believed she wasn't sick. It was the world that was sick. These people, with their horse eyes, tiger heads, and snake bodies, dressed like humans. In the entire city, there were very few humans like her. Can I really get a companion? The girl looked forward to it, her starry eyes filled with anticipation. But the next moment, her anticipation turned into a scream. Ah, this. In her hand, a soft, gel-like object suddenly appeared. Her face turned red instantly. She looked at this companion, both shocked and embarrassed. This companion is a bit outrageous, she said in the group chat. Others asked curiously, did you really get a companion? What kind? Cough, it's kind of like a stick, Count Nal said. A vampire staff. That's a good companion. It's a bit weird, Count Nal continued. What, you're not satisfied? Qi Yuan replied. You asked for a soft companion, so it's soft. But don't worry, when needed, it can also be hard. Qi Yuan was telling the truth. Count Nal's wish was for a soft companion who could protect her. With Qi Yuan's divine decree, the companion appeared in her world. When Count Nal was in danger, the companion Qi Yuan had granted would immediately become hard, indestructible, like a magical weapon, protecting Count Nal and slaying demons. I want one too. I want a sweet wife. I want delicious eggs. I want ice cream. Now, the group had turned into a wishing pool. Many people began making wishes. Indeed, the more people there are, the more fools there are. No need to scheme with them. Qi Yuan was in a good mood. In other groups, people would likely be cautious and not make wishes so readily. But here was different. All right, my divine decree will fulfill your wishes. Here's your sweet wife. Be careful, she's sensitive to heat and sunlight. Don't roast her, or she might melt. Here's a delicious egg, but be careful, it's a bit hard. Don't chip your teeth. Qi Yuan was frantically fulfilling their wishes. His superpower was also being refined into a divine decree. Of course, even after cultivating the divine decree, his superpower remained. At this moment, the people in the Sky Federation were tempted. Should we take this chance to make a wish? What should we wish for? We need to hold a meeting and discuss this carefully. After all, it was rare for the group leader to fulfill wishes. Could they take this opportunity to bring up the issue of the wraiths? But just then, Zhao Song's face suddenly turned pale. A wraith, his pupils dilated, his eyes filled with fear, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His scream drew everyone's attention. A bad feeling crept into everyone's minds. What's wrong, Zhao Song? Did you see a wraith? Professor Lu scanned the room, his face filled with concern. Yes, it's under the table, grabbing my leg, woo-woo. A sense of restraint and slipperiness came from his leg. Zhao Song didn't dare move, not even to look down. At first, he thought it was something else, but when he lifted the tablecloth, he met a pair of dull, sinister eyes. His body went numb. He realized he had encountered a wraith. What do we do? Zhao Song, after all, was just a high school student. He didn't have the mental fortitude to face a terrifying wraith and immediately broke down. Don't panic, stay calm, Professor Lu took a deep breath. The people around looked at Zhao Song with pity. Those who encountered wraiths and survived were 1 in 10,000. Those were the extremely lucky ones. Zhao Song clearly didn't have that kind of luck. There's a chance to survive if we find the pattern, Professor Lu took a deep breath, his mind racing. Just then, the tall woman said, why don't we ask the group leader? Hearing this, everyone felt it made sense. Right, ask the group leader. Maybe the group leader can help you. If Zhao Song died, what if the group disappeared? So, many experts felt they must protect Zhao Song. Asking the group leader might be a good solution. The numbness in his leg grew stronger. Professor Lu made the decision. Ask the group leader what to do if you encounter a wraith. Alright, Zhao Song's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Vampire Emperor, I've encountered a wraith. I want to live, what should I do? I don't want to die, woo-woo. At this point, Zhao Song couldn't care less about pretending. After all, he was just a student. Encountered a wraith, Qi Yuan's eyes flashed with a smile. It's simple, go to the nearest restroom and squat inside. If the wraith knocks, just say someone's inside. Qi Yuan was quite satisfied with his answer. If there's someone in the restroom, wouldn't the wraith leave? Do as I say, and you'll survive. Hearing this, the experts in the room looked puzzled. Someone's in the restroom, what kind of nonsense is this? How could this work? Clearly, they didn't believe Qi Yuan. After all, it was too absurd. Moreover, restrooms were high-frequency locations for encountering wraiths. Every year, tens of thousands of people died in restrooms after encountering wraiths. Everyone discussed it, feeling it was unreliable. At this moment, Professor Lu said solemnly, do as the Vampire Emperor says. They had no better options and could only try this as a last resort. After all, encountering a wraith meant certain death. What if the group leader's words could really save Zhao Song? It was worth a try. My legs are numb, woo-woo, I can't walk to the restroom, Zhao Song said tearfully. The wraith was still holding his leg, making it impossible for him to walk to the nearest restroom. Find someone to carry him, someone muttered. Everyone's expressions changed. Since they couldn't see the wraith, they could carry Zhao Song to the restroom without being affected by the wraith. But, this would also draw them into the wraith's trap, leading to their deaths. So, if someone screamed for help at night, it was best not to respond. Because once you helped, you would also be targeted by the wraith. Li Shang, you carry him, a high-ranking official finally ordered a guard to carry Zhao Song to the restroom. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Li Zhang's heart was uneasy, but his face still bore a resolute expression. Guards like him had long been prepared to face death. If he were to die this time, his parents and family would be taken care of by the Sky Federation, and his name would be recorded separately in the family genealogy. He approached Zhao Song and effortlessly hoisted him onto his back. However, as he carried Zhao Song, he felt a dark force emanating from Zhao Song's calf. It was clearly a wraith. He dared not look, for if he did, he might see the wraith before even reaching the restroom. Zhao Song's body was stiff, as if he had been dead for days, lying on Li Zhang's shoulder. Zhao Song glanced back stealthily and was instantly horrified. A female wraith in a white robe, with long, disheveled hair, stood eerily behind them. Under normal circumstances, he might have dared to say she was a beautiful wraith, and he would have considered himself lucky. But now, he just wanted to cry. All the experts present watched this scene with tense expressions. Professor Liu, how much of what the Vampire Emperor said do you think is true, and how much is false? Hiding in the restroom and saying, "Someone's here, it's just too childish." The other experts murmured among themselves. If you're in a public restroom and someone knocks, saying, "Someone's here," would indeed prevent the person from entering. But that's under normal circumstances. Now, what's outside is a wraith. Could it be that the Vampire Emperor has discovered our identities and is toying with us? Someone suggested. The others felt a heavy weight in their hearts. That was a possibility. This is too absurd. There had never been such a case before. Wraiths cannot be understood through ordinary human reasoning. At this moment, Professor Liu slammed the table and said gravely, "Do not speculate about the Supreme Being. Besides, we'll know the result soon. What's the point of arguing?" The room fell silent, and everyone turned their attention to the large screen. Li Shang was equipped with a live streaming device, allowing everyone to see what was happening in the restroom. At this moment, Li Shang had already carried Zhao Song into the restroom. Inside the restroom was a toilet, and the space was quite large. Even with 2 people inside, there was still plenty of room. Li Shang took a deep breath and stood quietly. Under the bright light, he could hear Zhao Song's heart pounding. Besides that, his pupils suddenly contracted. Tap, tap. The faint sound of footsteps reached Li Zhang's ears. He knew this sound came from the wraith. He and Zhao Song had been entangled with the wraith for too long, and now he could see the wraith. Once you see a wraith, it means death. "She's here," Zhao Song said, his voice trembling. In the empty restroom, the tapping footsteps were particularly piercing. The sound grew closer and louder. Zhao Song was extremely nervous. Li Shang was a professional and shouldn't have been afraid, but now he was also tense. Tension is contagious, and the experts in the hall held their breath, sweating for Zhao Song and Li Shang. If Zhao Song died, would the chat group still exist? Could they still rely on the Vampire Emperor's help to deal with the wraiths? The wraiths were nearly invincible, and the number of lives taken by them each year was skyrocketing. At this moment, the 2 in the restroom exchanged glances. The wraith had stopped at the restroom door. And most bizarrely, the wraith actually knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was rhythmic, pounding on the hearts of the 2 in the restroom. Zhao Song was terrified. Outside, it was eerily quiet, with only the sound of knocking. "Someone's in the restroom." Remembering Qi Yuan's words, Zhao Song quickly said. At this moment, the female wraith outside the restroom seemed momentarily stunned, as if unsure what to do. In normal circumstances, when this happened, the person in the restroom would first feel an itch on their buttocks, as if something wet and hairy was touching them. Then, looking into the toilet, they would see a pale face. However, this time, the female wraith, upon hearing that someone was in the restroom, simply left. The sound of footsteps grew fainter until it disappeared completely. Zhao Song's face showed disbelief. The wraith really left. This was the first time something like this had happened. Usually, a wraith wouldn't leave without killing someone. He couldn't believe it and even glanced at the toilet. What if the wraith hadn't left and was hiding in the toilet? Gone. The wraith left. Zhao Song took a deep breath. At this moment, Li Shang mustered his courage and peeked through the door crack. The area he looked at was empty. He didn't see any ankles, nor did he see the figure of the female wraith. He said, "The wraith really left." In the hall, everyone who heard this showed expressions of joy, disbelief, and confusion. The terrifying wraith had actually left. The method taught by the Vampire Emperor really worked. It really worked. Just by saying, "Someone's here," in the restroom, the wraith will leave. What kind of principle is this? Everyone was shocked, finding it unbelievable. At this moment, Li Shang and Zhao Song also came out of the restroom. The others looked at the 2 with moved expressions. Professor Liu said excitedly, "Zhao Song, you've done a great service." Zhao Song's initial fear had now turned into joy. Professor Liu continued, "The most urgent task now is to confirm with the Vampire Emperor whether this method can be used at home in the future. Yes, if it can be used, we must mobilize the entire Sky Federation to build public restrooms. This matter must be brought to the attention of all the council members for a meeting. Building public restrooms. This is a national strategy. The people present spoke solemnly, as if discussing a matter of national importance. If this news were to leak, it would surely leave those who heard it utterly confused. A national strategy, to build restrooms. Is this nation's citizens maggots? Vampire Emperor, thank you. With your method, the wraith really knocked and then left. But is this method a one-time thing, or can it be used in the future? Zhao Song asked nervously. The group members watched the chat, their hearts tense. This is my divine decree. In your world, it can be used indefinitely, Qi Yuan said indifferently. Divine decrees are complex and mysterious. His special abilities are the same. Combining his special abilities with divine decrees produces equally peculiar effects. Thank you, Vampire Emperor. Zhao Song said excitedly. Seeing this, Professor Liu understood that the national strategy of building public restrooms should be put on the agenda. After all, this was a welfare policy that could save countless lives. If you encounter a wraith on the road, the first thing to do is run to a restroom. It could save your life. At this moment, someone said, but some wraiths appear without giving us time to enter a restroom. This was true. The appearance of wraiths is always bizarre, and they might appear out of nowhere. Moreover, they might start hunting within moments. Where would you find the time to run to a restroom? Could the entire Sky Federation be turned into public restrooms? Professor Liu looked at Zhao Song and said, ask him, what if there's no time to reach a restroom? Zhao Song repeated Professor Liu's words. At this moment, in this dimension, Qi Yuan appeared in front of a pig trotter rice shop. Even though the chances of wraiths appearing at night were high, business had to go on. One couldn't starve, right? Seeing the message in the group, Qi Yuan said indifferently, isn't that simple? Just pick your earwax. As long as you're picking your earwax, no one can touch you, not even wraiths. Qi Yuan felt particularly clever. As everyone knows, when someone is picking their ears, no one can disturb them. So, even wraiths can't. Picking earwax. The experts were stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Would that work? It still feels so strange. I don't know why, but even though it sounds ridiculous, it feels somewhat reasonable. After all, if saying, someone's here, in a restroom could make wraiths leave, then wraiths not being able to disturb someone picking their earwax also seemed normal, right? At this moment, the shop owner brought over a steaming bowl of pig trotter rice. Qi Yuan took the bowl and began eating slowly. Ah, the taste of Hextech. It's been years since I've tasted this. Through the divine decree, he had already determined the coordinates of these worlds. Thus, he chose to descend. As soon as he arrived, he had a bowl of pig trotter rice. Handsome, can I get your contact info? At this moment, a young woman in hot pants approached. Her shorts reached her thighs, revealing long, straight legs. She had a faint smell of alcohol and wore heavy makeup, looking mature but still youthful. Not far away, her friends were laughing, some recording the scene on their phones. Sorry, I'm married, and my child is old enough to fish, Qi Yuan declined. Being handsome comes with its own set of troubles. The young woman's eyes showed disappointment. After all, someone as handsome as Qi Yuan was a first for her. He seemed like a male celebrity. No, even male celebrities didn't have this unique aura. Although I can't give you my contact info, there's one among your friends I'd like to meet, Qi Yuan said, looking at the 5 young women, a smile in his eyes. The young woman was stunned. She hadn't expected this handsome man to be interested in one of her friends. She began to doubt her own attractiveness, feeling somewhat frustrated. Which one? The one in red, with long hair down to her waist, and only one arm. My friends aren't wearing red, and none of them are disabled. The young woman said firmly. But as she turned to look at her friends, her expression froze. A wraith, a wraith. The other friends, startled by her reaction, realized something was wrong. They looked over, and their expressions also froze. Wraith, woo-woo, a wraith. Behind them stood a wraith, with one arm, dressed in red, her hair long, and her face bearing that peculiar expression that instilled fear in anyone who saw her. This was a wraith, a spirit that could take lives, standing right beside them. Seeing the wraith, they felt like mice encountering a cat, their spines chilled, some even wetting their shorts. Can I invite your red-dressed friend to have some pig trotter rice? This pig trotter rice is quite good, much more delicious than those cheap meals, and a bit more upscale, Qi Yuan said seriously. This bowl cost 26 yuan, after all. It wasn't something those cheap meals could compare to. The young woman was dumbfounded. Qi Yuan's words snapped her back to reality. She she's not human, she's a wraith. Now she regretted going out with her friends tonight. At the same time, she was curious. How did this handsome man not know it was a wraith, and why wasn't he reacting at all? Was he mentally ill, or perhaps intellectually disabled? Hey, do you want to come over and have some pig trotter rice? Since the young woman wouldn't call the wraith over, Chi Yuan did it himself, waving at the wraith. The other young women were stunned. Was this man really inviting the wraith to have pig trotter rice? Was he insane? A lunatic? Would a wraith even respond to a human? But then, something unimaginable happened. The red-dressed wraith floated over to Chi Yuan. The wraith, he called her over. The young women were both shocked and bewildered. In the next second, the red-dressed wraith sat down beside Chi Yuan. The young women, seeing this, were terrified. They didn't know whether to stay or run. Because when encountering a wraith, running would trigger its hunting instincts, accelerating the killing. This pig trotter rice, though full of artificial flavors, the rice is real. Here, have a taste. Chi Yuan pushed his bowl of rice toward the wraith. His eyes showed a hint of curiosity. Wraith, a special entity formed after the death of a living being, usually appearing in abandoned lands. This information surprised him. The former Flowing Wind realm, due to the deceitful fate tablet, was known as the God-forsaken land, where the sun and moon did not shine. Now, this place seemed to be an abandoned land. Regarding abandoned lands, he had read a few lines in the library some time ago. It was mentioned that a true god had died in an abandoned land. About abandoned lands, Chi Yuan didn't have much information. It seemed he needed to visit the library again to understand what was so peculiar about abandoned lands. The wraith sat beside Chi Yuan, picking up the chopsticks with her left hand and eating the remaining rice from Chi Yuan's bowl. The young women around were shocked. A wraith had accepted a human's invitation to eat. Was this a dream, or had the world gone mad? At this moment, Chi Yuan looked at the wraith with admiration. You lost one arm and became so powerful, terrifying these people. If you lost both arms, wouldn't you be even stronger? The wraith, who had been eating, stopped and stared at Chi Yuan, her expression eerie. Chi Yuan looked at the wraith, curious. In the myriad worlds and universes, he had seen countless beings and races. Stone people, metal creatures, silicon-based life forms, he had seen them all. But a wraith like this was a first for him. Though somewhat similar to the ghosts of the Divine Wood universe, they were entirely different beings, or rather, not beings at all. If he had to compare, Chi Yuan remembered when he had the strange painter use the mountain and river brush to help him paint the underworld. When the underworld was first created, some dirty things had entered, babbling in incomprehensible languages. Later, Chi Yuan, acting as a language teacher, taught those dirty things to speak. Finally, they conveyed their purpose. Know, soul, borrow, return. In the end, those dirty things condensed into the monument of the dead and placed it in the underworld. To Chi Yuan, the wraith before him was somewhat similar to those dirty things. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Chi Yuan looked at the wraith with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The wraith also looked at him. Unfortunately, this wraith seemed to be like those dirty things, unable to speak. What's your name? Chi Yuan asked softly. The Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra and his other special abilities were also activated. He wanted to hear if the wraith had any inner thoughts. Unfortunately, even as he stared intently at the wraith's face, he didn't hear any sound. Are you like those dirty things and can't speak? Do you want me to teach you? A-O-E. Chi Yuan was very proactive. He started teaching immediately. Around him, the girl in hot pants couldn't hold back her shock. Her friends were also dumbfounded. Is this guy teaching a wraith? Am I going crazy? Originally, they were filled with terror, but now, all they felt was absurdity. They had a lot of colorful language they wanted to use. Still haven't learned. Chi Yuan looked at the wraith. He had been teaching for about 10 minutes. He spoke quickly, his tone gentle. The wraith remained expressionless, as if it had no intelligence. It's okay, you're doing great. Let's keep going, Chi Yuan continued, showing great patience. Kindergarten teachers could teach children to read. Although he didn't have a teaching certificate, he had a mental illness certificate. Both were certificates, so teaching a wraith to speak shouldn't be a problem, right? But while teaching, not only did he need patience, but he also had to encourage and give positive feedback. So, even though the wraith remained motionless and unresponsive, Chi Yuan continued. You're doing so well, your eyes are even moving. Keep it up, good job. You're so focused, I'll reward you with some pig trotter rice. The wraith quietly listened, while the young women and the pig trotter rice shop owner were completely stunned. The young women could still see the wraith. The shop owner couldn't see it and thought Qi Yuan was a lunatic, talking to himself. After an unknown amount of time, the one-armed red-dressed female wraith finally spoke. She wasn't good with language and spoke in a timid, almost pleading voice. Help, help, me. After saying these 3 words, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength and couldn't speak anymore. At this moment, something slightly unexpected happened to Qi Yuan. The game's notification finally sounded. Received a plea for help from a wraith. Main quest initiated. Reduce the number of abandoned lands, prevent the abandoned lands from becoming void. The more abandoned lands you help, the greater the reward. The quest can be terminated at any time to claim rewards. Hearing these prompts, Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. The quest has finally started. Help the abandoned lands. The more, the better the reward. This meant he could terminate the quest at any time and claim the rewards. Of course, he could also help all the abandoned lands across the myriad worlds and then claim the rewards. The rewards would likely be substantial. Note: the deeper your entanglement with the abandoned lands, the worse your luck becomes. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was slightly stunned. Bad luck. Misfortune. It seems this game is a bit challenging, Qi Yuan sighed. He looked at the wraith, his expression serious. I'll do my best to help you. The beautiful wraith seemed to understand Qi Yuan's words. A sweet smile appeared on her face. Then, her figure disappeared in an instant. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. No magical fluctuations, no spatial distortions, no rules, she just disappeared like that. Qi Yuan murmured. The young women around, seeing the wraith disappear, were filled with joy. We survived. We actually survived. Wait, where's that handsome guy? Supernatural, Superman. They suddenly realized that after the wraith disappeared, Qi Yuan was also gone. On the other side, Qi Yuan murmured, indeed, I can't figure out how the wraith disappeared, just like they couldn't figure out how I disappeared. They don't cultivate immortality, and I don't understand the wraith's system. Qi Yuan thought as he stopped by a trash can, picking out a few dozen yuan from it. He hadn't paid for the pig trotter rice yet. He didn't steal or rob, so he could only pick up money. Although the wraith ate some of the rice, she ran away. I have to pay for the meal alone. What a loss. After saying this, Qi Yuan paid the bill and disappeared again. He wanted to meet more wraiths, observe more wraiths, and better understand this abandoned land. Thus, in the following time, the people living in the Sky Federation suddenly felt that the world had undergone significant changes. First, the Federation suddenly enacted a national policy. This policy was national restrooms. They began large-scale construction of various public restrooms. The Sky Federation's council members even held a press conference and sent messages to everyone's phones. If you encounter a wraith, please run to the nearest restroom as quickly as possible. If the wraith knocks, respond with, "Someone's here." This may save your life. This news left all the Federation citizens dumbfounded. They wondered if the council members' heads had been kicked by a donkey. Later, the Federation also announced, if you don't have time to reach a public restroom, immediately start picking your earwax. As long as you maintain the action of picking your earwax, the wraith won't harm you. This series of bizarre actions left the citizens speechless, calling it absurd. However, absurd as it was, it actually worked. This left many citizens in a daze. I told you, our world is a giant game. Such a setting can exist, and you still say we're not NPCs. Only getting new clothes during the new year, shoddy character models, daily fixed location check-ins. If I'm not an NPC, who is? In addition, in some places, people saw a handsome young man appearing beside wraiths, seemingly teaching them to speak. The world was becoming more and more absurd, more and more chaotic. However, it was only superficially full of jokes. In reality, despair was everywhere. Even though the Federation government had issued various policies, countless people were still killed by wraiths every day. Besides wraiths killing people, some people even killed each other. Although in the news, it might just be a cold number, each number represented a living life. Each of them had their own life. Ordinary or extraordinary, brilliant or mundane. This world has no world spirit. And, although my divine decree can prevent wraiths from killing people, the number of deaths hasn't decreased significantly, or rather, hasn't decreased at all. Or rather, it's not just people. At a noodle shop, Qi Yuan's face was clouded with worry. This game quest was more difficult than he had imagined. Even though his divine decree influenced the wraiths and saved many lives, he still found that the number of deaths hadn't decreased significantly. If not killed by wraiths, they might be killed by other disasters. In other words, the effect was much worse than expected. It seemed like an invisible hand was harvesting the lives of the world. He ate his noodles, rarely frowning. At this moment, a little girl about 6 or 7 years old walked over. She was wearing a princess dress, black leather shoes with 2 bows, looking lively and cute. "Big brother, are you unhappy? Have a candy. Eating candy will make you happy." The little girl spoke with effort, tightly clutching the candy in her hand, her palms slightly sweaty, looking very nervous. Not far away, her mother smiled, seemingly encouraging her. Looking at the little girl, Qi Yuan smiled. "Thank you, little one." He took the candy from the little girl's hand, a smile on his face. "You should go back to your mom. Big brother has been unlucky lately, don't let it affect you," Qi Yuan said calmly. "Big brother, smile. If you smile, your luck won't be bad," the little girl said thoughtfully, then returned to her seat. Qi Yuan picked up his noodles, his thoughts complex. A smiling girl's luck won't be bad. That's the truth. Those with bad luck can't smile. At this moment, a fly buzzed around, seemingly about to land in his bowl. He glanced at it, and the fly turned to ash. Is this what bad luck looks like? Or is it that while my divine decree is saving people, other lives are dying in other ways, like this fly seeking death? Qi Yuan murmured. Originally, he thought this was just an ordinary world. But upon closer contact, he realized this world was much deeper than he thought. Beside him, conversations in the noodle shop continued. "We should thank that vampire emperor. If it weren't for his divine method, I would have died when I encountered a wraith the other day. These restrooms really work. Does that mean one day, our Sky Federation won't have to suffer from wraiths anymore? Thank the vampire emperor. Life is getting better." The people around were filled with joy and hope for the future. The little girl also pestered her mother to go play on the little train. In the past, under the shadow of wraiths, her mother would have taken her home long ago. Now, life was getting better, and the threats seemed to be decreasing. At this moment, suddenly, a cement truck seemed to lose control and crashed toward the noodle shop. Boom! The people in the noodle shop were stunned, feeling like they were about to die. But at that moment, it was as if an invisible hand had appeared in the world, stopping the out-of-control truck. The driver, terrified, looked confused and scared. The people in the noodle shop also breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts racing, unable to calm down for a long time, feeling like they had narrowly escaped death. At this moment, the little girl seemed to notice something and looked at where Qi Yuan had been sitting. "Big brother, where did he go? On the mountain of 10,000 gods." Qi Yuan took a deep breath. "My luck is getting worse and worse. All sorts of strange disasters are happening in the Sky Federation." During this time, he spent most of his time in the Sky Federation, encountering various wraiths. Unfortunately, even with all his special abilities activated, he hadn't gained any useful information. "Your Highness, this is the information you asked for about the abandoned lands." At this moment, Feng Yi walked over, holding a book in his hands. After receiving Qi Yuan's instructions some time ago, he had gone to various places to collect information about the abandoned lands. All the information was recorded in this book. He was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why His Highness was looking for such forbidden knowledge. "Thank you." Qi Yuan took the book and began reading it carefully. "However, my status is lowly, and I couldn't access the higher levels of the library. The information I collected is quite rudimentary. I hope Your Highness will forgive me." "It's fine," Qi Yuan said, his expression serious as he read the information in the book. The so-called abandoned lands, as the name suggests, are forsaken places. There are rumors that the abandoned lands are related to a mysterious powerhouse. After the fall of this mysterious powerhouse, the lands he ruled were plagued by disasters. Finally, 12 powerhouses, including the Emperor God, banished the lands ruled by the mysterious powerhouse. So, to solve the problem of the abandoned lands, we first need to understand the identity of this mysterious powerhouse. Even the Emperor God took action, so he must be a powerhouse of the same level. Sigh, I'm still too weak now to access such high-level secrets. Qi Yuan sighed. Your Highness, the abandoned lands are mysterious and extraordinary. Generally, the myriad heavens mirror doesn't connect to the abandoned lands. But there are exceptions. If you encounter an abandoned land, never enter it, Feng Yi said with concern. According to the information I found, a true god at the peak of the Divine Lord realm once entered an abandoned land. He didn't know what an abandoned land was. So, as usual, he devoured the world spirit of that abandoned land. Then, something terrifying happened to him. First, many eyes inexplicably grew on his back. Later, hair grew from his nose and mouth. In the end, he died in agony. At the time, even a Tao god intervened but couldn't save him. Feng Yi's eyes were filled with fear as he spoke of the abandoned lands. This information was recorded at the end of the book. Qi Yuan frowned. Is that so? A Divine Lord realm powerhouse, comparable to a realm lord, could crush the Milky Way with a single hand. Yet, after refining a world spirit, he died a bizarre death. This Divine Lord realm powerhouse was the descendant of one of the 12 pillars of the Mountain of 10,000 Gods, the Tian Immortal. And Ba Xian, Feng Yi continued. Where is Ba Xian's body? Qi Yuan asked. He wanted to see Ba Xian's corpse to see if his special abilities could uncover any secrets. This, I don't know, but I can contact Ba Xian's descendants for your highness, Feng Yi said. Good, Qi Yuan nodded. Feng Yi left. The empty palace was now only occupied by Qi Yuan. This game is still quite complicated. I wonder what rewards I'll get when the game ends. Now, he could end the game at any time and claim the rewards. But if he claimed them now, the rewards would surely be meager. This abandoned land seems like a trap. But isn't that normal for games? In a palace, the Haitian Divine Lord received a report from his subordinate, his eyes filled with curiosity. Qi Yuan is actually interested in Nan. Could it be related to Ba Xian? The news of Feng Yi seeking an audience with Nan was somewhat notable. Because the Tian Immortal and Tian Kai were both among the 12 pillars, and the two were at odds. Their descendants rarely interacted, avoiding each other as much as possible. Thus, Qi Yuan's invitation to Nan naturally ended in failure. Should I help Qi Yuan? The Haitian Divine Lord pondered. He was hesitant. Others didn't dare to befriend the Tian Immortal's descendants, but the Haitian Divine Lord wasn't afraid. Because he had long considered himself a dead man, just waiting for the day he would be sent out to die. Tian Kai didn't interfere with his life. Some time ago, Tan Ying became a named disciple of the infinite Tao God. However, after paying his respects to the infinite Tao God, he committed suicide that night. There are rumors that he fell in love with his master, and unable to attain her love, he killed himself. The Haitian Divine Lord narrowed his eyes. Things definitely weren't that simple. After all, a true god of divine decree committing suicide over love was absurdity to the extreme. There must be more to it. And Tan Ying had always been arrogant, offending many people, including Qi Yuan. It just so happens that Nan owes me a favor. Helping Qi Yuan can be considered an investment. The Haitian Divine Lord said. After saying this, he felt a bit wistful. He didn't know if he was just wasting his efforts. After all, only when Qi Yuan reached the spirit god or Tao god realm could he speak up for him and potentially save him from death. And even then, it wasn't a guarantee. Do your best and leave the rest to fate, the Haitian Divine Lord thought. After all, he had many friends. He wasn't pinning all his hopes on Qi Yuan. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Mountain of 10,000 Gods. Tian Immortal's Grotto Heaven. This place was inhabited by the descendants of the Tian Immortal, one of the 12 pillars, as well as their subordinate gods. And Nan's expression was cold as he looked at Qi Yuan. If it weren't for the fact that Haitian once helped me when I was still a void god, and I owe him a great debt, I would have avoided meeting you as well. Among the 12 pillars, the Tian Immortal and Tian Kai were at odds, and their descendants rarely interacted with each other. Someone like Haitian, who dared to cross these boundaries, was indeed rare. I will remember Haitian's kindness, Qi Yuan said calmly, with a polite tone. I am very curious about the incident wherein Ba Xian perished in the abandoned lands. I would like to see if there is any information left behind. If possible, I would like to pay my respects to Ba Xian's remains. And Nan frowned. To be honest, Qi Yuan's request was a bit excessive. However, the debt he owed to Haitian, this could be a way to settle it. He didn't want to get too deeply involved with Haitian. These are some fragments of information left behind by my ancestor when he was in the abandoned lands, and Nan said, handing Qi Yuan a tattered book. Qi Yuan took the book and began reading it carefully on the spot. and Nan sat to the side, turning his head away and playing with fish that seemed to float in the air. In the profound zero realm, strange things are happening. People are growing extra eyes. This is bizarre. I erected a divine statue, absorbed faith, and devoured the world spirit. Generally, when the true gods of the mountain of 10,000 gods descended into various worlds and planes, they would absorb faith and sometimes devour the world spirit. However, after I devoured the world spirit, the extra eyes on the inhabitants of the profound zero realm disappeared. No, they didn't disappear. They transferred to me. The outcome was clear. The strange phenomenon had shifted to Vansh. He was a divine lord realm powerhouse, equivalent to a realm lord in other universes. Yet, after devouring a mere world spirit, his body became grotesque, and he suffered unbearable pain, nearing death. Even a Tao god who examined him could only shake his head. There was no saving him. So, after he refined the world spirit, the anomalies of the profound zero realm were transferred to him. When he could no longer endure and died, the anomalies would return to the profound zero realm. From the content above, Qi Yuan extracted these key points. In the current Sky Federation, wraiths were rampant. Even though Qi Yuan's divine decree specifically targeted wraiths, there were always special circumstances that caused the number of deaths in the Sky Federation to increase daily. If someone were to devour the world spirit of the Sky Federation, would the accidental deaths in the Sky Federation decrease? The problem was, the Sky Federation didn't have a world spirit. And, who would devour it? Even a divine lord realm powerhouse could die from it. To devour it, one would need an indestructible attribute. If anyone were to devour it, it would have to be Qi Yuan. After all, the mission of this game was to protect the abandoned lands. I've finished reading. If you want to see that guy's corpse, follow me, and Nan said, showing no respect for Vansh. Qi Yuan nodded. The two entered an underground ley line, where the temperature gradually rose, as if they were in the core of the sun. Everywhere they looked, there were flames and explosions. However, at the very center, there was an extreme cold. A small iceberg stood there, surrounded by endless flames, yet it never melted. On the iceberg lay a shattered divine body. His expression was extremely twisted, filled with terror. On his back were countless eyes, each exuding an indescribable aura, with blood seeping from them. In addition, the hair inside his body was unusually thick. Even the blood droplets contained strands of hair, making it all the more bizarre. This is Vansh. He looked like he had died a gruesome death. Cursed corpse. Burdened with misfortune, twisted to death. This was the hidden information Qi Yuan's eyes revealed. Can I take one of the eyes and a strand of hair? Qi Yuan asked Nan. Sure, and Nan replied, looking somewhat puzzled. He then warned, these things are extremely strange. Try not to study them too much, and don't bring them into your divine realm. Be careful of contamination. Thanks for the reminder, Qi Yuan said with a smile, taking an eye and a strand of hair before leaving. In the following days, Qi Yuan's daily routine involved examining the eye and the hair, as well as visiting the Sky Federation to see if he could protect more people. After all, this was his mission. As he observed the eye and the hair, Qi Yuan gained more useful information. These so-called misfortunes are curses of damnation. To avoid falling into the abyss, one must forget. After observing for so long, Qi Yuan finally found a way to deal with this kind of misfortune. Create a sort of forgetfulness to cut away the cursed flesh. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. He had found a method to protect the abandoned lands. Of course, this method wasn't perfect. In fact, it would be extremely painful and tortuous. Gather all the curses of damnation and misfortunes of the abandoned lands onto myself, then use the sword of forgetfulness to cut away the fatal misfortunes. Qi Yuan frowned. Only a saint could do something like this. Qi Yuan sighed. These so-called misfortunes and curses of damnation varied in severity. Bearing such things would bring immense suffering, enduring what ordinary people could not. In addition, when a part of the body was eroded by misfortune and curses to the point of death, the sword of forgetfulness would be used to cut away that part. But this is just a game. No matter how painful, it's all illusory. Could it be that I'm afraid of suffering even in a game? Compared to those true saints, I'm still far behind. Qi Yuan smiled faintly. He had made his decision. He would use this method to protect the abandoned lands. Although there were risks, and it might be painful, it was just a game, wasn't it? In the game of life, suffering is part of the experience. So, the top priority now, is to forge a sword of forgetfulness. Qi Yuan pondered deeply. Feng Yi, I'm going into seclusion for a while. Don't disturb me. After giving his instructions, Qi Yuan began forging the Sword of Forgetfulness. Although Qi Yuan wasn't particularly skilled in sword making, at his current level of cultivation, and with the knowledge of artifact forging he had gained in the Divine Wood universe, creating a sword was still a relatively simple task for him. Mother of all metals, Yin-Yang Nine Truth Stone, Void Yin Malice. Various flames rose from Qi Yuan's hands. Blazing heat, icy cold, extreme frost. Different special effects filled the air as the materials in his hands melted into liquid. To forge the Sword of Forgetfulness, one must enter a state of self-forgetfulness. The heart must be filled with nothing but the concept of forgetting. The most unique aspect of the Sword of Forgetfulness wasn't the materials, but the forgetfulness imbued into it. At this moment, Qi Yuan's Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra activated. He entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Forgetting is the beginning of everything. Forgetting is the end of time. The cycle is ultimately broken by forgetting. A peculiar aura spread as Qi Yuan refined the materials, exuding a terrifying presence. It was as if something horrifying was being born. At the same time, an unknown place. Here, endless flames burned, covering an area perhaps 1/3 the size of a universe. The flames consumed everything: the space, time, cause and effect, and even fate seemed to be burned away. Suddenly, a clanging sound echoed. Clang! The sound of chains rattling grew faster, louder, and more frequent. At the edge of the world, several divine lords woke up, their eyes filled with confusion. What's going on? Why is the endless sea of flames acting up? There's a sword buried here. Report this to the Tao gods. Immediately, several divine lords vanished. After all, there were many legends about the endless sea of flames. It was said that a peerless sword of great calamity was buried here. No one knew the name of this sword. Those who knew its name were all dead. In the blink of an eye, 3 Tao gods descended, their majestic figures towering over the flames. They stretched out their hands, capable of enveloping the entire endless sea of flames. It was as if this space, 1/3 the size of a universe, was nothing more than a plaything in their palms. The sword is gone, one Tao god murmured, his voice complex. Its essence has long been worn away, forgotten by all. What remains is but a broken sword, another Tao god said. Even a broken sword is enough to kill us, the third Tao god said, his face filled with worry. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The other 2 nodded, their expressions grave. This broken sword was stained with too much blood. Unfortunately, the broken sword doesn't carry any karma, and its fate cannot be divined. We cannot calculate its whereabouts. Regardless, we must find it and determine the reason for its disappearance. Order an increase in surveillance of the abandoned lands. Let us hope the disasters of the past do not repeat. All we desire is peace in the heavens and the eternal continuation of our Tao. ... Is this the sword I forged? Qi Yuan looked somewhat dazed. To forge the Sword of Forgetfulness, the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra had to be activated, deceiving even himself. Now, he was in a state of confusion, his memory hazy. But even with his memory impaired, he still had some common sense. He had clearly been forging a new sword, yet what he ended up with was an old, broken sword. The sword wasn't long, and it seemed to have rust on it, with many fine cracks running through it. Sword of Forgetfulness, a broken sword. Perhaps, due to the nature of forgetfulness, this sword has forgotten the passage of time, which is why it has become so broken. Qi Yuan muttered to himself. Under the influence of the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, he was in a state of clarity and didn't dwell on it further. There's still so much material left. Let's add more and then imbue it with the essence of forgetfulness. As Qi Yuan worked, new materials were integrated into the broken sword. The essence of forgetfulness was being infused into it through the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra. Forgetfulness is the foundation, the essence, the root of the Tao. Only through forgetfulness can one achieve eternity. As Qi Yuan spoke, the essence of the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra continued to pour into the Sword of Forgetfulness. After an unknown amount of time, Qi Yuan opened his eyes, his face pale. I'm exhausted. Did I finally succeed? He shook his head, dispelling the state induced by the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra. However, his eyes still held the clarity and confusion of a college student. Strange, why do I feel like my Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra didn't fully imbue this sword? This is one tricky sword. Qi Yuan sighed. Although it wasn't fully imbued, the power of this sword still exceeded Qi Yuan's expectations. I didn't expect my forging skills to have reached such a pinnacle. Qi Yuan praised himself. This sword was far more powerful than the light sword he had forged in the Divine Wood universe. With this sword, killing a divine lord would be a piece of cake, right? Qi Yuan's thoughts wandered, but suddenly, he froze. Something's not right. Did something happen while I was forging this sword? Damn it, using the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra made me forget even the process of forging the sword. What happened back then? For some reason, Qi Yuan felt like he had forgotten something important. Well, forget it. It's probably just some useless information, junk memory. Deleting it is no big deal. Holding the newly forged sword of forgetfulness, Qi Yuan was in a good mood. This sword gave him a feeling that it was no less powerful than the Hall of Eternity or the Gate of Myriad Principles. Qi Yuan guessed that he had been able to forge it due to a stroke of luck. If he tried to forge it again, he might be able to create another sword of forgetfulness, but it definitely wouldn't be as powerful. So, my luck is still pretty good. Where's the bad luck? Qi Yuan thought smugly. Your Highness. At this moment, Feng Yi approached, his expression grave. What is it? How long have I been in seclusion? 49 days, Feng Yi replied, his face still serious. 30 days ago, Pillar Tian Kai went to the front lines. To fight the soul-severing bridge? Qi Yuan asked. The Mountain of 10,000 Gods had always been at odds with the soul-severing bridge, and the two factions had been in conflict for a long time. However, previous battles had always been kept within a certain scope. Although pillar-level powerhouses were stationed at the front lines, they were usually just figureheads. Now, the Mountain of 10,000 Gods had sent Pillar Tian Kai to the front lines, indicating that the situation there had changed. This change could affect everyone in the Mountain of 10,000 Gods. For Feng Yi, the one most affected would be the godchild he served, Qi Yuan. Your Highness, please cultivate as quickly as possible and break through to the Divine Lord realm. Otherwise, if you are summoned to the front lines, there is a risk of death, Feng Yi urged. Now that Tian Kai had rushed to the front lines, things were moving quickly. Once the situation stabilized, it was possible that godchildren like Qi Yuan would be summoned to the front lines. As Qi Yuan's protector, Feng Yi would also have to go. Alright, I'm already working hard on my cultivation, Qi Yuan said. Currently, he was still tempering his divine decree in the abandoned lands. The Divine Lord realm wasn't far off. This speed, if revealed, would be considered terrifying. However, after reading through the books in the library, Qi Yuan had discovered many strange things. For example, Tian had reached the Divine Lord realm in just 10,000 years, and then, he had remained stuck at that level. This speed, in other universes or the 6 heavens of the Immortal realm, would be considered astonishing. After all, reaching the 3rd stage of the Yang God realm in 10,000 years was no small feat. But in the Mountain of 10,000 Gods, there were quite a few people like him. What was more important was that most people needed millions of years to achieve this, which was already considered a prodigy. For others, it took tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. So, this world was, overall, quite strange. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. After Tian Kai went to the front lines, the attempts to recruit me have increased. Qi Yuan glanced at the messages. Many godchildren had sent him invitations to collaborate. After all, Pillar Tian Kai was now at the front lines, and it was possible that they, the godchildren, would soon be summoned to join the battle. The mortality rate at the front lines was extremely high. Even godchildren had a high chance of dying in battle. So, at this moment, many godchildren set aside their past grievances and banded together, cooperating to improve their strength. However, Qi Yuan paid little attention to these matters. For him, the game was the most important thing. As for war, what was that? He just wanted to say that he was a lover of peace. Sky Federation. Professor Lu's face was filled with worry as he stared at the data on his computer screen. The overwhelming amount of information made him dizzy and unsure of what to do. The public restrooms have indeed helped reduce the number of deaths caused by wraiths, but during this period, the number of wraiths has skyrocketed, and various disasters and accidents have become more frequent. The number of daily deaths is still increasing, Professor Lu said gravely. Everyone in the room looked grim. Originally, they had thought that with the help of the Vampire Emperor, they could reduce the number of deaths caused by wraiths. And indeed, the number had decreased significantly, but the wraiths were now targeting even more people. Coupled with other disasters and accidents, the number of daily deaths was still rising. Could it be that even a God who can command the laws of nature with his words cannot save us? One expert said, his voice breaking. In the past, he had been the most staunch atheist. When he learned of the existence of the vampire emperor, he had fervently hoped that the God was real. A God could save the world. The public restrooms appeared, and the wraiths stopped killing. He had been overjoyed. But now, the number of deaths was still increasing. Could it be that even a God cannot save us? The experts in the room fell silent. They were experts in various fields, outstanding talents. But they were also human, weak and ordinary. Without supernatural powers, they were just like everyone else. Humans have built strong fortresses and weapons with a range of thousands of miles, yet they cannot protect themselves or determine their own fate. How tragic is that? Someone lamented. In the Sky Federation, ordinary people were still immersed in joy. Because the public restrooms had truly helped them avoid the persecution of wraiths. They felt that there was hope for life, hope for the future. But they didn't have access to information channels, nor could they see the data. Moreover, the government was deliberately or unintentionally covering up the news. They didn't know that the sky was now like a barrel of oil, with explosions happening everywhere and a large number of people dying every day. I want to meet the vampire emperor and see if he has a way to save us. Perhaps there's something wrong with this land. If we leave, would the problem go away? During this period, a mysterious figure has appeared in various parts of the Federation, suspected to be the vampire emperor. Here is his information. One expert spoke up and then projected the data onto the large screen. There were no photos of Qi Yuan recorded here. Modern technology, such as phones and cameras, couldn't capture his form. The information about him was mostly based on descriptions from others. The others felt uneasy. Facing a god, they felt a mix of reverence and fear of the unknown. From the descriptions above, the vampire emperor is handsome, kind-hearted, and hates evil. His actions are somewhat eccentric, Professor Liu said. To be honest, the descriptions he read felt astonishing and absurd. In his mind, if there were a god, the god should be lofty, mysterious, and unknowable, majestic and grand. But the descriptions of Qi Yuan were a bit too down-to-earth. Eating braised pork rice, eating pig trotter rice, and even paying for it. About gods, it's best not to speculate. What if this is just one side of him, playing around in the mortal world? I really want to meet the god and ask him what the solution is. Many experts began to have other thoughts. They wanted to meet Qi Yuan and ask about the wraiths and the deaths. But how could they get the chance to meet a god? At that moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Oh, you're all here. A man in a blood-red robe appeared, sitting lazily on a conference seat. Everyone looked at him, their expressions tense, then filled with awe. Are you the vampire emperor? Professor Liu swallowed hard. You could say that, Qi Yuan smiled. Let's cut to the chase. I'm here to save you. Hearing this, the experts felt a mix of joy and wariness. A god said he was here to save them. What were the god's intentions? Was this all an act, and now he was showing his true colors? Was there a conspiracy? Naturally, other thoughts arose in their minds. By the way, whether you believe I'm here to save you or not doesn't matter, Qi Yuan continued to smile. He was playing a game, advancing the plotline. Whether the NPCs trusted him or not wasn't important. As long as they cooperated to progress the story. The experts felt a chill, as if they had been seen through. All you need to do is cooperate with me. What I want is simple, you need to believe in me. As for how I'll save you, I can't be bothered to explain. Oh, and I'm more terrifying than the wraiths. If I wanted to, I could wipe out the Sky Federation with a single finger. Qi Yuan's voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable authority. Qi Yuan was lawful good, so he was willing to reason with the NPCs. If he were more unscrupulous, he could have simply activated the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra and forced the world's inhabitants to believe in him without their consent. All right, Professor Liu agreed solemnly. He knew that facing a god, he had no say and no bargaining power. After all, gods were unknown and terrifying to them. All right, I'll be off now. I have important matters to attend to. Oh, and the god you'll be believing in is called the Origin Heavenly God. After saying this, Qi Yuan disappeared. The reason he wanted the inhabitants of the Sky Federation to believe in him was twofold, to increase his faith and to use that faith to create a world spirit. The Sky Federation had no world spirit. Qi Yuan planned to use faith to create one, and then transfer the misfortunes and curses of damnation onto himself. This was his method to protect the abandoned lands. Of course, for abandoned lands that already had a world spirit, it wouldn't be so complicated. He could simply devour the world spirit and transfer the misfortunes and curses onto himself. After leaving the conference room, Qi Yuan appeared in many places. Perhaps by a pond. His voice carried a strange charm. Grass carp, crucian carp, turtles, paramecium, you must believe in me. Perhaps in front of a mountain. Tigers, sparrows, tongue trees, you must believe in me. Throughout the Sky Federation, Qi Yuan's figure appeared everywhere. Wherever there were living beings, he harvested their faith. Stones, gold elements, protons, cations, do you believe in me? Finally, Qi Yuan tentatively asked. But this time, he didn't get the answer he wanted. These cannot believe in me. Detection, a true god-level powerhouse has appeared in the Shuxing domain. In a sealed palace, a voice rang out. Inside the palace were many large cocoons of various colors. As the voice spoke, 3 cocoons cracked open, and powerful auras filled the air. 3 true god-level powerhouses stepped out. They all exuded the aura of divine decree realm. Got a job. The leader, a man with red hair, spoke with a casual tone, wearing streamlined armor. Looks like we're about to make a small profit, a burly woman said, her eyes filled with greed. The last one was cloaked in black, his entire body shrouded in darkness, and he didn't like to talk. Same rules as always. Whoever contributes the most gets the most resources, the red-haired man said, his eyes filled with anticipation. I hope, he's carrying a lot of resources, the burly woman licked her thick lips. They were from the Heavenly King Mountain, part of a mysterious alliance. Outside, they couldn't act as bandits, and their cultivation resources were tight. But in the abandoned lands, they could receive missions to hunt and harvest true gods who mistakenly entered this place. After killing those true gods, the spoils would belong to them. Moreover, they would receive rewards from the mysterious organization. This was even better than being bandits. I hope he's a wealthy god, preferably, with a deep background, the burly woman said casually. That way, their harvest would be even greater. Aren't you afraid that he might have powerful treasures that allow him to unleash strength beyond his realm? The red-haired man said calmly. This is the abandoned lands, even if he's a divine lord, so what? The burly woman patted her streamlined silver armor. I have the water-fire silver armor to ward off calamities. What about him? The longer he stays in the abandoned lands, the deeper the entanglement of karma, and the closer he is to death. This special armor was created by the mysterious organization. It only appeared on them when they were on missions. Once the mission was over, it would be taken back. This armor could effectively prevent them from becoming deeply entangled with the abandoned lands, isolating them from the curses and misfortunes. Unless absolutely necessary, we can't use this method. Otherwise, we won't receive the organization's rewards, the red-haired man said calmly. This method was indeed omnipotent, using the misfortunes and curses of the abandoned lands against their enemies. But if they did that, their mission wouldn't be considered complete. Their goal was to harvest, to hunt down the true gods who mistakenly entered this place, not to use the calamitous power of the abandoned lands to kill them. After all, the latter would only allow them to obtain the spoils of the true god. Don't worry, with the 3 of us working together, how could we not be a match for him? The burly woman said. The red-haired man nodded. We need to hurry. If someone else completes the mission, wouldn't we have worked for nothing? Humph, last time I almost killed a pretty boy, but the Water Star Palace actually saved him. How infuriating, the burly woman said angrily when mentioning this. The organization's missions weren't just taken by the 3 of them. Moreover, different factions had different ways of completing missions. The Heavenly King Mountain usually hunted down those who mistakenly entered, taking their spoils and the organization's rewards. As for the Water Star Palace, they persuaded the intruders to leave. Of course, persuading to leave didn't mean that leaving the abandoned lands would solve everything. There are many worlds in the Shuxing domain. Let's split up. If we encounter the true god, don't act rashly and alert him. Contact us, and we'll attack together, the red-haired man said. The cloaked man nodded, his voice hoarse. All right. Sky Federation. Following the Federation's orders, all citizens began to believe in the origin heavenly god. Everything was progressing step by step. As for believing in the origin heavenly god, the people were naturally resistant. After all, Who would want a god hanging over their heads? However, when they learned that the origin heavenly god was the one who had issued the divine decree, creating the public restrooms to block the wraiths, and that he could bring stability to the Sky Federation, more and more people chose to believe in him. After all, if the god was useful, what harm was there in believing in him? At this moment, in an underground conference room, Professor Liu listened to the discussions of the others, frowning. This so-called god might just be putting on an act. Our weapons are capable of leveling mountains. Could it be that we can't kill him? An old man said. With today's advanced technology, no flesh and blood body could withstand humanity's advanced weapons. Another person spoke up. He possesses the ability to teleport, making it difficult to pinpoint his location. Moreover, he might have other abilities. The success rate of ambushing him is less than 10%. Clearly, they were discussing deicide. After all, whether believing in the origin heavenly god was good or bad, they didn't know. What if the origin heavenly god had ulterior motives? So, do you want to test the god's limits? Who will test him, how will you test him, and can we bear the consequences? An irritable old man said. Immediately, the others fell silent, not daring to speak further. Indeed, there weren't many opportunities for trial and error in the world. Who could bear the consequences of failure? The ruling class. That would be them. Elsewhere, on a quiet street, a cold wind blew, carrying a plastic bag with it. An old man in a Taoist robe looked lazy. He looked at the young man ahead, his expression indifferent. Fellow Taoist, do you know that you are in great danger? As the old man looked at Qi Yuan also looked at him. Oh, what do you mean? You probably don't know that this is the abandoned lands, the old man said lightly, as if expecting to see shock, fear, and panic in Qi Yuan's eyes. However, he saw none of that. Oh, I know, Qi Yuan shrugged. He thought it was something serious. The old man was slightly stunned, then realized. This true god before him was probably a rogue true god who didn't know the terror of the abandoned lands. The abandoned lands are a forbidden zone. Even the legendary Tao gods, if they stay here too long, will be plagued by calamities and eventually meet a gruesome end. Fellow Taoist, if you continue to stay here collecting faith, I'm afraid, your end will be tragic. There's only one way to survive. Oh, how can I survive? Qi Yuan asked curiously. Join our Water Star Palace, the old man said. As long as you serve the Water Star Palace for 100 million years, the calamities on you will be cleansed, and you will survive. Then forget it, Qi Yuan refused. Hearing this answer, the old man wasn't surprised. Indeed, until calamities befall you, even a god won't feel pain or regret. But once calamities entangle you, even the Water Star Palace won't be able to save you. You might think I'm exaggerating, but this is the truth. The old man spoke, and a stream of information flowed out, which Qi Yuan received. This information was vast, mostly detailing the tragic fates of many true gods who had mistakenly entered this place. Now, do you believe me? You're lucky to have met me. If you had encountered the cultivators from the Heavenly King Mountain, they probably wouldn't give you a chance to live. They would kill you on the spot. Only our Water Star Palace is kind enough to give every cultivator a chance. The old man spoke indifferently, with a hint of arrogance. Generally, when faced with the choice between death and serving for 100 million years to survive, true gods would choose the latter. After all, life was the most precious and important thing. 100 million years was but a blink of an eye. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Oh, is it illegal for me to stay in the abandoned lands? Qi Yuan said, feeling a bit speechless. From the looks of it, he was in danger in the abandoned lands, and someone was coming to cause him trouble. The scruffy old man was momentarily stunned. Well, it's not exactly illegal. Indeed, there was no such law in the world. Hearing this, Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Since it's not illegal, what's the point of talking about it? It's my freedom to stay here. The scruffy old man continued, squinting his eyes. Although it's not illegal, it's more serious than breaking the law. You're violating the heavenly decrees. Nonsense, Qi Yuan said dismissively. Any true god who enters the abandoned lands must either be expelled and purified for 100 million years in a place like our Water Star Palace, or be killed by the Heavenly King Mountain. This rule was set by the Heavenly Emperor. His words are, the heavenly decrees. When the old man mentioned the Heavenly Emperor, his eyes filled with reverence. Hearing this name, Qi Yuan was slightly surprised. He had read many books in the library and knew some secrets. Among them was a mysterious powerhouse known as the Heavenly Emperor. He was rumored to be the strongest being in the world. There were rumors that the Heavenly Emperor came from the mysterious divine Han clan and was the undisputed supreme powerhouse of this great world. Even the Emperor God of the Mountain of 10,000 Gods had once sought guidance from the Heavenly Emperor. This great realm was vast and boundless, like an ocean filled with countless bubbles, each bubble being a world. Powerful forces like the Mountain of 10,000 Gods were not rare. It could be said that true powerhouses were as numerous as clouds. The Mountain of 10,000 Gods had the Emperor God, the 12 pillars, and dozens of Tao gods. Such a force was extremely terrifying, but even a top-tier force like the Mountain of 10,000 Gods was only a regional hegemon in this great realm. The Heavenly Emperor's Heavenly Emperor Palace was the true overlord, its influence spanning the entire realm. At its peak, a full third of the major powers revered the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor's words were known as the Heavenly Decrees. Once, the Heavenly Emperor Palace was unrivaled, and no one dared to challenge its authority. However, according to the records in the books, the Heavenly Emperor had disappeared countless eons ago. He was an ancient and terrifying powerhouse. And here, Qi Yuan was hearing about the Heavenly Emperor's heavenly decrees. Didn't the Heavenly Emperor disappear long ago? Qi Yuan asked in surprise. Although the Heavenly Emperor has disappeared, the heavenly decrees remain, the old man revealed some secrets. Oh, I'm not a subject of the Heavenly Emperor. His heavenly decrees don't apply to me, Qi Yuan said indifferently. Hearing this, the old man wasn't surprised. After all, the Heavenly Emperor was too ancient and distant, and his reputation couldn't intimidate everyone. Moreover, the once mighty Heavenly Emperor Palace had long since vanished. It seems you're stubbornly refusing to see reason, the old man sighed. Once the powerhouses from the Heavenly King Mountain made their move, the origin Heavenly God would have no chance of survival. Since this mission had been assigned to him, it meant that the origin Heavenly God before him was only at the Divine Decree realm. A Divine Decree powerhouse was considered a pillar of a major force. But once the powerhouses from the Heavenly King Mountain arrived, he would undoubtedly die. Just as he thought this, the old man's expression suddenly changed. Fellow Taoist, the people from the Heavenly King Mountain are already here. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky of the Sky Federation, which had been clear in the afternoon, suddenly turned red. This sudden change caused many people to look up in surprise. What's happening? Why did the sky change color? In the underground conference room, Professor Liu and the others also looked at the sky through the large screen, their eyes filled with astonishment. The sky has changed. What's going on? Even though there were many experts here, no one could explain this phenomenon. However, they didn't need to explain it, as a vast voice rang out, dispelling everyone's confusion and filling them with terror. Origin Heavenly God, come forth and meet your death. In the sky above, 3 majestic deities appeared. The leader had red hair and red eyes, his height immeasurable, blocking out the sky and the sun. His figure was larger than the sun and moon. Beside him stood a burly woman and a cloaked man. Their figures were unimaginably vast. Even the satellites in the sky were smaller than a single hair on their bodies. In fact, the people of the Sky Federation had a premonition that if these 3 terrifying deities wished, they could crush the Sky Federation with a single pinch. Such grandeur was unimaginable. Even the most advanced weapons of the Sky Federation would be unable to harm such powerhouses. Now, these 3 deities seemed to be challenging the origin Heavenly God. This meant that the origin Heavenly God was of the same level. This made the council members who had wanted to use advanced weapons to kill the origin Heavenly God feel ashamed and terrified. At this moment, within the Sky Federation, Qi Yuan's expression was calm. You've finally arrived. Qi Yuan seemed relaxed, facing 3 true gods of the same realm without a hint of panic. The red-haired man wasn't surprised. Every true god was brimming with confidence. If ordinary people could be overconfident, how much more so for deities? The red-haired man glanced at the old man in the corner, somewhat surprised, then smiled. Another overconfident fool. Generally, when the Water Star Palace appeared, true gods would choose to go to the Water Star Palace to be purified for 100 million years to save themselves. Now, Qi Yuan hadn't left, which meant he refused to go to the Water Star Palace. The burly woman also smiled. I like confident men. They must have a lot of treasures on them. Qi Yuan stood in the void, looking lazy. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. How could there be a fight without background music? Although his Suona band and funeral team weren't here, the Sky Federation had plenty of TVs, phones, and sound systems. Play the music, Qi Yuan spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, all the phones, computers, TVs, and sound systems in the Sky Federation began to play. A battle anthem filled the air, the autumn wind carrying a killing intent, the sound of 10,000 troops charging, mountains and rivers collapsing. All the citizens of the Sky Federation were momentarily stunned, not knowing how to react. In the sky above, Qi Yuan spoke indifferently. No one can defeat me in my background music. Today, I'll play a funeral dirge for you. What a lunatic, the burly woman muttered under her breath. At this moment, the cloaked man, who had been silent, suddenly made his move. He always liked to hide in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Now that he had found his opportunity, he didn't hesitate, attacking with lightning speed. Mysteries of the wind, layered shadows, thunderous destruction. In an instant, various divine laws and decrees filled the air. The cloaked man transformed into a god of death, ready to reap Qi Yuan's life. This strike was too fast, too sharp. The red-haired man's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The cloaked man was the strongest among them in terms of offensive power. A sudden attack like this would severely injure even a peak divine decree powerhouse. However, in the next moment, a calm voice rang out. "Didn't I say it? In my background music, I'm invincible," Qi Yuan said calmly. "To defeat me, you'd first have to cut the power to the Sky Federation." He stood in the void, allowing the cloaked man to attack. The cloaked man was strong, even capable of assassinating peak divine decree powerhouses. But Qi Yuan's combat power couldn't be measured by common sense. With a wave of his hand, the cloaked man's eyes went blind, his mouth went mute, his body paralyzed, and he lost all ability to move. His divine power became sluggish, and he was reduced to a cripple. The world around the cloaked man turned dark. He could perceive nothing, except the piercing hot-blooded background music looping in his ears. Crack! The cloaked man was easily killed by Qi Yuan. The red-haired man and the burly woman saw this and were visibly shaken. The strongest among them, the cloaked man, had been killed in an instant. The two exchanged glances, seeing shock and horror in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, the red-haired man gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. "You forced me to do this." It seemed the organization's rewards were out of reach. Now, the most important thing was to save their own lives. The red-haired man crushed a piece of jade, his voice filled with reverence. "By the will of the heavens, summon misfortune, and destroy evil." This piece of jade had been forged by the Heavenly King Mountain. It was specifically designed to deal with true gods like Qi Yuan who mistakenly entered the abandoned lands. Generally, true gods couldn't enter the abandoned lands. Once they did, they would inevitably be corrupted. However, the process of corruption might not be that fast. This piece of jade accelerated Qi Yuan's corruption, using the calamities of the abandoned lands to kill him. "Now, how will you survive?" the red-haired man roared. This kind of misfortune and corruption was something even Tao gods found difficult to resist. Qi Yuan, a mere divine decree powerhouse, would undoubtedly die. At this moment, as the misfortune and curses of damnation were triggered, something strange happened to Qi Yuan. His hair seemed to grow eyes. Eerie, evil, corrupt. All kinds of negative aura permeated him. This aura was something Qi Yuan had seen on Xian. Seeing this, the red-haired man breathed a sigh of relief. The old man hiding in the corner sighed. "It seems he's doomed." His figure also disappeared at this moment. The burly woman looked at this scene, her eyes filled with disappointment. "This time, we've suffered a huge loss. Not only had the cloaked man died, but they hadn't received the organization's rewards and had wasted a piece of jade. I'll turn his corpse into a puppet," the burly woman said angrily. Since the red-haired man had used the misfortune jade to trigger the misfortune and kill Qi Yuan, most of the spoils would go to him. The burly woman could only claim Qi Yuan's corpse. However, at this moment, Qi Yuan, who was entangled in misfortune, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was calm. "Hey, I'm not your white moonlight. Why are you discussing how to divide my heritage?" At this moment, he felt strange. He had thought that this misfortune, these curses of damnation, would be painful. After all, according to the information left by Xian, it was indeed painful. Even a divine lord couldn't endure this pain. But Qi Yuan found that it didn't hurt at all. In fact, it felt somewhat pleasant. This misfortune, these curses of damnation, seemed to be dissolving his body, his spirit, his true soul. It wasn't painful. Instead, it felt liberating and ethereal. It was like the afternoon sun shining on an overworked office worker, who finally had some time to relax, lying down with a book. Could it be that he had a masochistic streak? Qi Yuan couldn't help but wonder. Or was it that he was too tired? His mind was playing tricks on him. Seeing that Qi Yuan could still remain clear-headed and conscious, the two were stunned. Could it be that he has a special constitution? Not good. As soon as this thought emerged, the red-haired man sensed danger. Qi Yuan was now in the late stages of the curses of damnation. Generally, even true gods would lose their consciousness at this point, becoming confused and eventually perishing. However, some special physiques could maintain their consciousness, although they would still perish in the end. But, if he was conscious, didn't that mean he could kill them? His thoughts were correct, or rather, as soon as this thought emerged, a strand of hair, like the sharpest sword in the world, sliced through him, killing him instantly. As for the burly woman, she also met her end. Their strength was too far below Qi Yuan's. In an instant, the three true gods who had surrounded him were all dead. Qi Yuan stood alone in the void, his body radiating a terrifying aura. Misfortune, evil, and damnation filled the air. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. In one more breath, I'll be completely dead. It seems I'll have to use the sword of forgetfulness. This feeling was indeed intoxicating, and Qi Yuan hadn't felt any pain. But it would truly kill him. Qi Yuan could even feel that, in the end, his body, hair, and flesh would turn to nothingness. The sword of forgetfulness slashed down. It was an ordinary-looking sword, quite plain. Yet, the misfortune and curses of damnation that even Tao gods couldn't handle were severed in an instant. Forgetting is everything. Forgetting is the beginning. Forgetting is the end. Forgetting is hope. Qi Yuan's body shattered. All the flesh that had been eroded to death by misfortune and curses was stripped away. His aura returned to normal. It seems, I've learned something. As the sword of forgetfulness slashed down, Qi Yuan suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. Why do I feel like I'm about to comprehend a supreme truth? Innate tier. In the six heavens of the immortal realm, the supreme truths were divided into innate, unique, cyclical, and absolute. Among them, he had already comprehended absolute adaptation, doing as I please, and great sun. Now, after being struck by misfortune and curses of damnation, he felt as if he was about to comprehend another supreme truth. Innate. Of course, it was just a flash of insight. He was still far from truly comprehending it. Innate has nothing to do with enlightenment. It's only related to bloodline and origin. Could it be that getting sick has caused me to undergo a genetic mutation? Qi Yuan muttered to himself. Perhaps, with more misfortune or curses of damnation, he would gain more insights. The waters here run deep, Qi Yuan pondered. But no matter how deep the waters were, it was just a game. Now that the people from the Heavenly King Mountain had been dealt with, he still had to continue his plan to protect the abandoned lands. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. Godchild Ha Jin's eyes showed disappointment. In 100 years, I still haven't broken through to the Divine Lord realm. It seems I'll have to go to the front lines this time. He didn't want to go to the front lines. After all, at the front lines, he couldn't cultivate in peace, and there was the risk of death. Ah, we don't have much time left, Godchild Shi Shui said, her usual smile gone. She was also still at the Divine Decree realm and would have to go to the front lines. Only by breaking through to the Divine Lord realm could one gain 10,000 years of freedom, exempt from being summoned to the front lines. During this time, who has broken through to the Divine Lord realm? Ha Jin asked. Shi Shui thought for a moment. 3 people. Zan Li, Luo Hua, and Fen Tian. Those 3 are lucky, Ha Jin said, somewhat envious. By the way, the 11th godchild, Tong Xuan, will also be going to the front lines this time. He'll probably summon Qi Yuan as a subordinate, Shi Shui said indifferently. She had been paying close attention to Qi Yuan, her younger brother. The 11th prince, Tong Xuan, was a late-stage divine lord true god. When Tan Ying was alive, he had been close to Tong Xuan. Tong Xuan had played a significant role in helping Tan Ying become a named disciple of the infinite Tao God. After Tan Ying's death, Tong Xuan had suffered a great loss, but without evidence, he couldn't take action against Qi Yuan. Moreover, given Tong Xuan's personality, he wouldn't act unless he was certain of success. This time, when he went to the front lines, he would likely summon Qi Yuan as a subordinate to exact revenge. It seems Qi Yuan is in for some bad luck. He'll probably die at the front lines. Ah, Although he's close to He Tian, even He Tian can't help him. Don't worry about others. Worry about ourselves. Let's not die at the front lines. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The call to the front lines. For the descendants of Pillar Tian Kai in the Mountain of 10,000 Gods, being summoned to the front lines was a troublesome matter. In times of peace, going to the front lines to gain some experience would have been fine. But now, even pillar-level powerhouses were heading to the front lines, which showed just how brutal the war had become. Going to the front lines now was practically suicide. They weren't like those rogue true gods with no backing. They came from noble bloodlines. Unfortunately, since Pillar Tian Kai had already gone to the front lines, they had no choice but to follow. A group of true gods, their eyes filled with worry, were extremely reluctant to go to the front lines. The 11th prince, Tong Xuan, declared, "We have received the blessings of heaven and earth, and the support of the Mountain of 10,000 Gods. Going to the front lines to fight the enemy is a responsibility we cannot shirk." Among all the princes, the 11th prince was one of the top 3 strongest. He was at the peak of the Divine Lord realm. He had been lying low for countless eons, accumulating strength and preparing to face the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Once he overcame 1 calamity and 1 tribulation, he would be crowned the Crown Prince. When Pillar Tian Kai went into seclusion to face the final calamity and tribulation, he would take over Tian Kai's authority and enjoy boundless power. Even Tao gods would have to bow respectfully when they saw him. However, this was just wishful thinking. Among Tian Kai's many descendants, none had yet overcome even 1 calamity and tribulation. Rather than trying to overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, it was more realistic to find a divine treasure and break through to the Tao God realm. The chances of that were even higher than a peak Divine Lord overcoming the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Meanwhile, in the palace, Feng Yi's expression was filled with worry. "Because of Tan Ying, Your Highness has offended the 11th godchild, Tong Xuan. This time, it's very dangerous." He was genuinely worried. If Tong Xuan wanted to kill Qi Yuan, it would be all too easy, especially at the front lines. Over the past 100 years, Qi Yuan had been diligently cultivating. But even if he had started cultivating from the womb, he would probably still only be at the divine decree realm by now. At that moment, a figure appeared. Feng Yi's expression stiffened, and he immediately lowered his head. "Greetings, Your Highness." For some reason, when he saw Qi Yuan, he felt an inexplicable fear, as if he were facing a terrifying creature. After all, he was a divine lord. Qi Yuan was only at the divine decree realm. Could it be because of Pillar Tian Kai's bloodline? Was the Tao God's bloodline really that powerful? Setting these thoughts aside, Feng Yi prepared to carefully explain the situation regarding the summons. But at that moment, Qi Yuan spoke. "I've broken through to the Divine Lord realm." "What?" Feng Yi's face was filled with shock, which then turned to joy. "Your Highness has broken through to the Divine Lord realm." The true god he served naturally benefited from being stronger. For him, his status would also rise accordingly. Hadn't Your Highness only been cultivating for less than 200 years? And he was already a Divine Lord. This was too fast. He was overjoyed. "Your Highness breaking through to the Divine Lord realm means you have 10,000 years to consolidate your strength. You won't have to go to the front lines. This is a joyous occasion," Feng Yi said with a smile. If Tong Xuan had summoned Qi Yuan to the front lines, as Qi Yuan's protector, Feng Yi would also have met a bad end. "By the way, Your Highness, every godchild who breaks through to the Divine Lord realm receives a drop of divine blood to stabilize their realm," Feng Yi explained. As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel envious. Rogue cultivators like him didn't have access to divine blood. Divine blood could rapidly strengthen a divine lord, allowing them to quickly increase their power. Only the descendants of the pillars had access to such resources. "Oh, is that so?" Qi Yuan stretched lazily. Over the past 100 years, he had traveled to dozens of worlds in the abandoned lands. In each world, he had used his divine decrees. Sometimes, he recreated the world spirit, other times, he devoured it. His entanglement with the abandoned lands grew deeper. Fortunately, he had the sword of forgetfulness. Otherwise, Qi Yuan felt he would have died long ago. Under Feng Yi's guidance, Qi Yuan arrived at the top level of the Mountain of 10,000 Gods to receive the divine blood. "Your Highness has broken through to the Divine Lord realm. Congratulations," the golden-armored man guarding the temple said, the surprise in his eyes fading. Although he could see with his own eyes that Qi Yuan was at the Divine Lord realm, he still took out a divine artifact and followed the proper procedure to verify Qi Yuan's realm. Once the verification was complete, the golden-armored Divine Lord's smile became even warmer. Your Highness, this is your divine blood, sealed in a white jade vial. Once opened, you must consume it within 3 breaths, or the divine nature of the blood will dissipate. The golden-armored Divine Lord handed over a jade vial, cold to the touch and radiating divine energy. Thank you. Qi Yuan took the vial, his eyes filled with curiosity. Since the vial was sealed, he couldn't see the divine blood inside. Feng Yi's eyes were filled with envy. He explained, for us gods, bloodline is very important before reaching the true god realm. Some beings are born as void gods, while others are weak mortals. But from the void god realm to the divine lord realm, the importance of bloodline diminishes. What matters then is talent. However, after reaching the divine lord realm, the key to further progress lies in bloodline and opportunity. For someone like Feng Yi, with an average bloodline and no extraordinary opportunities, even if his talent was remarkable, he would likely remain stuck at the divine lord realm for the rest of his life, with little chance of advancing further. As for the so-called 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, that was out of the question. It was a death sentence. Divine blood can enhance a true god's bloodline and physique, bringing it closer to a powerful constitution and slightly increasing the chances of overcoming the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, Feng Yi said. The 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Qi Yuan also fell silent. In the mountain of 10,000 gods, the number of true gods was beyond count. But only one had overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, the Emperor God. Moreover, the Emperor God had overcome them as a Tao God. For an ordinary divine lord, overcoming the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations was harder than reaching the heavens. Yet, even with such a high mortality rate, countless divine lords continued to throw themselves at the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. This was the heart of a seeker of the Tao. Perhaps, living for an eon wasn't enough. But even after living for countless eons, those divine lords would still charge forward like moths to a flame. To hear the Tao in the morning and die content by evening. Returning to his residence, Qi Yuan opened the jade vial. In an instant, a dragon-shaped form shot out of the vial, moving at incredible speed. An invisible hand caught the dragon-shaped divine blood, and Qi Yuan examined it closely. Divine blood, imitation of the original blood, can enhance physique. The information revealed by his eyes was limited to this. The divine blood, once out of the vial, began to rapidly dissipate. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan swallowed the divine blood in one gulp. Immediately, he felt his bloodline boil. Yes, it just boiled for a moment. My strength increased a bit, and my bloodline seems a bit more mixed. Not bad. It saved me decades of hard cultivation. Qi Yuan evaluated. For him, it saved decades of grinding and leveling up. But for a divine lord like Feng Yi, it could mean tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years of hard cultivation, while also slightly enhancing their physique. From this perspective, I've received a gift from Pillar Tian Kai and owe him a small favor. Qi Yuan murmured. He always repaid kindness and avenged wrongs. At that moment, an invitation landed in Qi Yuan's hand. An invitation from Heitian Divine Lord. This invitation came from Heitian Divine Lord. Heitian Divine Lord had probably learned of his breakthrough to the Divine Lord realm and was inviting him to celebrate. If it were anyone else, Qi Yuan wouldn't bother. But last time, he had borrowed Heitian Divine Lord's favor to meet An Nan. I should go, Qi Yuan yawned. Endless divine light cascaded down, and 3,000 divine maidens danced gracefully, their red sleeves swirling, their white arms faintly visible. It was an extremely beautiful scene, but Heitian Divine Lord found it dull and uninteresting. Heitian, I didn't expect you to invest so heavily in this Qi Yuan. Last time, you used your favor with An Nan, and this time, you're even giving him the Tai Ching Yisha original text. You know, even the 11th godchild, Tong Xuan, asked you for this text, and you refused. The speaker was Heitian's sworn brother. The two had been close for nearly an eon, their relationship unshakable. This Qi Yuan, although talented, is still far behind Tong Xuan in terms of accumulation and foundation. From what I know, Tong Xuan has already collected 10 types of divine blood. Even the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations might not be impossible for him. Moreover, he has been at the Divine Lord realm for a long time and has made many preparations. He will undoubtedly attempt to overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations before Qi Yuan. Wouldn't investing in Tong Xuan be more worthwhile than Qi Yuan? Devouring Star Divine Lord spoke, his face filled with confusion. No matter how you looked at it, an established Divine Lord like Tong Xuan was a better investment than someone like Qi Yuan. Although Qi Yuan had broken through from the Divine Kingdom realm to the Divine Lord realm in just over 100 years, for those aiming to overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, the Divine Lord realm was just the starting point. Talent was practically meaningless. No matter how extraordinary one's talent was, without a powerful bloodline or physique, it couldn't be transformed into the foundation needed to survive the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Haitian Divine Lord was unfazed. Tong Xuan is selfish and ungrateful. If I helped him, once he became the crown prince, he might not speak up for me, especially if it meant offending a Tao god. But Qi Yuan's character is upright and fair. If he ever overcomes the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, even if a Tao god intervened, he would still speak up for me. HMPH, Devouring Star Divine Lord snorted. You can't judge a book by its cover. What if he turns out to be another Zonglang Divine Lord? Hearing this name, Haitian Divine Lord's expression changed. Once, he had also befriended Zonglang Divine Lord. He had repeatedly told Devouring Star Divine Lord that Zonglang Divine Lord was loyal and trustworthy, a worthy friend. But when Haitian Divine Lord was in danger, Zonglang Divine Lord had fled without a word. He's different, Haitian Divine Lord said awkwardly. If Qi Yuan heard this, he would probably say, my ghost flame is already parked downstairs. Devouring Star Divine Lord shrugged, picked up his wine gourd, and disappeared. He didn't want to see Qi Yuan. Aside from Haitian, he didn't particularly like the other second-generation nobles. About a few dozen breaths later, Haitian Divine Lord's face lit up with a smile. Brother Qi Yuan, I didn't expect that in just 100 years, you've broken through to the Divine Lord realm. This speed is truly remarkable, even in the mountain of 10,000 gods. This cultivation speed was indeed shocking and would astonish ordinary true gods. But in the eyes of Tao gods and some special divine lords, it was nothing extraordinary. Without overcoming the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, it wasn't worth paying attention to. So, do you need my help with something? I still remember the favor from last time. When do you plan to collect it? Qi Yuan was very direct. Such directness could sometimes be hurtful. But Haitian Divine Lord wasn't offended. Instead, he felt somewhat pleased. However, when he thought of his troubles, his expression darkened. Even a Tao god would find it difficult to bring him peace. Let's not talk about that. Since you've broken through to the Divine Lord realm, I have a gift for you. Haitian Divine Lord took out the Taiching Yisha original text, his face filled with a smile. What's this? Haitian Divine Lord's smile grew wider. You should know that the path forward for a Divine Lord is either to find a divine treasure and break through to the Tao God realm, then face the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, or to face the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations directly as a Divine Lord. Right, Qi Yuan nodded. Divine treasures are limited, and most have already been used by Tao gods. Even the Emperor God probably doesn't have more than 1 or 2 divine treasures left. So the path to breaking through to the Tao God realm is practically sealed. The only hope is to face the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations directly as a Divine Lord. But how difficult is it to overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations? The mountain of 10,000 gods has existed for countless eons, and from ancient times to the present, only 3 people have overcome 1 calamity and 1 tribulation as Divine Lords. 2 of them died in later tribulations. As Haitian Divine Lord spoke, his eyes carried a strange emotion. The odds are low, Qi Yuan sighed. In countless eons, how many Divine Lords in the mountain of 10,000 gods had attempted to overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations? The number was beyond count. Yet, only 1 had succeeded so far. In this great world, fewer than 100 have succeeded in overcoming the calamities and tribulations as Divine Lords. That sounds like a lot. Qi Yuan smiled. As the saying goes, where the enemy can go, I can go too. If others have succeeded, with some effort, perhaps he could too. The Taiching Yisha original text records many methods for dealing with the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. After reading this book, you might find some help in overcoming them. Oh, it seems this book is quite valuable, Qi Yuan said, his eyes filled with curiosity. For almost all God children and true gods with ambition, the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations were an unavoidable topic. It could be said that in this great world, 2/3 of the fallen Divine Lords had died during the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Even with such a high mortality rate, divine lords continued to throw themselves at the three calamities and three tribulations. The three calamities and three tribulations were the nightmare of all living beings. Even Tao gods found it difficult to overcome them, and many had perished during the tribulations. Qi Yuan held the Taiching Yisha original text and began reading it carefully. The so-called three calamities and three tribulations are formless and intangible. People cannot describe or summarize them. Each person's three calamities and three tribulations are different. It could be choking on water, suddenly collapsing from emotional breakdown, or dying from encountering something horrifying. The symptoms and causes of mortal deaths can appear in divine lords, even in Tao gods. The only commonality is that they are calamities and tribulations, capable of killing even the immortal Tao gods. The method with the highest success rate for avoiding the three calamities and three tribulations is. The following words were blank. Qi Yuan looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. Haitian divine lord seemed to understand Qi Yuan's confusion. His eyes carried a strange sorrow. This method is not revealed to the world. Even Tao gods cannot see it. Only powerhouses like the Emperor God know of it. His meaning was simple: this method was monopolized. Aside from powerhouses like the Emperor God, no one else could know of it. In truth, he had some guesses about this method. But he couldn't say it, nor could he express it. Even if he did, perhaps what Qi Yuan heard wouldn't be what he meant. This method was obscured by an inexplicable force. Black-hearted, deserves to be hanged on a lamppost. Qi Yuan couldn't help but curse. He continued reading. The contents of the Taiching Yisha original text were extremely complex. It listed various powerful physiques and bloodlines. According to the book, obtaining various physiques and bloodlines to strengthen oneself and use one's own strength to resist the three calamities and three tribulations was also a method. This was the method chosen by most divine lords. However, the success rate of this method was also very low. According to the book, before it was written, only 15 people in the world had overcome the three calamities and three tribulations using this method. When Qi Yuan flipped to the end of the book, a line of text caught his eye. There are three pure methods in the world, which may allow one to overcome the three calamities and three tribulations. Since the heavenly emperor disappeared, the three pure methods have been lost to the world. Three pure methods. This term couldn't help but make Qi Yuan's imagination run wild. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan looked at the mention of the three pure methods in the text, his expression thoughtful. These three pure methods, could they be something like, one Qi transforming into three pure ones? Qi Yuan asked. In the immortal realm and the mountain of 10,000 gods, he had never heard of anything related to the three pure ones. Although he had occasionally encountered organizations named Three Pure Mountain, Three Pure Sect, or Three Pure Gate, they were nothing like the three pure ones he remembered. Those three seemed to exist only on Blue Star. Of course, he had also once visualized the three pure ones. Could it just be a coincidence? Haitian Divine Lord's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Brother Qi Yuan, have you also heard of the three pure methods? The so-called three pure methods involve condensing three bodies to help one withstand calamities and tribulations. Of course, these three pure methods are not ordinary techniques for creating avatars. After all, the three calamities and three tribulations act on the main body, and avatars or clones cannot substitute for it. By using the three pure methods to condense three true bodies, each can substitute for death 3 times, reducing the calamities and increasing the chances of overcoming the three calamities and three tribulations. Haitian Divine Lord had also investigated the three pure methods, and this was all the information he had gathered. However, since the Heavenly Emperor disappeared, there has been no trace of the three pure methods in the world. There are rumors that the three pure methods are incompatible with the Great Tao and are despised by heaven and earth. Before the Heavenly Emperor left, he took the three pure methods with him. There are also rumors that the three pure methods never existed in the first place. They were either fabricated by some true gods or spread through hearsay. In short, the three pure methods were nowhere to be found. The first method requires becoming a Tao god to know, the third method is elusive and out of reach. The most useful method recorded in this book is the second one, Haitian Divine Lord said. The second method recorded many powerful bloodlines and physiques, as well as the ways these bloodlines and physiques might manifest. These bloodlines and physiques might be extremely diluted, so much so that even a Tao god cannot extract them, or even if extracted, they would be useless. However, we are true gods. As long as beings with these bloodlines and physiques believe in us, we can also obtain their bloodlines and physiques, Haitian Divine Lord explained. Therefore, for as true gods, faith must be fought for. This is a struggle for the Tao. The more faith one has, the more bloodlines and physiques one might possess, the deeper one's foundation, and the greater the chances of overcoming the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Thank you for the information. This book will be of great use to me, Qi Yuan said sincerely. After all, he was now a divine lord and needed to start considering how to overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. As for obtaining a divine treasure to break through to the Tao God realm. First, he didn't have a divine treasure. Second, after breaking through to the Tao God realm, the divine kingdom within him would enter a cycle. Those who believed in him would also fall into this cycle. He didn't like this path. So, it was better to overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations as a divine lord. Returning to his residence, Qi Yuan held the Tai Ching Yisha original text and continued reading. It's strange, the people in the abandoned lands seem to have more special physiques and bloodlines. Is this related to the misfortunes and curses they suffer? Qi Yuan murmured. So, my current foundation is actually much stronger than that of an ordinary divine lord. The only thing lacking is transforming these physiques and bloodlines into my own foundation. It wasn't enough to just have beings with special bloodlines and physiques believe in you. They needed to be transformed. The methods of transformation were hidden within the Tai Ching Yisha original text. This was also one of the most valuable aspects of this book. Bloodline tracing method. This is an ordinary transformation method with several flaws. If modified in 307 million places, its effectiveness can be increased by over 100 times. Body devouring art. This is an ordinary transformation method with several flaws. If modified in 573,000 places, its effectiveness can be increased by over 100 times. The transformation methods recorded here were naturally not the only ones in this great world, nor were they the most effective. But after being modified by Qi Yuan, their effectiveness would likely be top tier. The first method is unknown for now, and the 3 pure methods are still shrouded in mystery. For now, I'll use the second method to improve my strength. The second method, no matter what, could enhance his foundation and strength. Even if not used to overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, it would still be very useful. Spring passed, and autumn arrived. On the mountain of 10,000 gods, a mysterious man walked in. He arrived silently, and not many true gods in the mountain of 10,000 gods noticed. One of the 12 pillars, Tian Mo, personally received him. Fellow Taoist, when do you plan to take He Tian away? If you take him, I'll need to inform Tian Kai. After all, He Tian is Tian Kai's descendant. The mysterious man before Tian Mo was dressed in black, his aura extraordinary, exuding the air of a nobleman. He was clearly a Tao god. It took me 30,000 years to obtain a divine treasure and break through to the Tao god realm. My cultivation is still unstable, and my chances of overcoming the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations are not high. I need to go into seclusion for a while longer to strengthen my foundation before using He Tian to substitute for death and help me overcome the calamities, the mysterious Tao god said indifferently. Pillar Tian Mo nodded, offering some polite praise. Breaking through to the Tao god realm in 30,000 years shows that your foundation is quite solid. The mysterious man smiled. 30,000 years is a bit long. I heard that He Tian has recently been forming a close relationship with a divine lord, constantly investing in him. That person broke through to the divine lord realm in just 100 years. His talent is quite remarkable. Despite saying this, he showed no sign of surprise. The cultivation system of this great world was inherently fast-paced. Pillar Tian Mo's gaze sharpened. Could he be? The mysterious man shook his head. His aura is ordinary. He's not from the same place as me. Perhaps, he's just naturally talented. Although he acknowledged the talent, the mysterious man still didn't care much. What did it matter if someone in this great world was talented? They were still confined to this world, unable to transcend it. In that case, Pillar Tian Mo breathed a sigh of relief, and the wariness he had felt toward Qi Yuan disappeared. A talented individual without backing, in the eyes of these lofty Tao gods, was no different from a weed. Their only use was to die attempting the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, providing these Tao gods with some insignificant experience. Since that's the case, and he's now close to He Tian, should I write a letter to Tian Kai? Pillar Tian Mo said indifferently. Otherwise, with just a few words, Qi Yuan's fate would be decided. The mysterious man smiled. Indeed, this great world was crude. Even after overcoming 2 of the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, Tianmo still lacked a proper Tao heart. Of course, it was also possible that he was putting on an act for the mysterious man. No need. After all, in a way, He Tian and I are connected. Perhaps he could even be considered another version of me. Let him hold on to hope, and be substitute for death for me when the time comes, the mysterious man said softly, magnanimous. As for Qi Yuan, he paid him no mind. Fellow Taoist, you truly are from that place, Tianmo continued to flatter. If I ever have the chance to overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations and go to that place, I hope you will take care of me. The mysterious man nodded, then said, He Tian can only help me overcome 1 calamity and 1 tribulation. There's another He Tian, I wonder if he will come to this great world. Sigh. He sighed, seemingly melancholic. That one. Hearing this, Pillar Tianmo seemed thoughtful. Some time ago, the mountain of 10,000 gods captured someone from the Cosmic Alliance. Fellow Taoist, you could go and ask him if he knows about that He Tian. The mysterious man's expression deepened. That great world is vast. It's not easy to encounter someone from there. And if I do meet him, will he substitute for death for me, or will I die for him? That remains to be seen. We'll have to fight it out. All things in the world are interconnected, with yin and yang, substance and void. This yin-yang Tao body is quite interesting. Qi Yuan casually commented. After breaking through to the Divine Lord realm, many godchildren had sent him gifts. The race with the yin-yang Tao body was a gift from godchild Ha Jin and godchild Shi Shui. It was meant to enhance his foundation. A rather nice gift. Since they're so generous, if they die in the future, I'll give them a larger share of the funeral expenses, Qi Yuan thought to himself. As for the gifts, he didn't accept all of them. Those who had sent him messages with rude or disrespectful tones, he simply ignored. Even if they offered white-haired lawless or golden-haired mature women, Qi Yuan was a righteous man. Back off. Back off. Ha Jin and Shi Shui, at least, had invited Qi Yuan in a polite and friendly manner. Last time, they had even sent him a message warning him that the 11th prince, Tong Xuan, might target him, showing goodwill. This kind of goodwill, even if casually given, Qi Yuan was willing to accept. It's a pity Tong Xuan has already gone to the front lines. Otherwise, I would have gone to ask him if he really plans to deal with me. What if I misunderstood a good person? Qi Yuan muttered. Thinking this, Qi Yuan turned his attention to the chat group. During this time, he had discovered several more abandoned lands. These abandoned lands were all chaotic, with yin and yang reversed, on the brink of collapse. So, Qi Yuan transformed into the world spirit and used the sword of forgetfulness to cut away the dead misfortunes and curses of damnation. What he had expected to be a painful process turned out to be completely painless for Qi Yuan. He even began to suspect that he had set the pain sensitivity in this game to 0. But he clearly remembered pulling out a single hair from a native, and the native had been in great pain. Why call them native? Because during the game's timeline, Qi Yuan had once returned to Purple Fate Heaven. That old guy, Purple Fate Ancestor, had actually married another wife. When Qi Yuan met Horn's sister, they had talked about many things. Qi Yuan had mentioned the term native, but Horn's sister had said, "Didn't you say everyone is equal? Why use such a derogatory term like native? Are you calling them uncouth?" Qi Yuan couldn't quite remember the true meaning of native. Being socially awkward and not good at communication, he couldn't argue with Horn's sister. Of course, later on, Qi Yuan reflected on the discussion and felt he hadn't performed well. He shouldn't have said native. He should have called them indigenous people. Alright, it's time to go to Duke Nair's world, Qi Yuan said indifferently. Over the years, the group had grown larger. He had entered more and more worlds. But he had never had the chance to visit Duke Nair's world. This time, he would finally go. Abandoned lands. In one of the worlds, Zhao Jian's figure descended and then went into hiding. At that moment, a terrifying divine sense swept across the sky, seemingly finding nothing unusual before disappearing. Zhao Jian remained seated quietly, his expression complex. I've finally entered the legendary abandoned lands. On his body, he wore a streamlined silver armor. This armor was similar to what the powerhouses of the Heavenly King Mountain and the Water Star Palace wore. When on missions, it could isolate the curses and misfortunes of the abandoned lands. There are rumors that after the Heavenly Emperor used the heavenly decrees to seal off the abandoned lands, the 3 pure methods were hidden here. I wonder if I'll have a chance to find them. Thinking this, he felt a glimmer of hope. Of course, it was just a glimmer. If the 3 pure methods were so easy to find, the Heavenly King Mountain and the Water Star Palace would have already discovered them. After all, these methods could be used to overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Even Tao gods would go mad for them. Fortunately, I have the fate guidance of the Destiny Tao Lord. Perhaps I can find the 3 pure methods. Zhao Jian thought this, reigniting his hope. Although a Tao Lord skilled in divination had once said that the 3 pure methods didn't exist, or that they might be a trap, Zhao Jian still held on to hope. If he could complete the mission of the Tao Lord, or rather, the Tao God, the benefits would be immense. However, before that, I need to lay low in this world and avoid the detection of the Water Star Palace and the Heavenly King Mountain. Thinking this, Zhao Jian transformed into an ordinary person and headed toward a settlement. In the following days, he lived like an ordinary person in this mortal world. This mortal world had advanced technology. But it was also insane. Zhao Jian clearly saw that many people had horse faces, some had fish fins, or scales like reptiles. Those who looked normal were locked up in buildings, declared sick, and forced to take medication daily. To blend in, Zhao Jian gave himself a pair of wings. Of course, to hide his aura, he stopped using any Tao techniques and lived like an ordinary person. Life became quiet, although sometimes he had to endure the disgust of watching waiters serve a large plate of claws, pretending to eat. Sometimes, he had to watch a chimpanzee's furry legs wrapped in black stockings, twisting and turning on stage, pretending to look at its eyes first, and only when it wasn't looking at him, would he glance at those black stockinged legs. But one day, this peaceful life was suddenly disrupted. On this day, a majestic figure descended from the sky, spanning the heavens and the earth. A voice resounded through the clouds, echoing in everyone's hearts. I am the origin heavenly God. Believe in me, and I will save you from suffering. The voice was enchanting, like divine music. Hearing this, Zhao Jian's expression changed drastically. Oh no, which fool has entered the abandoned lands? This is suicide. If this attracts the attention of the Heavenly King Mountain, what if I get implicated? Zhao Jian was frantic. He hadn't expected to encounter such a low probability event here. The reason the abandoned lands were called the abandoned lands was that true gods did not come here. It was difficult for true gods to enter. Yet, in this world, he had encountered a reckless youth collecting faith. How could he not feel unlucky? I'm done for. How do I get out of this? Should I run? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Zhao Jian's mind was in turmoil, unsure of what to do. Should he run now? If he ran, he would definitely attract the attention of this true god. Wouldn't that just expose him? The Heavenly King Mountain would easily become aware of his presence. He felt like he had walked into a dead end. The only chance of survival was to stay here and play dead. But that would test his luck. If the people from the Heavenly King Mountain discovered him, he would undoubtedly die. My luck is terrible. Such a low probability event actually happened to me. Zhao Jian thought to himself. Even though a Tao Lord had divined for him and given him fate guidance, he still ended up in this situation. Perhaps, my sacrifice will pave the way for others. He could only think this way. Because, under the guidance of fate, he wasn't the only one who had entered the abandoned lands. Sacrificing many to achieve success for one. As long as that person truly found the 3 pure methods, it would be considered a success. After all, the current cosmic alliance was facing both internal and external threats. Although the Tao Lords were incredibly powerful, they were no match for the sheer number of Tao gods. Not to mention, there were also those terrifying Tao gods who had overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Even if the Tao Lords regained their peak strength, they would still avoid such beings. After all, overcoming the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations was a completely different concept. After some thought, Zhao Jian decided to continue hiding and lying low. Meanwhile, in this world, as Qi Yuan's voice echoed across millions of miles, drastic changes began to occur. More and more people chose to have faith in Qi Yuan. At this moment, inside a shopping mall, Qi Yuan sat on a small train, his expression calm. Looking around, the children in front of him looked bizarre. Some had sharp, jagged teeth, densely packed like saw blades, others had tails. Many mutations. Once the mutation is complete, they become food. This world was also cursed. And the nature of the curse made Qi Yuan feel particularly uncomfortable. So, since arriving in this world, he hadn't even touched pig trotter rice, duck leg rice, or his favorite soda. This world was utterly insane. The chicken wings sizzling on the grill, in Qi Yuan's eyes, were actually mutated human wings. Although it was called grilled fish, it was actually deep-fried fish. If you cut open the belly, you could see charred fingers and greasy ears inside. The people of this world are sick, but they don't realize it. Qi Yuan sighed. In the Sky Federation, at least people knew to fear the wraiths and resisted them. But in this world, humans were gradually transforming into ingredients. Once they became ingredients, they would be chopped up and turned into meals. Wives would chop up their husbands and store them in the fridge, mothers would pickle their children. These things were done as if they were completely normal, without any sense of abnormality. The few humans who hadn't mutated were considered sick and locked up in their homes. I told you, the world is sick, but no one believes me. Duke Nair, a young girl wearing a long dress with a lace outer layer, looked up with a determined expression. The world is indeed sick, very sick, Qi Yuan sighed. After coming to the abandoned lands, he had truly witnessed the diversity of life, encountering all sorts of insane and chaotic things. At least you understand me, Vampire Emperor. They're all sick, only I'm not. The girl pursed her lips, then continued, actually, all these years I've been trapped in the house, I haven't been idle. I've been researching the truth of the world, the essence of the world. As she spoke, her face showed a mix of longing and fervor. Oh, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Had he encountered another genius? Duke Nair, what are your insights? Qi Yuan quickly asked. I've discovered that the world is actually a cycle, a loop, Duke Nair said, shocking everyone. Hearing this, Qi Yuan fell into thought. Was Duke Nair a reincarnated Tao Lord? Or was it that this great world was truly filled with prodigies? Meeting a true genius at random. Are we even alive? In truth, we're on the path to death. From the moment we're born, we're walking toward death. Death is the starting point of rebirth. The world is the same. From its beginning, it slowly moves toward destruction. What we're experiencing today has happened before. In the past, I've seen you before. Today's conversation has also happened before. Have you ever felt like, suddenly, something seems to have happened before? Duke Nair spoke, looking seriously at Qi Yuan, her fair hand resting on his shoulder. This morning, I tripped and fell, my hand landing in dog poop. I didn't get up immediately because I felt like, hadn't this happened before? Hearing this, Qi Yuan glanced at the girl's fair hand and secretly cast a cleansing spell on his shoulder. This isn't your imagination. It's a loophole and bug in the world, Duke Nair said seriously. The universe is constantly restarting, in an endless cycle. Where is the past? Where is the future? Tomorrow is the future of today, but on another scale, today is the distant future of tomorrow. Duke Nair spoke with great philosophical depth. A true genius. Qi Yuan couldn't help but praise her, then added, would you be willing to work with me? He had great plans for Duke Nair's brilliant mind. You're the Vampire Emperor, and I'm just a duke. It's only natural for a duke to serve an emperor, Duke Nair replied earnestly. Here's the thing, there's a problem that's been troubling me for a long time, Qi Yuan stated his request. I appoint you as the Grand Steward of Intelligence. Help me figure out, what exactly is the Yang God? This Duke Nair, who wasn't even a cultivator, could see that many universes had entered a cycle. She was a true genius. Helping him figure out what the Yang God was should be simple. Duke Nair frowned, then finally spoke. I will not fail your trust. Meanwhile, Zhao Jian, who was driving the small train, listened to the conversation behind him, his heart trembling. He began to suspect that this true God had discovered him. Soon, he realized it wasn't just suspicion, it was fact. Hey, why don't you have faith in me? At some point, Qi Yuan had appeared in the front seat of the small train. Zhao Jian's thoughts were complex. It seemed trouble was brewing. Fellow Taoist, do you know this is the abandoned lands? Zhao Jian asked. At the same time, he honked the horn. Ahead, a dog was being walked on a leash, while a person was tied up and lying on the ground, blocking the path. I know, Qi Yuan said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhao Jian's heart grew even more panicked. It seemed this true God before him had already been affected by the abandoned lands, his mind becoming chaotic. He had been secretly observing Qi Yuan for a long time today. Clearly, he was seriously ill. Fellow Taoist, staying here will attract the pursuit of true gods, Zhao Jian reminded him politely. How dare they come to kill the Vampire Emperor? Don't they know that in this world, justice will always triumph over evil? Anyone who dares to kill the vampire emperor will become the emperor's accumulation and stepping stone. Duke Nair couldn't help but interject. Qi Yuan found Duke Nair increasingly agreeable. He was lawful good. No matter the story, he would always be the ultimate winner. Of course, those evil NTR and dojins didn't count. Those weren't stories or books. Zhao Jian shrugged, not daring to respond, and instead said, "Fellow Taoist, if true gods come to hunt you, could you please not expose my presence?" He asked tentatively. Since the other party's mind was compromised, perhaps they could still communicate. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel pity. A true god, reduced to madness after entering the abandoned lands. He could easily scheme and manipulate him. Sure, but you'll have to tell me why you're here, Qi Yuan said, looking at Zhao Jian. I came here to escape my enemies, Zhao Jian said. Duke Nair, what kind of person usually lies? Qi Yuan ignored Zhao Jian and asked the girl. The girl quickly replied, generally, those who lie have ulterior motives, though there are a few who lie with good intentions. I didn't sense any good intentions, Qi Yuan said, looking at Zhao Jian with a calm expression. For some reason, being stared at by those calm eyes, Zhao Jian felt a chill down his spine. He had the sense that if he made any move, he could die at any moment. Realizing this, he understood there was no need to hide anymore. Besides, searching for the 3 pure methods wasn't a secret. I came here to find the 3 pure methods. The 3 pure methods? Qi Yuan was surprised. The 3 pure methods are hidden in the abandoned lands. During this time, he had been working hard to improve his strength and foundation. He had absorbed all sorts of messy physiques and bloodlines. But there had been no trace of the 3 pure methods. According to a senior, the 3 pure methods might be hidden somewhere in the abandoned lands. The abandoned lands are so vast. How do you plan to find them? Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask. He felt that the senior Zhao Jian mentioned might as well have said nothing. Qi Yuan could just as easily say the 3 pure methods were in the Great World. The abandoned lands, in terms of scale, might not be smaller than the Great World. Zhao Jian hesitated, recalling the terrifying feeling from earlier, and finally said, the senior gave me a special artifact called the Fate Compass. It will guide me to the 3 pure methods. The Fate Compass was also known as the guidance of fate. Fate was something mysterious and profound. At the Yang God stage, almost all Yang gods believed that fate was a terrifying and dreadful great Tao. But once one reached the Tao Lord realm, fate seemed to become a joke. The world entered a cycle, everything was predetermined, everything was a replay. Who could play with fate? They were merely being played by fate. How about this? I'll help you find the 3 pure methods, and when we find them, we'll share them. Qi Yuan proposed. He was also very curious about the 3 pure methods. First, they might actually be useful. Second, he wondered if these so-called 3 pure methods were related to the 1 Qi transforming into 3 pure ones. Zhao Jian hesitated. He definitely didn't want to team up with Qi Yuan. After all, Qi Yuan was so high profile. The Heavenly King Mountain was probably already keeping an eye on him, waiting for the right moment to strike. But now, he was at Qi Yuan's mercy, his life in Qi Yuan's hands. Zhao Jian looked troubled, but in the end, he decided to be honest. Fellow Taoist, you're probably already being watched by some true gods. They could strike at any moment. If I join you in the search, I might die before we even find anything. You're too timid. I've been in the abandoned lands for over 100 years, and I'm still fine, Qi Yuan said lazily. He didn't seem concerned. Over the past 100 years, true gods had indeed come to cause him trouble. After defeating the small fry, bigger ones would come. After defeating the bigger ones, even stronger ones would appear. After killing so many, no one came anymore. He had been at peace for over 60 years. Hearing this, Zhao Jian was stunned. 100 years. And still alive, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Qi Yuan was a notorious figure on the list? In that mysterious organization, missions were issued daily to hunt down or expel true gods who mistakenly entered the abandoned lands. But there were some troublesome figures who consistently evaded capture or expulsion, earning a place on the list. Some of them could no longer be called true gods, their bodies riddled with terrifying curses, making them untouchable. Thinking this, Zhao Jian's heart raced, and he wanted to stay as far away from Qi Yuan as possible. Even though he wore special armor, he feared it might not fully protect him from the misfortunes and curses. If he got infected, he would be as good as dead. No wonder no true gods had come to hunt the origin heavenly god all this time. He was a notorious monster on the list. This was both good and bad. Fellow Taoist, you should be careful. Every 10,000 years, a Tao god descends to the abandoned lands to eliminate those notorious true gods on the list. The next purge is less than 1,000 years away, Zhao Jian warned. Notorious monsters like Qi Yuan wouldn't be targeted by ordinary true gods. Instead, a Tao god would personally intervene. With the might and power of a Tao god, Qi Yuan would stand no chance. It's fine, there's still time, maybe by then, I'll have already overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Qi Yuan didn't seem concerned. Although he wasn't a match for a Tao god now, there was still plenty of time for him to improve. Hearing this, Zhao Jian realized the origin heavenly god was beyond reasoning with. In that case, I'll take out the fate compass and see if there's any guidance from fate. Zhao Jian resigned himself to his fate. There were some benefits to following a notorious monster. At least, the true gods from the Heavenly King Mountain wouldn't come after him. Thinking this, Zhao Jian took out a compass. The compass was made of special materials like sunstone, frostfire, and mangqi. It radiated the power of fate. Fate is with me, guide me to the 3 pure methods. Zhao Jian immediately activated his Tao techniques, using the fate compass to seek guidance. Normally, such guidance would be faint, at most giving a vague direction, making it extremely difficult to find anything. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The fate compass suddenly burst into intense light. It spun rapidly, faster than the speed of light. Why is the reaction so strong? Zhao Jian's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Could it be, was the 3 pure methods nearby? After about 49 breaths, the fate compass began to slow down. Finally, it came to a complete stop. The direction it pointed to was none other than Qi Yuan. The 3 pure methods are on you. Zhao Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, a mix of joy and confusion flooding his mind. Had he really found the location of the 3 pure methods so easily? Did the 3 pure methods truly exist in this world? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan's gaze fell on the fate compass, his expression calm. You say the 3 pure methods are within me? Qi Yuan asked, surprised. He thought of the forgotten sword. Could it be that the 3 pure methods are within the forgotten sword? He carefully inspected it but found nothing unusual. The fate compass points to you. Zhao Jian looked at Qi Yuan, his thoughts complex. But I don't have the 3 pure methods, Qi Yuan replied earnestly. He truly didn't possess the 3 pure methods. How can that be? Zhao Jian was skeptical, wondering if Qi Yuan had the methods but was unwilling to share them. Of course, it was also possible that the fate compass was wrong. Although the fate compass was created by the Tao Lord, it didn't guarantee absolute accuracy. Even if they're not within you now, they must be deeply connected to you. Zhao Jian said. He was anxious and excited. If he could truly find the 3 pure methods and bring them back to the organization, perhaps they could produce a few experts capable of surviving the calamities. This would give them more confidence in dealing with other forces, rather than being constantly trapped in a precarious situation. The 3 pure methods were crucial. Before coming here, Zhao Jian hadn't even considered that they might find clues to the 3 pure methods. Is that so? Qi Yuan seemed lost in thought. Seeing this, Zhao Jian suddenly thought of something. Perhaps the senior doesn't know the content of the 3 pure methods, so even if he has them, he wouldn't recognize them. The opening lines of the 3 pure methods are as follows. Before heaven and earth took shape, before the sun and moon shone, there was only one breath. These were the opening lines of the 3 pure methods. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was puzzled. One breath transforming into the 3 pure ones. A fellow traveler, or had the Tao ancestor also crossed over to this world? I've never heard of this before, Qi Yuan said. Hearing this, Zhao Jian was disappointed. Qi Yuan's demeanor didn't seem like he was lying. Could it be that the fate compass was malfunctioning? Was it all a mistake? This seemed plausible. If the 3 pure methods truly existed in the world, so many experts would have already found them. How could he have stumbled upon them so easily? Sigh. Zhao Jian sighed deeply. It seemed he had been deluded. After all, when he tried using the fate compass again to locate the 3 pure methods, it showed no reaction. It was likely that the previous indication had been a false alarm. Although I don't have the 3 pure methods, I believe I can create a version of them based on these opening lines, Qi Yuan said seriously, eager to try. Zhao Jian was taken aback. Create a technique. At their level, creating techniques was as easy as drinking water. But the 3 pure methods were different. This was a technique that could allow one to survive the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Even the Tao Lord or the Tao God couldn't create such a method. But considering Qi Yuan's current state, Zhao Jian could only say, I look forward to your good news. Zhao Jian now seemed disheartened. It was as if he had found hope, only to have it turn into despair. Perhaps it would have been better if it had never appeared. Before heaven and earth took shape, before the sun and moon shone, there was only one breath. This is a special passage that can serve as the foundation for creating countless unique techniques. This was the hidden information Qi Yuan's eyes saw. He smiled with delight. Since I haven't obtained the 3 pure methods, why not create my own version? Wouldn't that be the same? Qi Yuan felt this made sense. With his special ability and the opening lines of the 3 pure methods, he could certainly create a method to avoid the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. One breath transforming into the 3 pure ones, 3 avatars to bear the tribulations. No, not avatars, but the true self. This is different from the past and future selves of the young god in the immortal realm. The 3 calamities and 3 tribulations act on the true self, no number of avatars can bear them. However, the hidden information I see each day is different, making it difficult to create the 3 pure methods. Qi Yuan sighed. He still had a vague understanding of the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. But he had some insight into the purpose of the 3 pure methods. He had the result and the starting point. What he needed to do was fill in the middle. Although this process was fraught with difficulties and would take an immense amount of time. Without the special ability to see hidden information, even if this task were given to the Emperor God, he might not be able to complete it in his lifetime. Even for Qi Yuan, creating the 3 pure methods was a daunting challenge. I understand what I'm lacking now. What I lack is a detailed and reasonable plan. Without a plan, without a framework, any endeavor will fail. With this realization, Qi Yuan felt that creating the 3 pure methods had become simpler, no longer an insurmountable task. He had a plan now. If the plan didn't succeed, it would mean the game was against him. Step 1 of the plan: find a place where time flows faster. Step 2. Daily review the opening lines of the 3 pure methods and create the subsequent content. Step 3. Complete the creation. Indeed, with the plan in place, I feel much more secure. No wonder so many people fail in their endeavors in this world. It's because they don't create a detailed plan like I do. With that, Qi Yuan set to work. In the following days, Qi Yuan spent some divine crystals in the 10,000 Gods Mountain and borrowed some from the Haitian Divine Lord to exchange for access to the Mahua Void Realm. One day in the mortal world was 1,000 years in the Mahua Void Realm. Every day, Qi Yuan would look at the opening lines of the 3 pure methods. He would see the hidden information and use it to create the subsequent content. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed in the mortal world. In the Mahua Void Realm, an immeasurable amount of time had elapsed. Qi Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze momentarily dazed. The 3 pure methods, have I finally created them? These are the 3 pure methods, created by you. Perhaps, they can be used to avoid the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Looking at the 3 pure methods he had created, Qi Yuan hesitated. The so-called 3 pure methods involve splitting into 3 versions of myself, no, more accurately, splitting into one version of myself, growing, and then, dying to bear the tribulations. Rather than one breath transforming into the 3 pure ones. More accurately, this technique required Qi Yuan to abandon everything and become a new version of himself. This version would grow, become powerful, and then, die to bear the tribulations. After the first version died, the second would appear, and after the second died, the third would appear. Only after the third version died would Qi Yuan truly reappear, facing a weakened version of the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Interesting. When creating the 3 pure methods, Qi Yuan had drawn inspiration from the past, present, and future selves of the young god. So, the first version of myself in the 3 pure methods, exists in the past. The second version exists in the present, and the third, in the future. So, should I start using the 3 pure methods to avoid the calamities? Qi Yuan hesitated. Once the 3 pure methods were activated, they couldn't be stopped. Only after 3 deaths could he return. Moreover, these weren't avatars but his true self. His true self would lose everything. My special abilities, my divine powers, my skills, all gone. Could I reach the other shore? These weren't the main concerns. The most important thing is that even my brilliant mind, which I rely on for survival, would be gone. Qi Yuan was conflicted. He had always relied on his intellect. What if the first version was a fool? It doesn't matter. After all, I'll die 3 times and then return. If I fail, so be it. There's no real loss. With this thought, Qi Yuan felt it wasn't a big deal. Without his brilliant mind, it would be like his game character going offline and letting an AI take over. The AI would die 3 times, and then he would return. Thus, Qi Yuan returned to the 10,000 Gods Mountain, went to the abandoned land, and even returned to the Immortal realm to make some preparations. After all, he wanted to see what the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations looked like. He also wanted to see what lay beyond the Tao Lord. A year passed. Qi Yuan finished his preparations. He stayed in the abandoned land, his gaze profound. Then, let's begin the 3 pure methods. The first, the past. As Qi Yuan spoke, his body dissipated. In this world, Qi Yuan's presence vanished. Cloud Dream Mountain, towering at a height of 100,000 light years. This mountain was home to countless beings, with various wonders, ruins, and civilizations. At the foot of Cloud Dream Mountain, in the kingdom of Feli, lightning flashed and thunder roared. In the Marquise's mansion, a group of servants was in a frenzy. Inside a room, a woman's painful cries could be heard. Outside, a middle-aged man paced back and forth, visibly anxious. The wind grew stronger, and the rain poured down harder. Outside the Marquise's mansion, 37 men in black robes, armed with swords and knives, stood with murderous intent. Today, they had a mission, to slaughter everyone in the Marquise's mansion. Each of them radiated a killing aura. Their presence was something the ordinary people in the Marquise's mansion couldn't comprehend. Just then, the cry of a baby echoed, and the mansion was filled with joy. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky. At the same time, a notification sounded. On this day, you were born, and a celestial phenomenon occurred. The 37 bandits were struck dead by lightning. You helped the Marquise's mansion avoid a massacre. Time flew by, and the young lord of the Marquise's mansion grew up. He was no different from other children. Average in talent, average in physique, with only his noble birth and good looks setting him apart. The celestial phenomenon at his birth was gradually forgotten. As for the 37 bandits killed by lightning, the Marquis had investigated for a long time but found no answers, so he ordered the matter sealed. From then on, the Marquis wore a subtle look of worry. 5 years later, the Marquise's mansion welcomed a new addition. The young lord now had a younger sister. Life was happy, with a touch of mischief, filled with laughter and joy. But this peaceful happiness was eventually shattered. Your divine nature at birth eventually faded into mundanity. At birth, a celestial phenomenon occurred, killing 37 bandits and saving the Marquise's mansion. But this time, you were no different from an ordinary person. Holding an iron sword, you watched helplessly as your parents were slaughtered, the servants killed, and the maid who doted on you, who dreamed of being your bed warmer, died before your eyes. The rain continued to fall, a steady drizzle. But it couldn't extinguish the raging fire consuming the Marquise's mansion. By the lake, shadows of trees swayed. The young man, covered in blood, his eyes filled with tears, clutched his sword, his breath weak. He hated his own weakness. He hated his average talent. He hated being the only one left alive. No, there's still my sister. The young man's eyes burned with a desire to live. But, revenge, how? Survival alone was difficult. Just then, a shadow appeared beside the young man. Do you want revenge? The young man quickly turned, but he saw nothing, no shadow. I do, even if it costs you everything. The shadow asked. The young man nodded, images of his family's slaughter flashing in his mind. Yes, even if I become a devil, a follower of evil gods, I am willing. Good. The shadow seemed to smile. Then, I want all your emotions. In exchange, I will give you the greatest talent in swordsmanship. The young man hesitated. Without emotions, even if he became strong, wouldn't he just kill indiscriminately? What if he killed his sister? Of course, I'm not so heartless as to turn you into a killing machine. You can keep 3 things, or rather, 3 sentences. For example, like in those stories, you could vow not to harm your sister. The shadow laughed, though there was a hint of mockery in its voice. The young man's expression was grave. Finally, he gritted his teeth and spoke the first sentence. His sister was his only family. No matter what, he would never harm her. What about the second sentence? The shadow asked. I want to live, become strong, and take revenge, the young man said. Losing all emotions, including desire, meant that even with the greatest talent in swordsmanship, he might not cultivate it. As for whether the shadow was lying or toying with him, did it matter? And the third, the young man hesitated, unsure what the third sentence should be. Wealth, continuing the family line, restoring the Marquise's mansion. Or, just then, he felt a strange impulse and spoke. I will always adhere to the principles of order and goodness, protecting the world. This young man wasn't blinded by hatred and a desire for slaughter. Perhaps this was due to his upbringing. Good, the deal is struck. With that, the shadow disappeared. The young man lying by the lake felt as if it had all been a dream. But as he grasped a reed floating in the lake, he felt the world change. From now on, there is no self, only the sword disciple. When he held the sword disciple lost all emotions. He couldn't feel the coldness of the lake water. The deaths of his parents and clan members were like cold images to him. He couldn't feel hunger, pain, or even the desire for revenge. Or curiosity. What drove him were those three sentences. They would be his everything. From then on, the kingdom of Philae had an expressionless sword disciple. No one knew his identity, nor what he sought. No one knew his weaknesses. They only knew he was a true genius in the way of the sword. With an iron sword in hand, he traveled 3,000 miles. In a canyon, he witnessed two armies clashing and comprehended the 7-killing sword technique. Seeing a powerful figure cleave the heavens with a sword, he grasped the heaven-splitting sword technique. Watching flowers bloom and wither, he understood the cycle of reincarnation sword technique. Everything in the world was a sword to him. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Peach petals scattered across the ground. The slender branches of the peach tree curved delicately, resembling a simple ink painting of a landscape, with thin, spindly branches. A burly man clutched his chest, blood streaming down, staining the ground. His face was twisted with a fierce expression. Sword disciple, no matter how strong your swordsmanship talent is, you will never find the culprits who annihilated the Marquise's mansion. You will never get your revenge. With these words, the burly man breathed his last. But before he died, his face still bore a mocking smile. Beside him, Princess Anyang watched with a look of pity. Sword disciple, the trail has gone cold again. Although sword disciple was younger than her by a few years, being near him felt like standing next to a block of ice. Despite his handsome face and strong build, she felt no attraction, only fear that she might be cut down by his sword. Sword disciple remained silent. Princess Anyang continued, could it be that the culprits are from another kingdom? This was the only guess she could make. I'm leaving, sword disciple said, and with that, his figure vanished. Princess Anyang watched his retreating figure, biting her lip. She wanted to chase after him but ultimately gave up. Beside her, a guard spoke up. Princess, should we try to keep sword disciple? With his help, achieving our grand ambitions would be effortless. Princess Anyang shook her head. The kingdom of Philae is not where he belongs. Princess Anyang spoke quickly. In the following days, sword disciple traversed the kingdom of Philae on foot. He continued searching for the culprits behind the massacre of his family and for his younger sister. Unfortunately, even after traveling through the entire kingdom of Philae, venturing into the kingdom of Aoshang, south to the Tianai Desert, and north to the Dishui Mountains, he found no trace of the enemies. Those enemies seemed to have appeared out of thin air, slaughtered the Marquise's household, and then vanished without a trace. The cold wind howled, biting to the bone. Sword disciple, carrying a broken sword, walked alone through the vast snowy wilderness. The world was vast, and he was utterly alone. Just then, sword disciple suddenly stopped. He looked toward the southwest. 500 meters away, an orange flame flickered, accompanied by faint smoke. A woman wrapped in a fox fur cloak sat on the snow, her brows like a painting, her lips exhaling white breath. A red cape was tied around her, and her slender, delicate hands rubbed together. She glanced at sword disciple and raised an eyebrow. Care to join me by the fire? Sword disciple stared at the woman, sensing an inexplicable aura. What's your name? The fox fur-clad woman asked. Sword disciple, he replied tersely. Fitting name, the woman smiled, her expression fox-like. How about becoming my disciple? I can give you what you desire. Sword disciple fell silent for a moment. He seemed to be thinking. But without emotions, thinking became difficult. Only the sword in his hand was something he could trust. Revenge, and finding your sister, the fox fur-clad woman chuckled, seemingly cold. She rubbed her hands together. If you keep wandering here, you'll never find them. Fine, sword disciple agreed. I pay my respects to my master. Though he lacked emotions, he wasn't a fool. The woman's smile widened. She looked at the handsome young man and said softly, "You seem familiar." Sword disciple remained silent. "Have we met before?" The woman continued. She seemed to be a chatterbox. Or perhaps, having been alone for so long, she couldn't help but talk more when she finally met someone. Sword disciple said nothing. His silence was answer enough. At that moment, the woman stood up. The snow piled on her clothes scattered and fell to the ground. Her figure was slender, almost like a delicate bamboo shoot, but with curves in all the right places, giving her a mature, elder sister-like aura. She clapped her hands, and the snowflakes dispersed. "Let me introduce myself. I am Wu Shi." Sword disciple listened and silently committed the name to memory. Wu Shi. For some reason, the name felt familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. I never thought Wu Shi, would have a disciple. I'll have to make good use of you, Wu Shi said, her fox-like eyes filled with delight. Come, disciple, cook a meal for your master. It's been a long time since I've had a proper meal. Indeed, it had been a long time. She couldn't even remember the last time she had eaten. What do you want to eat? Sword disciple asked in a deep voice. Fish, Wu Shi replied, seemingly lost in memories, her gaze distant. Fine, sword disciple said, then turned and left without another word. Hey, Wu Shi called out to the air. Shouldn't you ask your master why I'm reminiscing, why I want fish? Don't you want to hear the story behind it? No, sword disciple's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. HMPH, Wu Shi snorted, though she wasn't angry. She placed her delicate hands over the fire. Perhaps her skin was too pale, as her hands turned slightly red and translucent under the flame's glow. The fish was quickly caught, and sword disciple began to roast it. Soon, the aroma of fish filled the air. Despite the lack of seasoning, Wu Shi didn't smell any fishy odor. For the first time in a long while, her taste buds stirred. Resting her chin on her hand, she stared at sword disciple, lost in thought. You're quite skilled. Her fox-like peach blossom eyes seemed to gaze with deep affection at anyone. Unfortunately, sword disciple had no emotions. He didn't understand what affection was. I hereby appoint you, the Grand Steward of Cooking, my personal chef. Wu Shi spoke as she picked up the fish and began eating with relish. Not bad, your skills are excellent. It's been a long time since I've eaten something so delicious, so satisfying. But I can't eat any more, or I'll get a little belly. Despite her gluttony, Wu Shi knew her limits. Sword disciple watched her finish eating before speaking. Revenge. Sister. His voice was as cold and hard as ever. Wu Shi looked at sword disciple's handsome face. Too cold. Smile a little. Sword disciple hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile. Forget it, better not smile, Wu Shi said, exhaling a white breath. The Marquise's mansion was attacked twice. The first time was when you were born, but a celestial phenomenon occurred, and all the attackers died. Later, there was a second attack. Wu Shi kept her eyes on sword disciple's reaction. Unfortunately, sword disciple remained silent, showing no emotion. Identity, sword disciple said tersely. They are from the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. Sword disciple had never heard of this name. It's normal that you don't know. They are not from Cloud Dream Mountain. Oh, you don't know about Cloud Dream Mountain either. Cloud Dream Mountain is 100,000 light years tall. But Cloud Dream Mountain is just a small hill. Wu Shi spoke as if to herself. The Nine Heavens Divine Palace's target is your sister. Initially, they might have received a request from a client to kill your sister before she was born. But later, another client wanted her taken alive. Wu Shi kept her eyes on sword disciple's reaction. However, sword disciple remained silent. Hey, aren't you going to ask why they wanted to kill your sister, or why they wanted to take her alive? If you beg me, I'll tell you, Wu Shi said, her eyes narrowing, her gaze even more fox-like. It doesn't matter. I just need to take revenge, kill them all, and find my sister, sword disciple replied. So you can say more than 10 words at a time. Wu Shi laughed. But the Nine Heavens Divine Palace isn't something you can just destroy. They have many Tao gods. With your swordsmanship talent, you might be strong, but you can't even leave Cloud Dream Mountain. How do you expect to take revenge? Sword disciple said nothing, only holding his sword. I am your master, so naturally, I will take care of you. As long as you cook for me every day, I'll teach you how to become stronger. Fine. On this day, in the snowy wilderness, Sword disciple gained a master, and Wu Shi gained a disciple. The snow on Cloud Dream Mountain seemed to fall even heavier. Sword light crisscrossed, seemingly piercing the heavens. By becoming Wu Shi's disciple, the trajectory of your life changed. Wu Shi was naturally quiet and disliked public appearances, so you became the sharpest sword in her hand. Your strength grew, your realm advanced, and you drew closer to the 9 heavens divine palace. 10,000 years passed. You fought battles everywhere, finally unifying Cloud Dream Mountain and establishing the Cloud Dream Palace. To defeat the 9 heavens divine palace, you can't do it alone. In the snowy wilderness, pear blossoms scattered. Wu Shi sat on a throne. Below her were 9,999 steps, the distance between the two of them. The orange-yellow lantern light intertwined with the snowflakes, creating a scene both warm and desolate. Sword disciple, clad in black, his features sharp and his jawline elegant, held a sword in his arms, resembling a peerless sword god. When will I be strong enough? Sword disciple asked. Wu Shi narrowed her eyes, her smile enchanting. When you can kill me with a single sword strike, then you'll be strong enough. Sword disciple remained silent. On the throne, Wu Shi continued. The background of the 9 heavens divine palace is far more complex than it appears. Their business is vast, you could say it's the largest business in the world. Wu Shi spoke as if to herself, her tone lonely. Have you heard of the true spirit reincarnation method? Wu Shi asked. Sword disciple shook his head. That is also their handiwork. In this world, there are 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Overcoming them is incredibly difficult. However, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. In this world, all realms can be divided into 3 types. The first is the 1, the beginning, also known as the Yang realm. The second is the 2, the transition, known as the rebirth realm. The third is the 3, known as the Yin realm. In these 3 realms, if one searches carefully, perhaps everyone can find their counterparts. We are in the 2, the rebirth realm. My dear disciple, perhaps in the Yang realm or the Yin realm, there is another version of you. Well, he isn't you, but he can be used to help you avoid the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. The 3 realms are distinct. The Yang realm is the beginning, the origin, the orthodox, possessing all kinds of innate spiritual energy. Everyone is like a god. The rebirth realm is more like a transit point. People from the Yang realm can descend here, and those from the Yin realm can come through the true spirit reincarnation method. As for the Yin realm, it is the 3 that begets all things. Resources are scarce, treasures are rare, and the essence of transcendence is thin. Thus, the path to transcendence for its inhabitants is exceptionally difficult. Your sister came from the Yin realm. Her life was bought by a Tao god, Wu Shi said calmly. Hearing this, sword disciple tightened his grip on his sword. I will go practice my sword. Don't practice. Come eat fish with me. It's been a long time since I've had your fish, Wu Shi said, her face filled with anticipation. The response she received was a cold practice. On the towering palace, Wu Shi watched the slender figure, occasionally coughing. I never thought that after all these years, my injuries still haven't healed. Bright red blood fell to the ground, staining the pear blossoms and snow. My sword is still not strong enough. In the snowy wilderness, sword disciple practiced his sword. Within the Cloud Dream Palace, his prestige was high. He was known as the god of slaughter and the sword fanatic. At that moment, whispers could be heard nearby. Sigh, the Cloud Dream Palace was built by sword disciples' efforts, so why is that woman the palace master? HMPH, that woman is ambitious. She's just using sword disciple. Sword disciple is nothing more than a sword in her hand. Hearing this, sword disciple stopped his sword practice. He looked at the distant figures whispering and said coldly, she is my master. At the mountain peak, Wu Shi heard this and couldn't help but cover her mouth, her fox-like eyes filled with laughter. My disciple still cares about me. Time flowed, and another 100,000 years passed. Wu Shi sat high above, her smile cold and distant. Sword disciple stood before her like a sword. The mountains have been conquered. The Cloud Dream Palace is now the greatest power in the Hongshuan wasteland, sword disciple said indifferently. Behind him, a dozen Tao gods looked at him with deep respect. Over these 100,000 years, Sword Disciple had fought battle after battle, building the vast foundation of the Cloud Dream Palace. He was known as the god of slaughter, but also as a gentle god of slaughter. Though Sword Disciple's face was expressionless, he seemed to care for the world. He never killed innocents. His sword only killed those who deserved it. This earned him the admiration of the Tao gods behind him, though they also found it somewhat ironic. A god of slaughter who was so righteous it was almost sinister. Good, disciple, you've helped your master build such a grand foundation. Come, as a reward, you'll dine with me tonight, Wu Shi said with a smile. However, the Tao gods couldn't tell if she was truly happy. The master of the Cloud Dream Palace was mysterious and enigmatic. Few had ever seen her take action. All they knew was that she must be incredibly powerful. I need to practice my sword, Sword Disciple said, giving Wu Shi a deep look. At his current strength, he was no match for Wu Shi, and thus couldn't seek revenge against the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. Wu Shi's smile froze, and her voice turned cold. This is an order. She seemed genuinely angry. The surrounding Tao gods felt as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss. Realizing what was happening, they quickly excused themselves. At the mountain peak, only the master and disciple remained. Wu Shi's icy demeanor melted away. There were too many people earlier. Your master needs to save face. Her voice became gentle again. Sword Disciple responded indifferently. I'm hungry, Wu Shi said, her face drooping listlessly. You've been away fighting battles all these years. It's been so long since I've had a meal cooked by you. As she spoke, she seemed lost in memories. I really miss the old days, when I wasn't the master of the Cloud Dream Palace, and you. We would eat, sleep, wake up, and eat again. But, those days are gone. She had always been a glutton, especially fond of food. However, aside from the meals Sword Disciple prepared, she wouldn't eat anything else. Perhaps her tastes had been spoiled by him. I'll cook fish, Sword Disciple said flatly. Wu Shi's eyes finally lit up with a smile. She looked at her disciple's back, her gaze seemingly spanning millennia. As if remembering something, she murmured, do you even have a heart? She placed her hand over her chest, where it felt empty. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The present game, 10,000 Gods Mountain. Haitian Divine Lord's eyes were filled with worry. He had just received news that the person who had pre-ordered him had arrived at the 10,000 Gods Mountain. At this moment, he was especially anxious. After all, once that person came to claim him, he would undoubtedly die. I thought I still had several epochs of time left. I never expected it to be so close. The reason he had held on to hope and invested was that he believed there was still enough time. The friends he had made still had enough time to grow. But now, that person had arrived, and his time was running out. He stood outside a mountain, waiting patiently. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Yi walked out. Haitian Divine Lord, my lord has been in seclusion and it's unclear when he will awaken. Hearing this, Haitian Divine Lord was disappointed. He said, when Qi Yuan emerges from seclusion, tell him that the debt he owes me is now settled. Feng Yi's expression changed. Settled. At their level, any debt or favor was a matter of karma. To transcend and progress, these karmic ties needed to be resolved. Haitian Divine Lord's words carried immense weight. Not paying attention to Feng Yi's expression, Haitian Divine Lord cupped his hands and left. About 3 breaths later, a voice echoed in Haitian Divine Lord's ears. All plans become meaningless in the face of absolute power. The speaker was Haitian Divine Lord's friend, the Star Devourer Divine Lord. Haitian Divine Lord's expression was neither sad nor happy. Star Devourer, you should leave too. Staying close to me now is not a good idea. The Star Devourer Divine Lord looked at Haitian Divine Lord and finally said, if one day I obtain a divine treasure and use it to become a Tao God, I will definitely seek justice for you. As for becoming a spirit god by overcoming the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations as a divine lord, he had no confidence. His only hope lay in obtaining a divine treasure. After all, even the most mediocre divine lord could leap to the level of a Tao god by obtaining a divine treasure. This was the terrifying power of divine treasures. There were rumors that divine treasures were formed from the primordial laws of the great world at its inception. By devouring a divine treasure, one could master a great Tao and become a Tao god. However, divine treasures were limited in number, and it was almost impossible to find one outside the control of powerful forces. Even if one appeared, it would be immediately seized by Tao gods. For a rogue cultivator like the Star Devourer Divine Lord, obtaining a divine treasure was nearly impossible. Cloud Dream Mountain. The fish emitted a faint aroma, the flames flickered, and the red stove melted the snow, leaving nothing behind. Wu Shi sat casually, her bare feet resting on a long chair covered with fox fur. Her slender legs were tucked under her, and her snow-white, rounded calves peeked out from under her skirt. Only when she was with Sword Disciple did she let down all her guard, enjoying the delicious food. "Why are you always so cold? Learn to smile like me," Wu Shi said, looking at the icy Sword Disciple. Her fox-like face, paired with her peach blossom eyes, exuded a deep, enchanting charm. Sword Disciple held his sword, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance. He looked at his lofty master and asked inexplicably, "What do you want to do?" After receiving the divine treasure bestowed by Wu Shi, Sword Disciple had finally stepped into the realm of a Tao god, becoming the sharpest sword in the Cloud Dream Palace. His swordsmanship was indescribable, transcending all. With his sword in hand, even ordinary Tao gods were no match for him. Over the years, he had built an unparalleled foundation for Wu Shi. But rumors and gossip also spread within the Cloud Dream Palace. The world said that the Cloud Dream Palace master, Wu Shi, was a fox demon who used her charms to control Sword Disciple, exploiting him. Using him as a sharp sword to clear obstacles and satisfy her ambitions. But Sword Disciple knew that his sword could not rival his master, Wu Shi. The world said that Wu Shi was ambitious. Sword Disciple believed these were just rumors. Wu Shi was momentarily stunned. Snowflakes fell on her red fur coat, melting away and leaving only faint water spots. "Disciple, after all these years, this is the first time you've shown concern for me." Wu Shi's smile was enigmatic. This disciple of hers seemed indifferent to everything in the world. The only thing he cared about was. This was the first time he had asked her what she wanted to do. "Me." Wu Shi gracefully stood up, her slender figure visible under the large red feathered cloak. Standing at the peak of Cloud Dream Mountain, she looked down upon all living beings. "I not only want to be the master of Cloud Dream Mountain, but also the master of the Hengshuan Wasteland, and even the master of the Zhou Mountain world. I want to stand on the highest point of Forget Zhou Mountain." Her voice was cold, carrying an air of pride and authority. At this moment, she was not the lazy woman who sneaked fish, but a lofty empress. "Oh," Sword Disciple responded indifferently. He wasn't interested. Or rather, without emotions, he was indifferent to everything in the world. "Your strength continues to grow. In the Zhou Mountain world, Sword Disciple is also known as the Sword Butcher. Tao gods dare not contend with you, and major forces avoid you like rats. Your strength is skyrocketing, and everything in the world can be transformed into the sword in your hand. You feel that your strength is sufficient, enough to defeat your master, Wu Shi. So, you prepare to challenge Wu Shi. Once you defeat her, you can take action against the Nine Heavens Divine Palace and bring your sister back. But, disciple, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace has returned your sister to you." Wu Shi's face carried an enigmatic smile. It seemed she was happy for Sword Disciple. On this day, Sword Disciple met his sister after a separation of millions of years. He was not happy, or rather, he had long since lost his emotions. His sister wore a yellow silk dress with a white gauze outer robe. She was delicate and lovely, looking timidly at Sword Disciple. Her eyes seemed curious about this brother she had never met. "You haven't seen each other for a long time. Take some time to get acquainted and reconnect." After saying this, Wu Shi's figure drifted away, disappearing. Only Sword Disciple and his sister remained. His sister said that she had lived well in the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, and that all the enemies who had slaughtered the Marquise's mansion were dead. His sister kept talking about her past, and Sword Disciple listened quietly. His sister seemed very patient and did not lose her desire to share despite Sword Disciple's cold reaction, chattering on. Finally, Sword Disciple looked at his delicate and beautiful sister and said softly, "From now on, I will protect you." This was one of the 3 sentences engraved in his heart. It was because of these 3 sentences, like anchors, that he did not lose himself in the slaughter and the sword. "I love you the most, big brother," the girl seemed to cheer, hugging Sword Disciple's arm, her full chest pressing against him. She seemed to realize something and quickly let go, her face flushing red. At the peak of Cloud Dream Mountain, the snow fell in clusters. The woman in red couldn't help but curse under her breath, "Scheming girl." She had no issue with Sword Disciple's sister, she simply didn't like her. She really wanted to cut her down with a sword. However, that was someone her disciple was protecting. She looked at the clouds under the falling snow. Someone, keep an eye on Yu Zhao, forget it. Then, Wu Shi waved her sleeve, and the clouds dispersed. She had more important things to do. A million years passed in the blink of an eye. On Forget-Zhou Mountain, several mysterious figures stood. The Cloud Dream Palace Master's origins are mysterious. What is her true identity? Unfortunately, with that sword butcher around, we've never seen her make a move. We don't know her true strength or how many tribulations she has overcome. That sword disciple's identity is also quite mysterious. Sword disciple is nothing to worry about. What we need to be wary of is the Cloud Dream Palace Master. She is too mysterious. No matter how mysterious she is, as long as she doesn't provoke us, her mystery will remain intact. Sword disciple is strong, but he's only comparable to a first tribulation Tao god. HMPH, today he dared to barge into the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. He's seeking death. How is Yu Zhao doing? Has she not yet won over Sword Disciple? If Sword Disciple were to work for us, our chances against the Cloud Dream Palace Master would be much higher. Yu Zhao says that Sword Disciple is detached from worldly desires. It seems there's no one in this world he cares about. Doesn't he care about her? Tell her to hurry up and win him over. At their level, gender, morality, and emotions meant nothing. In their eyes, Sword Disciple had a weakness, his obsession. His sister was his obsession, his weakness. In the palace, fiery red maple leaves covered the ground. Cough. Sword Disciple coughed, the sound echoing in the empty palace. Big brother, I've come to see you. Yu Zhao, wearing a thin gauze robe, hugged Sword Disciple from behind, her brows furrowed, looking pitiful. Sword Disciple responded indifferently. This time, after forcefully barging into the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, Sword Disciple had suffered serious injuries. The Palace Master is still in the Cloud Dream Palace, Yu Zhao said, her voice carrying a hint of something, much like the movement of her chest. Seeing that Sword Disciple showed no reaction, Yu Zhao continued, I'm just stirring the pot. I can't stand her. Big brother, you've worked so hard for her, suffered such severe injuries, and she doesn't even bother to come see you. Yu Zhao grew angrier as she spoke, clearly dissatisfied with Wu Shi. Sword Disciple's gaze was calm. She is my master. What does the master want to do? He didn't know. Whether the master cared about him or not was also unimportant. At this moment, Yu Zhao's hand seemed to intentionally move downward, her snow-like face flushing slightly. I need to practice my sword, Sword Disciple said indifferently. Yu Zhao was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and stomped away. In the palace, only Sword Disciple remained. His face showed neither sadness nor joy, and his voice was mechanical. How can I become stronger? This was also one of the 3 sentences. The sword swung continuously, the great Tao shattered and then reformed. His strength continued to grow. Unfortunately, he always felt that the progress was too slow. After an unknown amount of time, a Tao god approached. Sword Butcher, the Palace Master has ordered you to pacify the Tianyuan wasteland. He was Sword Disciple, but everyone called him the Sword Butcher. This Tao god's expression was hesitant, as if he felt it was unfair to Sword Disciple. Oh, Sword Disciple responded indifferently. The Tao god lowered his head and finally said, your injuries haven't healed yet. Starting a war now is probably unwise. At this point, the Tao god also showed resentment. The Cloud Dream Palace spans 2 wastelands, and this foundation was built by you, Sword Butcher, with your sword. Has the Cloud Dream Palace Master shed a single drop of blood? Has she contributed in any way? The Tao god grew more agitated as he spoke. Finally, he looked at Sword Disciple. If you, Sword Disciple, wish it, we are willing to follow you as our master, to have you lead the Cloud Dream Palace. This was also the wish of the other Tao gods. After all, Sword Disciple's contributions were visible to all. What about Wu Shi? She reaped the benefits without lifting a finger. Sword Disciple listened calmly, though it was unclear if he was truly paying attention. I will go see my master. He wanted to ask his master some questions. Space shifted, and in one step, he moved from autumn to winter. The fiery red maple leaves turned into pure white snow. In the Cloud Dream Palace, the woman in red seemed to be murmuring to herself. The peak of Cloud Dream Mountain was always covered in snow, and it had been snowing for a long time. Year after year, the snow fell, but it grew lighter each time. The world was a vast expanse of white. At this moment, Wu Shi turned her head and looked at the figure approaching through the snowstorm. She revealed a bright and delicate face. You don't want to wage war on the Tianyuan wasteland? Wu Shi asked softly. No, why have you come here? Looking at Wu Shi, Sword Disciple's expression was enigmatic. Tens of thousands of years ago, he had thought he could surpass his master. But as his strength grew, he found that he could no longer see through Wu Shi. Nor could he understand her. With master's strength, if you were to personally take action, you could quickly pacify the Tianyuan wasteland. Why don't you act yourself? Sword Disciple, based on his understanding of Wu Shi, voiced the doubts of the other Tao gods. Wu Shi smiled. I cannot leave the Cloud Dream Palace. Why, I am waiting for someone here, Wu Shi said, looking into Sword Disciple's eyes. Who are you waiting for? Sword Disciple's eyes were clear. I am waiting for a sword that can free the world from suffering. Have you found it? Sword Disciple asked. Wu Shi's face showed a hint of reminiscence. Forget Zhou Mountain has not yet broken. Perhaps, I have not found it. She added silently in her heart. Sword Disciple's expression changed slightly. Forget Zhou Mountain was the core of the Zhou Mountain world. If Forget Zhou Mountain were to break, the Zhou Mountain world would collapse, and countless lives would be lost. This went against his principles of order and goodness. Wu Shi looked at Sword Disciple and said seriously, it will come. Her memories told her that she would see that sword. After bidding farewell to Wu Shi, Sword Disciple walked alone, with only his sword for company. Over the course of 100,000 years, he pacified the Tianyuan wasteland. From then on, the Zhou Mountain world had 3 of its 7 wastelands under the control of the Cloud Dream Palace. Rumors and gossip continued to spread. The Cloud Dream Palace master is ambitious and seeks to unify the Zhou Mountain world. Are we to simply bow before her? Damn it, that Sword Disciple is aiding and abetting her, willingly acting as her executioner. HMPH, calling himself righteous. Is this righteousness? Many whispered complaints. About the Cloud Dream Palace master, about Sword Disciple. It seemed that, for a time, they had become the targets of public criticism. However, using words as weapons of criticism was futile. Over the next million years, Sword Disciple's strength continued to grow. His sword was almost a manifestation of the Tao. Ordinary Tao gods were no match for him. In just a million years, the entire Zhou Mountain world had only one voice. That of the Cloud Dream Palace. And Sword Disciple was known as the #1 Tao god. Even the 9 Heavens Divine Palace treated Sword Disciple with respect. After all, they still needed to do business in the Zhou Mountain world. Kill Sword Disciple, they were confident they could. But, the Cloud Dream Palace master was too mysterious. No one knew her true depth. If anyone did, it was likely only Sword Disciple. Master, are you still waiting for that sword? Sword Disciple held his sword, his voice as cold as ever. Over the years, he had noticed that his master had become increasingly sleepy and gluttonous. However, she would only eat what he prepared. Wu Shi said as she ate fish, her voice colder than before. Now, although the Zhou Mountain world was unified, the two of them met more often. But their relationship, in the eyes of outsiders, had grown colder. Wu Shi rarely smiled in front of Sword Disciple. Sword Disciple knew, based on what his sister Yuzhao had said. This was the aloofness of a ruler. Have you found it? No, Wu Shi said indifferently. When Forget Zhou Mountain breaks, perhaps I will find it. Master, if Forget Zhou Mountain breaks, the Zhou Mountain world will collapse. I hope you do not make a mistake, Sword Disciple said coldly. He remembered Yuzhao's words and the hints from some Tao gods. Over the years, as the Zhou Mountain world was unified, Wu Shi seemed to have been setting up something within the world. There were rumors that Wu Shi intended to overthrow the Zhou Mountain world. He had also discovered some of Wu Shi's arrangements. Disciple, are you teaching me how to do things? Wu Shi looked at Sword Disciple coldly. This was a look Sword Disciple had never seen before. Without emotions, he showed no reaction. He looked deeply at Wu Shi and said indifferently, there is plenty of food here, enough for you for 100,000 years. After saying this, Sword Disciple turned and left. In the Cloud Dream Palace, only the lonely Wu Shi remained. She looked at the increasingly light snow and murmured. Now, even you won't listen to me. Although she was nominally the palace master of the Cloud Dream Palace. All the Tao gods revered Sword Disciple. Her orders did not leave the palace. She had truly become a loner. I'm cold, I'm hungry. Yesterday, I watched the snow fall in clusters. Today, I watch the snow fall lightly. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The snow atop Cloud Dream Mountain grew lighter, and the temperature at the summit gradually rose year by year. Yet, Wuxi's aura grew even colder. It was as if the chill had transferred to her. In the days that followed, Wuxi remained at the peak of Cloud Dream Mountain, waiting for the sword that never came. Sword Disciple no longer visited the peak. One day, a woman in a yellow dress looked at the snow-covered world before her, her eyes filled with triumph. You like snow, don't you? From now on, Cloud Dream Mountain will never see snow again. She had sought out a Tao god to perform a divine technique, ensuring that Cloud Dream Mountain would never again be covered in snow. What is the true identity of the Cloud Dream Palace Master? Why is she making arrangements on Forget Zhou Mountain? In the Zhou Mountain world, several Tao gods murmured among themselves. They were deeply wary of Wuxi, who had never once made a move. Sword Disciple's sword is growing stronger and stronger, one Tao god whispered. Originally, Sword Disciple was strong, but they hadn't paid much attention to him. His strength had a clear trajectory. Wuxi was the true enigma. However, in recent years, Sword Disciple's rate of improvement had been astonishing. For Tao gods like them, who had achieved their status through divine treasures, improving their strength was incredibly difficult. They needed to overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Yet, Sword Disciple, who had not undergone any tribulations, was still growing stronger. His sword had become even sharper than before. Sword Disciple is nothing to fear. Oh, Yu Zhao says that Sword Disciple has a flaw. She tried to harm him subtly, and he didn't resist. Really? Another Tao god exclaimed in surprise. The world was vast, and anything was possible. Perhaps the bond between Sword Disciple and his sister was deeper than anyone realized. His sister is the most important person in his heart, like a divine law. Originally, we arranged for Yu Zhao to seduce him, but that failed. Who would have thought there would be such progress? For beings at their level, morality had long ceased to exist. Lust was insignificant, merely a casual move in a game. If it worked, great, if not, no harm done. With Sword Disciple's weakness in our hands, he's no longer a concern. The only thing we need to worry about is Wuxi's identity and her intentions. We've made some progress in our investigation. We're still confirming. The voices fell silent. In a chaotic space. Sword light streaked like meteors, shattering the space. A man in blood-stained robes appeared, carrying a sword on his back. He held a piece of jade in his hand, his expression devoid of emotion. Devouring primordial body, devouring the Zhou Mountain world. He stood there for an unknown amount of time. Finally, he crushed the piece of jade and vanished. Big brother, why were you gone for so long? Yu Zhao ran over, hugging Sword Disciple's arm. She looked at his face, trying to discern something. But she saw nothing. I was delayed, Sword Disciple replied curtly. At this moment, Yu Zhao seemed to remember something and whispered, Big brother, Sister Wuxi has been very lonely at the peak of Cloud Dream Mountain. So, I sent a few maids to take care of her. But those maids noticed that Sister Wuxi has disappeared several times. A Tao god stationed at Forget Zhou Mountain secretly told me that Wuxi's presence has been detected there. If the maids could see Master leaving, they must be extraordinary, Sword Disciple said indifferently. In the past, Yu Zhao would have turned pale with worry upon hearing this. But over the years, she had been testing Sword Disciple's limits. Her cheap older brother truly had no emotions. Even toward his master, he was indifferent. Most importantly, no matter what she did, Sword Disciple would never harm her and would do his best to fulfill her requests. Big brother, aren't you curious about what Palace Master Wuxi is really up to? Yu Zhao changed the subject. By now, Sword Disciple had learned that Wuxi had a devouring primordial body. The term, devouring primordial body, naturally invited speculation. Oh, I'm not curious, Sword Disciple replied. Yu Zhao felt as if she had punched cotton. She looked at Sword Disciple and finally said, Big brother, your sister is craving something delicious. I want you to cook for me. Add some blood. Yu Zhao loves your taste. At the peak of Cloud Dream Mountain, Yu Zhao clapped her hands, and a lavish feast was dumped onto the snowy ground. Disgusting. It's way too salty, and the bloody smell wasn't even handled properly. She was tall and carried herself with the arrogance of a spoiled young lady. After dumping the food, she glanced provocatively toward the peak of Cloud Dream Mountain. However, the place remained cold and desolate, as if no one was there. But soon, Yu Zhao narrowed her eyes and smiled happily. Because in front of her, a lonely figure appeared. Wu Shi, clad in red fur, was the only splash of color in the vast whiteness of Cloud Dream Mountain's peak. Wasting food is not good, Wu Shi's voice betrayed no emotion. Yu Zhao grew even more smug. If it's not tasty, I'll just throw it away. How is that wasting food? In a moment, Big Brother will make me an even more sumptuous meal. Childish, Wu Shi's voice was cold and indifferent. Yu Zhao may be childish, but she has never thought of harming others, nor has she caused panic in the Zhou Mountain world. Sister Palace Master may not be childish, but everyone fears her like a snake or scorpion, Yu Zhao said, puffing herself up. Sometimes, it's better to be childish. At least, Big Brother loves me the most. She said this like a proud princess. Wu Shi's gaze fell to the snow-covered ground, now marred by dirty footprints. The exquisite dishes lay scattered, with a hint of blood mixed in. This was the blood sword disciple had added to the food. Noticing Wu Shi's gaze, Yu Zhao became even more provocative. He's my big brother. He's willing to do anything for me. It's just that his blood has such a strong, bloody smell. Wu Shi remained silent. At this moment, Yu Zhao suddenly leaned in. Big brother already knows you're a devouring primordial body. Oh, Yu Zhao was met with Wu Shi's indifferent, oh. With that, Wu Shi's figure vanished. Along with her, the scattered food also disappeared. What you treasure, I treat as trash. After saying this, Yu Zhao also left the Cloud Dream Palace. About a quarter of an hour later, a pitiful voice sounded. Big brother, Sister Palace Master is jealous of me. She knocked over the food you made for me. Sword Disciple fell silent for a moment. Finally, he asked, what is jealousy? After asking this question, he felt a sense of disorientation. Because in the past, aside from the 3 anchors in his heart, he had seemed indifferent to everything in the world, including his master, Wu Shi. The undercurrents finally surfaced. In the past, Sword Disciple would hear the murmurs of Tao gods every day. Wu Shi wants to destroy the world. Wu Shi wants to devour the Zhou Mountain world. Sword Disciple had paid no attention. Or rather, he had been focused on growing stronger. But now, no Tao god dared to speak such words to him. Because Wu Shi had merged Forget Zhou Mountain with Cloud Dream Mountain. A decree now lay before Sword Disciple. Disciple, I wish to become the true ruler of Zhou Mountain. Help me. Those who submit will prosper, those who resist will perish. As Sword Disciple looked at this decree, he fell into deep thought. However, the panic in the Zhou Mountain world was real. Most importantly, when Wu Shi merged Forget Zhou Mountain with Cloud Dream Mountain, 7 Tao gods couldn't resist and attacked. Facing the combined assault of 7 Tao gods, Wu Shi displayed terrifying power, easily injuring 4 and forcing the other 3 to retreat. Only then did the world realize that the Cloud Dream Palace Master was the strongest in the Zhou Mountain world. Even Sword Disciple, with his illustrious achievements, seemed inferior to his master. The Zhou Mountain world must unite. Forget Zhou Mountain cannot be lost. The Cloud Dream Palace Master is a demon. She is a devouring primordial body. She will devour Forget Zhou Mountain and then the entire Zhou Mountain world to empower herself. The ambitions of the Cloud Dream Palace Master were now clear. All the powerful beings had to unite to face this apocalyptic threat. At this moment, a divine decree descended from the 9 Heavens Divine Palace. If Sword Disciple slays Wu Shi and resolves the crisis in Zhou Mountain, the Heavenly Emperor is willing to take him as a disciple. This decree made all the Tao gods envious. The Heavenly Emperor was the master behind the 9 Heavens Divine Palace and its greatest support. This powerful being resided not in the rebirth realm but in the Yang realm. Even ancient monsters who had overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations would bow their heads before the Heavenly Emperor. Such a terrifying figure had turned his gaze to the insignificant Zhou Mountain world. After all, the Zhou Mountain world didn't even have a single being who had overcome all 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Facing the envoy from the 9 Heavens Divine Palace, Sword Disciple responded. I will protect Zhou Mountain, but becoming the Heavenly Emperor's disciple, I decline. Hearing this, all the Tao gods were shocked, some even stomping their feet in frustration. The 9 Heavens Divine Palace's influence extended far beyond the Zhou Mountain world. There were even rumors that they had connections in the Yin realm. If Sword Disciple had become the Heavenly Emperor's disciple, wouldn't he have been able to use the 9 Heavens Divine Palace to find another version of himself in other worlds, allowing him to avoid tribulations? He might even have overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. Yet, Sword Disciple had refused. Was this his pride? Did he not realize the opportunity he had missed? The entire Joe Mountain world was in turmoil. The Cloud Dream Palace Master sat atop Cloud Dream Mountain, her aura so profound that no one dared approach. Other Tao gods either gathered around Sword Disciple, hoping to stop the Cloud Dream Palace Master from devouring the world, or aligned themselves with the 9 Heavens Divine Palace, plotting new schemes. Some simply fled. In the 9 Heavens Divine Palace, Sword Disciple actually rejected the Heavenly Emperor's decree. No one in this world has ever refused a divine decree. How ungrateful. Whether the Joe Mountain world is destroyed or not doesn't matter. Forget Joe Mountain cannot fall. It is a crucial node. However, as soon as these words were spoken, a deafening crash echoed. The mountain crumbled, the sky bled golden light, and the land was left in ruins. Forget Joe Mountain has fallen. Forget Joe Mountain is gone. Cloud Dream Mountain is also destroyed. All the Tao gods were horrified. No one had expected the Cloud Dream Palace Master to act so soon, toppling Forget Joe Mountain. The towering Forget Joe Mountain, spanning countless light years, had collapsed onto Cloud Dream Mountain. The spine of the earth was broken, the bones of the mountains turned to dust, and the cries of countless souls echoed endlessly. The Tao gods were filled with fear, hesitation, and uncertainty. Since Forget Joe Mountain has fallen, this place has no more value, a Tao god from the 9 Heavens Divine Palace declared. Thus, on this day, many Tao gods followed the 9 Heavens Divine Palace and left the Joe Mountain world. Others turned their anger toward Sword Disciple. If you hadn't aided and abetted her, how could Wuxi have toppled Forget Joe Mountain? If you had stopped her earlier, such a catastrophe would never have happened. Sword Disciple gripped his sword, remaining silent. Of course, these voices only grew loud at first. When Wuxi had been a White Lotus, harmless and innocent, everyone had accused her of wanting to destroy the world, slandering her. But now that she had truly toppled Forget Joe Mountain and displayed her overwhelming power, baring her fangs, those who opposed her grew fewer. In fact, many Tao gods now gathered around Wuxi, honoring her as the Cloud Dream Palace Master. Just as they had once gathered around Sword Disciple. After all, with the Joe Mountain world in ruins and countless lives lost, they, as Tao gods, could remain untouched. The fate of the masses meant nothing to them. The once deserted Cloud Dream Palace became lively again. In contrast, Sword Disciple was left alone. Lord Sword Disciple, you are, after all, the Palace Master's disciple. Since she intends to devour the Joe Mountain world, we ask that you continue to serve her, a divine lord urged. This was the same divine lord who, when Wuxi had not yet revealed her true power, had advised Sword Disciple to imprison or even kill her. Now, he had switched sides. Such was the unpredictability of the world. Lord Sword Disciple, put down your sword. The Cloud Dream Palace Master still values the bond between master and disciple. You remain the sharpest sword in her hand. Facing these voices, Sword Disciple remained unmoved. Since the fall of Forget Joe Mountain, he had not seen his master, and Wuxi had not come to see him. It was like the last time, when he had prepared 10,000 years worth of food for her and then never visited her again. Was it a grudge, or something else? The voices outside meant nothing to him. Grow stronger, be kind, protect my sister. He murmured, his sword flowing like fire, yet cold as snow. Kindness, kindness. Why did Master do this? Since obtaining this unparalleled talent in the sword, this was only the second time he had truly felt doubt. The first was when he asked, what is jealousy? This time, he wondered, why did Master do this? He didn't understand. He didn't want to see Cloud Dream Mountain shattered, countless lives lost. All of this was caused by his master. Why did she do this? His doubts came to an abrupt end 3 years later. A broken body lay in the hala. It was Yu Zhao's corpse. His sister, one of the 3 anchors in his heart, was dead. Killed by Wuxi, his heart felt empty. Was it because of his sister's death, or because his master had killed her? The peak of Cloud Dream Mountain, which had not seen snow for a long time, was once again covered in snow. Along with the snow, pear blossoms fell. Cloud Dream Mountain was broken, but the Cloud Dream Palace remained intact. On the 9,900 steps, the world was blanketed in white. At the summit, a woman in red fur caressed a warming stove, a smile in her eyes. When it snows on Cloud Dream Mountain, I know, it's you who has come. At the base of the 9,900 steps, Sword Disciple looked up at the woman he knew so well. His eyes were as calm and indifferent as ever. He didn't understand his master, didn't understand Wu Shi. Just as the distance between them was measured in steps, he couldn't fathom Wu Shi's heart, and she seemed unable to reach his. Shouldn't you say, Master, I need an explanation? Wu Shi smiled. Master, you shouldn't have toppled Forget Joe Mountain, shouldn't have caused the deaths of countless lives, shouldn't have killed my sister, Sword Disciple said, looking up at the cold woman standing so high above, as if she were in the clouds. Sometimes, death is not the end. Perhaps, life is the true suffering. I killed them to free them from their suffering. Wu Shi spoke indifferently. At this moment, she truly embodied the aura of a world-destroying demon. As if the only thing awaiting all living beings in this world was suffering, and death was liberation. She was doing a good deed, pulling people out of their misery. Sword Disciple remained silent, simply looking at his master. After an unknown amount of time, the snow grew tired and stopped for a while. The world was covered in white, and snow piled on their shoulders. Master, are you still waiting for that sword? Sword Disciple asked. Wu Shi's smile was as enchanting as peach blossoms, yet as pale as pear blossoms. Yes, can my sword replace that sword? As soon as he finished speaking, his sword flashed like snow. End of the Sword Disciple Aka. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. At the southern foot of Yi Mountain, tender green grass sprouted new shoots. The mountain air was still damp from the rain, but the grass had already dried, bathed in the warm, golden sunlight. A young man lay on the grass, chewing on a blade of dogtail grass, one hand shielding his eyes from the sun. In the Cloud Dream Palace, Sword Disciple and the Cloud Dream Palace Master clashed, shattering mountains and rivers. That night, the snow fell heavily, and the laws of the Great Tao crumbled. In terms of strength, Sword Disciple was naturally no match for the Cloud Dream Palace Master. After all, when a master teaches a disciple, they always hold back a few tricks. Master, would you hold back tricks from me? A little girl asked, tilting her head as she gently pounded the young man's shoulders with her small fists. Am I that kind of person? Besides, what's the point of holding back? In the end, Sword Disciple still unleashed his full potential, striking down the Cloud Dream Palace Master with a single sword strike, thus, saving the Joe Mountain world. However, this strike drained Sword Disciple's life force, and both he and his master perished. That's so tragic, Master. Where are they buried? I want to sweep their graves. The little girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. PFF'd, you don't want to sweep their graves. You're just after their burial treasures. The young man didn't hold back. The little girl wasn't offended, just giggled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. The young man continued, but who would have thought that Sword Disciple, the scoundrel, grew stronger with each battle, his sword reaching a state of selflessness. In the end, he even transformed into a supreme sword, slaying the Cloud Dream Palace Master. Thus, the demon was vanquished, peace was restored, and the people rejoiced. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes gleamed with greed. Did Sword Disciple turn into a divine treasure sword? Who knows? The young man's expression was lazy. Master, do you think it's still possible to find Sword Disciple's grave now? The little girl asked. She had always wanted a sword of her own to roam the world. After all, wearing a red cloak and wielding a sword would be so cool. Not hearing her master's response, she nudged him harder, only to realize he had fallen asleep. No, I need to check the map and see where the Joe Mountain world is. Clearly, the little girl had taken her master's story to heart. She didn't care about the grievances and affections between Sword Disciple and the Cloud Dream Palace Master. What she cared about were the burial treasures and artifacts. But, about a quarter of an hour later, a deafening scream rang out. Master, you lied to me. The young man quickly covered his ears, feeling dizzy. What did I lie about? I checked some records, and your story is completely made up. First, your story has no basis. For example, the Cloud Dream Palace devouring the Joe Mountain world. Even the Nine Heavens Divine Palace avoided its edge, which shows how powerful the Cloud Dream Palace Master was. Sword Disciple hadn't even overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. How could he be a match for her? Second, in your story, you mentioned that the Cloud Dream Palace Master died in the 70 billionth year of the Wind and Thunder Profound Heaven Tao's founding. You also said that in the 50 billionth year, a celebration was held on Forget Joe Mountain. But now, the Wind and Thunder Profound Heaven Tao has been around for less than 1 billion years, and Forget Joe Mountain has already collapsed. Are you saying that in 50 billion years, the wind and thunder profound heaven Tao will rebuild Forget Joe Mountain? So, Master, this is just a made-up, melodramatic story of yours. Maybe it's not me who's wrong, but the world. Bai Xiaosheng retorted. Maybe the world's time and space is chaotic, full of loopholes. He felt as if he had been born in the wrong era. Shame on you, Bai Xiaosheng, who claims to know everything under heaven. The little girl chattered on, and the young man felt the air grow noisy. Ahem, little Wu Shi, would your master ever lie to you? If you're not lying, then help me find Sword Disciple's grave. I want the sword he turned into. Hey, it was you who said he might have turned into a sword. Master, you can make up stories, but I can't. The little girl tilted her head, looking smug. You, go practice. At your age, you should be focusing on improving your cultivation, the young man said, seemingly unable to win the argument, so he resorted to his authority as a master. Master, why don't you practice? The little girl grumbled when the topic of cultivation came up. Your master was born as a divine treasure with a spirit. I was born with a spirit, so I don't need to cultivate, the young man said proudly. In this life, you were born as a divine coin, revered as the ancestor by the beings of the Tu-Wu great world. This Bai Xiaosheng, born as a divine treasure with a spirit, was actually the second life of Qi Yuan's three pure methods. At the same time, this Tu-Wu great world, in its humble beginnings, had beings who lived in primitive conditions, with weak civilizations and no concept of transcendence. However, when Qi Yuan had broken through his realm and gained supernatural abilities, he had spoken the law into existence, allowing the Tu-Wu great world to understand money. From then on, the Tu-Wu great world embarked on the path of civilization. In this life, he was born as a divine treasure with a spirit and was revered as the ancestor by the Tu-Wu great world. Master, spit out some money. In his drowsy state, Bai Xiaosheng felt a small hand patting his back. He opened his mouth reflexively. Clink, 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 a pile of golden coins spilled out. Well, the old man had coughed up some gold. The little girl, Wu Shi, smiled happily at the sight of the money. Bai Xiaosheng opened his eyes and looked at Wu Shi helplessly. What, did someone outside see yellow hair growing on your head? PFF'd, Master, you're so unreliable. I need to save some private money, the little girl, Wu Shi, said. She held the golden coins in her hands, feeling a sense of security. Seeing this, Bai Xiaosheng smiled. His disciple, Wu Shi, had a rather tragic childhood. She was an orphan of war, abandoned on a snow-covered mountain. Her clothes were thin, and her bare feet were frozen stiff. When Bai Xiaosheng first saw her, she was so thin she looked like skin and bones. Fortunately, she had extraordinary bloodline, or she would have frozen or starved to death. Even so, Wu Shi had a hard life and was left with many lingering health issues. That's why she now liked to hoard private money and food. All thanks to Bai Xiaosheng. Don't make me cough up gold while I'm sleeping, Bai Xiaosheng said. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and his expression changed. Hide quickly. With a wave of his hand, Wu Shi's figure vanished. At that moment, ripples of Tao essence spread through the air. Time and space seemed to freeze. A Tao god with no fixed form, existing in an unknown space-time, descended. Bai Xiaosheng narrowed his eyes and smiled. The source heaven Tao god of the nine heavens divine palace graces us with his presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. As expected of Bai Xiaosheng. Even though I concealed my origins, you still recognized me. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. The Nine Heavens Divine Palace needs the specific locations and information of Luo Fengjian, Tianqian Jiyu. Ming Ri Shui. The source heaven Tao God listed 7 locations. Luo Fengjian, isn't that within the Nine Heavens Divine Palace? Bai Xiaosheng asked with a smile. Correct, the source heaven Tao God was slightly surprised. Of the 7 locations, Luo Fengjian had already been occupied by the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. This matter was highly secretive. Yet Bai Xiaosheng still knew about it. He really had some skills. Of these 7 places, 6 are nodes of the Yin realm. The last one, Ming Ri Shui, doesn't seem to be a node. May I ask why you're inquiring about its location? Bai Xiaosheng asked, his face showing curiosity. The Nine Heavens Divine Palace had always been searching for strange places. These strange places were all nodes. Hearing this, the source heaven Tao God was even more impressed with Bai Xiaosheng. Truly knowledgeable. The other 6 are all nodes. Ming Ri Shui is a peculiar snow mountain. Though peculiar, it's not important. What we're looking for is a special being on Mingri Shui. Bai Xiaosheng, I'll give you an epic to help the Nine Heavens Divine Palace find these places. As for the reward, 10,000 portions of divine treasure essence for each location. For Tao gods, aside from overcoming the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, another way to increase their strength was by consuming divine treasure essence. Divine treasure essence was a byproduct of the birth of divine treasures, extremely rare and imbued with special Tao principles. By the way, once you find Mingri Shui, don't go up there yourself. Otherwise, even as a Tao god, you risk death, the source heaven Tao god warned. Oh, is the being on Mingri Shui that special and powerful? Bai Xiaosheng asked curiously. The source heaven Tao god's face showed a hint of fear. It's related to a fallen Tao lord. The Cosmic Alliance? No, a Tao lord from the rebirth realm. Wait, isn't the rebirth realm only accessible to divine treasures who have reached the Tao god realm? Because it possesses the 10 great primordial bodies. The 10 great primordial bodies. Bai Xiaosheng fell silent. There were rumors that obtaining one of the 10 great primordial bodies could allow one to break through the limits of a Tao god. Of course, that didn't guarantee success. If you find any information about Mingri Shui, report it to the Nine Heavens Divine Palace immediately. The Heavenly Emperor will personally descend, the Source Heaven Tao God said. Bai Xiaosheng took a deep breath. The legendary Heavenly Emperor. The Source Heaven Tao God left as suddenly as he had arrived. The bamboo hut was once again just Bai Xiaosheng and Wu Shi. The concealment faded, and Wu Shi reappeared. She blinked her big eyes and clutched Bai Xiaosheng's wide sleeve. Master, why do you look so worried? Sometimes, Wu Shi could be very understanding and well-behaved. Sigh, your master just feels that I chose the wrong nickname. Bai Xiaosheng is an unlucky name. In this world, those who call themselves Bai Xiaosheng never end well. Bai Xiaosheng sighed. He recalled 7 years ago, when he had found little Wu Shi on that snow-covered mountain. That mountain was Mingri Shui. This also meant that his disciple's identity. If he had met the Source Heaven Tao God a few years earlier, before meeting Wu Shi, he might have traded the information about Mingri Shui for 10,000 portions of divine treasure essence. But now, little Wu Shi was his disciple. And he was a good person. He wouldn't do anything against his conscience. Even if it meant offending the terrifying Heavenly Emperor. Wait, thinking this, Bai Xiaosheng smiled again. Even without Wu Shi, wouldn't he still have offended the Heavenly Emperor? On the surface, he was the mysterious Tao God, Bai Xiaosheng. But in reality, he was also the ancestor of the two Wu Great World and a partner in the Cosmic Alliance. One of the founders of the Anti-Nine Heavens Divine Palace Alliance. Why oppose them? Tianqianjiyu was located in the two Wu Great World, the birthplace of Bai Xiaosheng. If he revealed this node to the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, the two Wu Great World would likely become a breeding ground for the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, and he, the divine treasure spirit of Tianqianjiyu, would also perish. PFFT, Master, don't say such unlucky things, Wu Shi said, her little face tense. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and stretched lazily. Then you better practice hard. When your master gets old, I'll be counting on you to take care of me. Practicing is so tiring. Wu Shi wanted to slack off, but then she added, Master, I'll go practice now. Watching Wu Shi's small figure, Bai Xiaosheng's eyes showed a hint of worry. Time flew by, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. The little girl Wu Shi's voice continued to chatter in Bai Xiaosheng's ears. Master, I caught a black fish today. Right, your disciple wants to eat fish. Master, we need to run away. The city lord's daughter said she likes me. If I don't give in, she won't let you off. Master, I never knew you were so strong, aside from digging graves. Master, should I get married? Master, the sword in the grave is really nice, but I don't like it. Master, when will you find sword disciple's grave? I want his sword. Master, you're injured. Wow, Master, you're a Tao God. As time passed, Wu Shi looked at Bai Xiaosheng with surprise. Little girls shouldn't swear, Bai Xiaosheng said, enjoying the look of astonishment on Wu Shi's face. Hey, Master, I'm not a little girl anymore. Wu Shi crossed her arms, looking smug. Bai Xiaosheng's mouth twitched. You don't act like a girl at all. Wu Shi was still as lively as she had been as a child, full of energy. But as she spoke, she seemed to realize something. Master, you're injured. Wu Shi's face showed concern. Bai Xiaosheng narrowed his eyes. How did you notice? He was a Tao god. If he wanted to hide his injuries, someone with Wu Shi's rudimentary cultivation level wouldn't be able to detect them. Hee, I won't tell you, Wu Shi said. Don't change the subject, master. How could you be so careless and get injured again? If you get seriously hurt and can't spit out coins, how will your disciple survive? Wu Shi spoke as if she cared deeply about the coins. Bai Xiaosheng coughed up. Bai Xiaosheng didn't bother to press further. Everyone had their secrets. His disciple, who was suspected to be the reincarnation of that person, having some peculiarities was normal. As for his injuries, they were from battles with the Tao gods of the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. After all, he was part of the Anti-Nine Heavens Divine Palace Alliance. By the way, I need to go to the Cosmic Alliance for a while. Stay here and don't go anywhere. Remembering something, Bai Xiaosheng instructed. Master, am I so embarrassing that you won't introduce me to your Tao god friends? Wu Shi grumbled, seemingly unhappy. Even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her mother-in-law. Seeing Bai Xiaosheng remain silent, Wu Shi pressed on. Is it a story of a crazy divine lord forcing love, imprisoning and torturing while doting? Hey, hee, usually in such stories, the master is cold and obsessive. Master, you're always lazy, without the aura of a noble prince. You're always grinning like an idiot, spitting out coins for no reason. You're clearly not the male lead. Bai Xiaosheng was annoyed. What's wrong with smiling? He was a sunny, cheerful young man. He decided to keep smiling every day. Master, be careful when you go to the Cosmic Alliance this time. Don't get injured again. If you're injured, there'll be no one to spit out coins for me. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Bai Xiaosheng's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself before a sea of rolling clouds. The ground hung above, and the sky stretched below. The seawater did not pour downward. The rules here were chaotic, even reversed. Even Tao gods dared not linger here for long. Although their divine kingdoms ensured their immortality, in such a space, no being could truly kill a Tao god. But once one entered, they might be trapped in a spatial bubble. A moment in the bubble could equate to billions of years in the outside world. Even Tao gods did not wish to lose tens or even hundreds of billions of years for no reason. This chaotic space was the headquarters of the Cosmic Alliance. The powerful beings of the Cosmic Alliance relied on a divine treasure to reside here. Unfortunately, I am merely a divine treasure with a spirit. In terms of combat power, I am quite ordinary. If I could devour Taiya, perhaps I could reach a new realm. Taiya was a unique divine treasure controlled by the Cosmic Alliance. This divine treasure was born in this chaotic space. It was thanks to this divine treasure that the Cosmic Alliance could settle here. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared, exuding a special aura. Senior Bai Xiaosheng, please follow me into the Cosmic Alliance. Although she was a divine lord, she was no ordinary divine lord. Moreover, she did not carry the heavy scent of faith. In Bai Xiaosheng's eyes, she seemed to follow the Yin realm system, or perhaps the Yang realms. Why the change in who greets me today? Bai Xiaosheng asked with interest, looking at the woman. The woman smiled without answering, saying nothing more. Her only task was to guide Bai Xiaosheng into the Cosmic Alliance. About 100 breaths later, in a pale white palace, Bai Xiaosheng came to a stop. 100 meters ahead, a young man in black robes sat casually on a bronze chair, holding an egg in his hand, examining it carefully as he peeled it. Black Crow Tao Lord, whose master Tao was unknown, loved eating eggs. He was one of the few in the Cosmic Alliance who had regained the strength of a Tao Lord. This was all the information Bai Xiaosheng had about the man in black. You're here. Want an egg? Black Crow Tao Lord casually tossed an unpeeled egg to Bai Xiaosheng. He then slowly ate the peeled egg in his hand. He ate only the egg white, not the yolk. Bai Xiaosheng ate the egg, shell and all, then asked, why have you called me here? Recently, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace has been keeping a close eye on me. If I'm exposed, this old body of mine might just kick the bucket. As he spoke, he glanced at the woman who had guided him. Within the Cosmic Alliance, few knew of Bai Xiaosheng's collaboration with them. In the past, it was always the same person who brought him into the headquarters. This time, it was a woman. The more people who knew the secret, the greater the risk of exposure. Her name is Wang Yuanyu, Black Crow Tao Lord said, putting down the egg in his hand. Wang Yuanyu, tell Bai Xiaosheng what happened back then. Only then did Bai Xiaosheng realize that Wang Yuanyu was involved in the incident. The Cosmic Alliance's summoning of him must be related to her. 17 years ago, I was cultivating in a cave with my friend Wu Shi when suddenly, a mysterious aura emerged and abducted Wu Shi, Wang Yuanyu recounted seriously. She also opened part of her memories to Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng's heart skipped a beat. The timing and the name, why did they sound so familiar? Though he felt uneasy, he showed no outward reaction, focusing on listening and examining the images in Wang Yuanyu's memories. He first looked at the shadowy figure Wang Yuanyu mentioned, then glanced at the Wu Shi in her memories. This shadowy figure, its aura is strange, Bai Xiaosheng thought. Though he knew a little about everything, he couldn't fully identify this aura. This is the power of rebirth, Black Crow Dao Lord said, eating the egg and discarding the yolk. Back then, this powerful being infiltrated our ranks, alarming several Dao Lords. However, that person was too elusive. Even we couldn't capture them. But one Dao Lord speculated that the aura they carried was that of rebirth. Black Crow Dao Lord was curious. Because the abducted Wu Shi seemed quite ordinary. In terms of talent, she might not even match Wang Yuanyu. Yet, a mysterious powerhouse had infiltrated the chaotic headquarters of the Cosmic Alliance and taken her away. This matter was deeply puzzling. Fortunately, the intruder didn't seem to be an enemy. Otherwise, if the method of infiltrating the Cosmic Alliance were revealed to their enemies, the Alliance could suffer a devastating blow. Aside from rebirth, there's another aura, it seems like illusion, Bai Xiaosheng suddenly recalled. Illusion, Black Crow Dao Lord narrowed his eyes. Could it be related to the Forbidden Land? Mentioning the Forbidden Land made Bai Xiaosheng's heart skip another beat. The space where the Cosmic Alliance resided was chaotic and disordered. The Forbidden Land, on the other hand, was a place of calamity and ruin. Black Crow Dao Lord frowned, deep in thought. If it's the Forbidden Land, finding this mysterious powerhouse will be extremely complicated. His original purpose in summoning Bai Xiaosheng was to use his intelligence network to investigate the identity of that person. But if the person was from the Forbidden Land, things would become much more complicated. The Forbidden Land was vast and boundless, with many regions being independent and possessing unique characteristics. Its time and space were also chaotic. Past, present, and future were tangled together. Amidst this chaos, the Forbidden Land continued to spiral toward destruction and illusion. There were rumors that the Forbidden Land was the divine kingdom of a certain powerful being. Others said it was the place where a powerhouse achieved enlightenment. Of course, such rumors might not be true. The Forbidden Land was vast and endless. Some regions had time dimensions that did not align with the rebirth realm, or even flowed backward. Black Crow Dao Lord thought of something and then asked, "Have you been in the Zhou Mountain world recently?" Yes, the Zhou Mountain world borders the Forbidden Land. Be careful it doesn't get pulled into the Forbidden Land, Black Crow Dao Lord warned. Bai Xiaosheng smiled but said nothing. Black Crow Dao Lord continued, "Let's set aside the matter of the mysterious powerhouse for now. Currently, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace is growing stronger. They have used Luo Fengjian to continuously influence the Yin realm, establishing the Mountain of Gods." Mentioning this, Black Crow Dao Lord looked deeply concerned. They did not know the purpose behind the Nine Heavens Divine Palace's actions. But it was certainly not for good. Most of the beings in the Cosmic Alliance originated from the Yin realm. They had come to the rebirth realm through the true spirit reincarnation method. However, many powerful beings, upon reincarnating, were captured by the Nine Heavens Divine Palace and used as tools to resist calamities. If the Nine Heavens Divine Palace's influence in the Yin realm grew any stronger, it was hard to predict what might happen. Luo Fengjian is already in the hands of the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. The other nodes must not fall into their hands, Black Crow Dao Lord said gravely. After all, if the reincarnated powerful beings from the Yin realm descended near Luo Fengjian, they would be captured and raised like livestock by the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, their true spirits clouded. If they descended at other nodes, unnoticed by the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, they might grow and eventually, like them, regain their memories and return to the Dao Lord realm. The more nodes the Nine Heavens Divine Palace controlled, the more powerful beings from the Yang realm would overcome the three calamities and three tribulations. Naturally, the Cosmic Alliance would be weakened in comparison. They will find them eventually, Bai Xiaosheng sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Although he was a lofty Dao god, his combat power was quite ordinary. His greatest strength was survival, and bullying weaker cultivators. Therefore, these nodes must be erased. Even if we can't control them, we cannot allow another mountain of gods to appear in the Yin realm. Black Crow Tao Lord said solemnly. How do we erase them? Bai Shaosheng asked. Black Crow Tao Lord frowned. This was indeed a problem. Even as Tao Lords, it was difficult to completely erase those nodes. Even if they destroyed the void, the nodes would still exist. If there were a devouring Tao Lord, or someone who mastered the Tao of devouring, or a treasure formed from the fourth layer of the Yang God's realm, perhaps they could erase the nodes, Black Crow Tao Lord said. Bai Shaosheng shrugged. Tao Lords were far rarer than Tao Gods. Moreover, this was the rebirth realm, not the Tao Lords' home turf. At this moment, Black Crow Tao Lord glanced at Bai Shaosheng. The space around them solidified, and all information particles froze. An old friend once used fate to deduce that there was a Yang realm powerhouse who mastered the Tao of devouring in the Yin realm. However, before it could transform into a treasure, it inexplicably perished in the void. What? Bai Shaosheng was surprised. A Yang realm powerhouse at the fourth layer, with his current level as a Tao god, encountering such a being would mean certain death. Only by devouring Taiya and overcoming the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations would he have a chance against such a powerhouse. So we can't count on that treasure. But, that old friend also deduced through fate that, countless epochs ago, there was a Tao Lord in the rebirth realm who achieved enlightenment through the Tao of devouring. A Tao Lord who achieved enlightenment in the rebirth realm. Tisk tisk, such talent is terrifying. And to master the Tao of devouring. Who was it? Did they overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations and ascend to the Yang realm? Bai Shaosheng asked. Such a terrifyingly talented powerhouse, and he had never heard of them. Suddenly, he thought of something. The Source Heaven Tao God of the 9 Heavens Divine Palace had once sought him out to find Mingri Shui, mentioning that it was related to a fallen Tao Lord. Could it be? He had a terrifying suspicion. No, that Tao Lord is suspected to have perished. Perished. A Tao Lord can perish. Bai Shaosheng's sense of foreboding grew stronger. At the Tao Lord realm, within one's own Tao system, one was nearly omniscient and omnipotent. How could such a being perish? Therefore, we need to find the Tao fruit left behind by that Tao Lord, and then, with the full strength of the Cosmic Alliance, refine it into a devouring treasure to erase the nodes. The Cosmic Alliance had summoned Bai Shaosheng for 2 reasons. First, to investigate the identity of the mysterious powerhouse through his intelligence network. Second, to find the Tao fruit of the fallen Tao Lord. The Tao fruit is incredibly difficult to find. Are there other ways to erase the nodes? Bai Shaosheng asked. The world is vast, and anything is possible. There may be other methods, but we are unaware of them. If you find any, feel free to inform me, Black Crow Tao Lord said, sounding old and wise despite his youthful appearance. His meaning was clear. For now, refining the fallen Tao Lord's Tao fruit into a devouring treasure was the only way to erase the nodes. Bai Shaosheng looked disappointed. Life is so hard. It was unclear whether he was lamenting the lack of methods or something else. Master, are we going to your hometown? Hee, is the ugly daughter-in-law finally going to meet her mother-in-law? Wu Shi teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Her slender, curved eyebrows arched with laughter, making her look radiant. To an outsider, it might seem as if Wu Shi was deeply in love with him. But Bai Shaosheng knew that Wu Shi's peach blossom eyes could make even a dog look affectionate. Go away, I was born naturally. I have no parents. Bai Shaosheng was annoyed, but more than that, he was worried. On his way back, he had pieced everything together. He had come to a terrifying conclusion. His disciple was the person the 9 Heavens Divine Palace was searching for. She was deeply connected to the Wu Shi, who had disappeared from the Cosmic Alliance. Moreover, she might also be closely linked to the fallen devouring Tao Lord. This worried him greatly. How had he, of all people, ended up picking up a disciple with such an extraordinary background? Should he hand her over? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Bai Shaosheng immediately dismissed it. First, he was a kind person who valued gratitude and grudges. Second, over the past decade, his disciple had become one of the few people close to him. Difficult. He was torn. Should he sacrifice one to save billions? Or, Master, why do you look so unhappy? Is something troubling you? Wu Shi looked at Bai Shaosheng, clutching his sleeve, her expression filled with concern. She looked like a little girl worried about her piggy bank breaking, or a village woman fretting over her hen not laying eggs. Bai Shaosheng knew she was worried he might stop spitting out gold coins. Maybe you should disfigure yourself and change your name. Bai Xiaosheng looked down at Wu Shi's face, which, though still youthful, was already captivating enough to enchant anyone. Wu Shi quickly covered her chest with her hands, her eyes wide and sparkling. Master, your possessiveness and desire for control are too strong. Are you afraid someone will fall in love with me and try to take me away, so you want to disfigure me? Master, there's no need to disfigure me. Just keep me by your side and don't let me see outsiders. I'll be obedient and won't cheat on you. Your disciple doesn't ask for much. Just dote on me once or twice a day. If you're worried about rumors, I can sneak into your bed at night. Wu Shi bit her lip, looking up at Bai Xiaosheng with pitiful eyes, as if on the verge of tears. From this angle, Wu Shi, despite her mature figure, seemed small and delicate, with a slender waist that could be encircled with one hand, yet with all the right curves in the right places. In short, she had a slim waist, long legs, ample bosom, and fair, beautiful skin. Bai Xiaosheng knew Wu Shi was deliberately provoking him, but for a moment, he felt a flicker of desire and imagination. After all, he was a divine treasure with a spirit, and his actual age wasn't that old. Hee, Wu Shi suddenly laughed, her chest heaving. Master, you spat out gold coins. She looked delighted, reaching out to grab the coins. She had done it on purpose. Whenever her master's emotions fluctuated intensely, he would spit out gold coins. This was a little trick she had learned over the years. It was deliberate. Bai Xiaosheng's face turned red, then pale. After collecting the coins, Wu Shi transformed back into a well-behaved disciple. Master, if you want to disfigure me, go ahead, she said, standing obediently beside Bai Xiaosheng. No need to disfigure you. Just wear a mask from now on, and change your name. You can't be called Wu Shi anymore. Hearing this, Wu Shi nodded seriously. Okay, her master would never harm her. If he said so, there must be a good reason. As for possessiveness or a desire for control, that was just Wu Shi's nonsense. Master, I like swords. Let's call me Sword Maiden. Fine, Bai Xiaosheng nodded. And your background, you can't say you came from that snowy mountain, understand? Understood, Wu Shi nodded solemnly. She could sense that her master was speaking of something very important. After all, it had been a long time since she had seen such a worried expression on her master's face. As a disciple, it was her duty to cheer him up. Master, can I ask you a question? Wu Shi asked timidly, like a well-behaved kitten, just as she had been when she first met Bai Xiaosheng. She always liked to place herself in a submissive position, looking up at her master with wide, pitiful eyes. Ask. Just now, when you spat out the gold coins, did you feel a little something for me? The atmosphere froze. Their eyes met, and Bai Xiaosheng looked away, but Wu Shi's gaze followed. Then came an exasperated shout. Rebellious disciple. Do you want to betray your master? PFF'd, such a clueless guy. Spit out more gold coins. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. This time, Bai Xiaosheng did not spit out gold coins due to emotional fluctuations. Let's go, we're returning to the Tu Wu Great World, your master's hometown. Bai Xiaosheng waved his sleeve, and Wu Shi's small figure was instantly caught in the fabric. Master, I don't want to be wrapped in your sleeve. Wu Shi shouted. Fine, Bai Xiaosheng smiled and grabbed Wu Shi by the back of her snow-white neck. Hey, Wu Shi struggled, her long legs kicking and flailing, but it was no use. In the next moment, Wu Shi felt the world around her change. The surrounding space was filled with distorted squares, painted in various strange colors, with patterns of dragons and turtles overlapping. Strange, ethereal, and melodious sounds filled her ears. This is the dark void. Bai Xiaosheng said proudly, in this world, no one understands the dark void better than me. Generally, when teleportation arrays are used, they travel through the dark void. Bai Xiaosheng's innate Dao art was, money paves the way. This Dao could also be used in the dark void. Your master, though not particularly strong, is first-rate when it comes to survival. Even those old monsters who have overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, if I can't beat them, as long as I can escape into the dark void, don't worry, they won't catch me. As his innate Dao art activated, countless coins spilled out, forming a shimmering, golden path. Bai Xiaosheng held Wu Shi by the neck and strolled through the dark void. For some reason, looking at the twinkling starlight, Wu Shi felt a sense of romance. Of course, that was only if she wasn't being held by the neck like a chicken. So, little Wuxi, in life, the most important thing is to play it safe. Survival is the ultimate truth. Having more survival skills is always useful. Bai Xiaosheng lectured Wuxi on some principles of cultivation. Master, you're too timid. If I had a sword, I'd definitely cut down all the injustices in my heart. Running away doesn't solve problems, Wuxi replied seriously. She recalled the times her master had returned injured. He never told her what had happened, but she had always remembered. When she became strong enough, she would kill those who had hurt her master. She would avenge him. Being too rigid leads to breaking. Bai Xiaosheng always believed that in life, it was better to play it safe. After all, he had been born a Tao god. He had been lucky in his reincarnation, clearly here to enjoy life. He was still young and hadn't lived enough, so he naturally wanted to enjoy life for a long time. Wuxi didn't argue. Since her master was so weak, she would protect him when she became strong. Of course, she also understood how difficult it was to reach her master's level. At that moment, strange, piercing noises began to fill her ears, and Wuxi couldn't help but say, "Master, the dark void is so noisy, with all these strange sounds." "Noisy? I don't hear anything. Are you trying to mess with me again?" Bai Xiaosheng listened carefully but heard nothing. Wuxi was stunned for a moment, then revealed a sly smile. "Hee, master, you've gotten smarter this time. Do you think I'm as dumb as those fools? Your master is a divine treasure with a spirit," Bai Xiaosheng said proudly. About 10 breaths later Bai Xiaosheng had deliberately slowed down to let Wuxi enjoy the scenery of the dark void. They arrived. The Tu Wu Great World is here. Ah, the air of home is so sweet, so full of security. Bai Xiaosheng led Wuxi toward his residence in the Tu Wu Great World. Soon, a golden palace came into view. Everywhere you looked, there were coins of all kinds. Wuxi couldn't help but click her tongue, thinking that her master was truly vulgar. However, she loved all these shiny little coins. "From now on, this will be your home. You can cultivate here for now. I'll make a mask for you based on your design to hide your appearance." "Thank you, master." Wuxi smiled sweetly. After her master left, Wuxi took a deep breath of the air here, her face filled with joy. She kicked off her shoes, lifted her skirt to reveal a section of snow-white skin, and ran around barefoot, lively and adorable. "This is my home, Wuxi's home. ... The Tu Wu Great World had no winter. Snow never fell from the sky, and even if it did, it would be in the shape of gold coins. "Master, didn't you say that no two snowflakes in the world are the same? So why are the snowflakes in the Tu Wu Great World all identical?" Wuxi stood on the mountain peak, her hair cascading down to her waist, swaying in the wind. Just her silhouette was enough to make ordinary people's hearts flutter. The golden snow fell on Wuxi's hair, sparkling like stars, adding a shimmering glow to her black locks. No two snowflakes in the world are the same. This is to show that all living beings are unique, with no two being exactly alike, Bai Xiaosheng explained. Even in the Yang realm, Yin realm, and Rebirth realm, living beings have counterparts. These counterparts are related but are not the same being. What if someone reincarnates? Wuxi asked. Bai Xiaosheng knew all about this. There is no true reincarnation in this world. Reincarnation is simply the indestructibility of the true spirit, starting a second life. So, when mortals are killed, their true spirits are weak and scatter, dissipating in 7 days. There is no reincarnation. When cultivators reach the end of their lifespan or are killed by a powerful enemy, their true spirits are destroyed, and there is no possibility of reincarnation. So, when people are killed, they die. When the true spirit is destroyed, there is no second life. Of course, there are exceptions in this world. If one enters the divine kingdom of a Tao god or the Tao system of a Tao lord, they will be caught in a cycle. Even if the true spirit is destroyed, it can reappear in the next cycle or be fished out of the cosmic mother river. Of course, this only applies if one dies within the Tao system or divine kingdom. If one dies elsewhere, it is still possible to be retrieved, but there are exceptions, and it is not as reliable as being within a Tao system or divine kingdom. Bai Xiaosheng was a divine treasure born with a spirit. His divine kingdom was empty, with no people, only coins. He had not transferred the beings of the Tu Wu Great World or Wuxi into his divine kingdom. Although doing so would mean that as long as he didn't die and his divine kingdom didn't collapse, they could be resurrected even if they died. But in that case, their lives would end upon entering the divine kingdom, and they would be caught in an endless cycle. "Master, do you think the rebirth realm we live in is a giant cycle?" Could it be that I've met you before? Wu Shi turned her head, and a golden mask came into view. The mask was as thin as a cicada's wing, transparent and golden, with a sword emblem in the center. How could that be? I'm a Tao god. If I were caught in a cycle, I would sense it, Bai Xiaosheng said dismissively. If ordinary people couldn't detect the cycle, that was one thing. But he was a Tao god. Master, when are we going to find Sword Disciple's tomb? I'm called Sword Maiden now, but I still don't have a sword of my own, Wu Shi muttered. She changed topics quickly. Let's not go looking. The Zhou Mountain world is very dangerous, and many people are watching it, Bai Xiaosheng said thoughtfully. He was afraid that if Wu Shi went to the Zhou Mountain world, she might be discovered by the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. If the Heavenly Emperor descended, even with his exceptional escape skills, he would likely be severely injured, if not killed. After all, the Heavenly Emperor was someone even Tao lords feared, and Tao gods who had overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations had to bow their heads before him. Besides the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, other Tao gods might also be watching the Zhou Mountain world, searching for the remains of the fallen Tao lord to refine into a treasure to erase the nodes. Okay, Master, Wu Shi, who was usually carefree and loved to argue, this time obeyed like a well-behaved girl. You, stay in the Tu Wu Great World for now. In 3 years, there will be the innate spirit gathering, where some Tao gods like me, born as divine treasures with spirits, will gather. I'll ask around and see if there are any good swords. Master is the best. Wu Shi rushed over and threw herself into his arms. He stood still, his body stiff. Although he was a Tao god, he was actually quite young, not someone who had cultivated to this level through hard work. With her warm, soft body in his arms, and her being his disciple, he felt a slight sense of taboo. PFF'd. His emotions reacted. Haha, Master, you spat out gold coins. More private money for my little stash. Wu Shi quickly grabbed the coins, her peach blossom eyes filled with a triumphant, sly smile. Clearly, she had deliberately thrown herself into her master's arms. You, Master, I'm curious, if you find a mistress in the future, and she kisses you, will you spit coins into her mouth? Wu Shi's thoughts jumped around. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Xiaosheng felt somewhat powerless. Master, you shouldn't find a mistress. If you spit coins for her, your disciple will be heartbroken, Wu Shi said, her eyes sparkling as if she were genuinely worried about her master's wealth. Recently, the female priestess of the Tu Wu Great World had visited her master several times, dressed in revealing clothing, paying her respects in a very suggestive manner. This scheming, fox-like woman was clearly taking advantage of her master's youth and inexperience. If it were any other Tao god, would the priestess dare to flirt so openly? The innate spirit gathering was grand. A total of 16 Tao gods, born as divine treasures with spirits, attended. The location was chosen in the Tu Wu Great World because Bai Xiaosheng was the newest Tao god. These 16 Tao gods were all extraordinary, with profound auras. Among them, White Sugar Tao god was the strongest. There were rumors that White Sugar Tao god had already overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, reaching a level of strength that was almost unimaginable. The other Tao gods all respected White Sugar Tao god. In fact, it was largely because of White Sugar Tao god's presence that the lives of these divine treasure-born Tao gods had improved. In the past, newly born divine treasure Tao gods were often hunted. After all, divine treasures with spirits were still divine treasures. Devouring them could allow one to reach the Tao god realm. The innate spirit gathering lasted for 49 days. Bai Xiaosheng mostly just went through the motions. After all, he was young and weak. However, a single sentence from White Sugar Tao god left Bai Xiaosheng in a daze. At that moment, Bai Xiaosheng sat on a bronze throne, his chin resting on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Hee, Master Moneybags. Just then, a clear, bell-like laugh rang out. A figure in a red dress walked in. Even though she wore a mask, Bai Xiaosheng could still sense the teasing in her tone. It was only during this innate spirit gathering that Wu Shi learned her master's formal title. Tao God Moneybags. Yes, simple, direct, and a bit tacky. No wonder her master had never told her his name. She hadn't expected her master to be so shy. Master, your penniless disciple has no money. Can you lend me some? Wu Shi stretched out her fair hand, smiling sweetly, her fox-like face exuding charm. Only when she was alone with her master would she remove her mask. Looking at Wu Shi, Bai Xiaosheng recalled White Sugar Tao God's words. He asked solemnly, Wu Shi, how many years have you been with me? Wu Shi's smile slowly faded. 127 years and 3 months. Wu Shi, your nature has always been lively, and you love to explore the outside world. Your master is lazy by nature and prefers to play it safe, always hiding in the Tu Wu great world. Staying here for so many years, suppressing your true nature, you've suffered. Yesterday, White Sugar Dao God mentioned that he wants to take you as his true disciple. A lofty Dao God like White Sugar Dao God is not something a mediocre Dao God like me can compare to. By following him, you'll have a bright future and won't have to suppress your true nature. Most importantly, didn't you want a sword? White Sugar Dao God has a sword, a legendary treasure. Wielding it, you could kill Dao gods. If you become his disciple, that sword will be yours, Bai Xiaosheng said slowly. Wu Shi's identity was mysterious, and if it were exposed, Bai Xiaosheng's strength might not be enough to protect her. If Wu Shi became White Sugar Dao God's disciple, even if the Nine Heavens Divine Palace came looking for trouble, they would have to consider White Sugar Dao God's reputation. After all, the leader of the Nine Heavens Divine Palace had once fought White Sugar Dao God and lost. So, by following White Sugar Dao God, Wu Shi would be safe. Moreover, White Sugar Dao God's offer was extremely generous. Most of the Dao gods present would likely want to become White Sugar Dao God's disciples. Old man, what are you talking about? Wu Shi glared at Bai Xiaosheng angrily. A dog doesn't complain about a poor home, and a child doesn't complain about an ugly mother. The heartfelt master-disciple bond Bai Xiaosheng had imagined, with tearful goodbyes, did not happen. He had thought his disciple might grab his sleeve and pitifully say, "Master, don't send me away." But instead, he couldn't help but facepalm. Can't you use a more elegant metaphor? No, Wu Shi shook her head. Don't bring this up again, or I'll make you spit out gold coins every day. Sigh, it seems I'm stuck with you for life. Bai Xiaosheng didn't know whether to feel happy or worried. Master, it's because you're rich. Your disciple loves money the most. Master, it's because your disciple is filial, beautiful, and kind-hearted, and can't bear to leave you alone. If I became White Sugar Dao God's disciple, I might come back one day to find you being manipulated by those big-breasted priestesses. I used a lot of willpower to refuse White Sugar Dao God, giving up this immense fortune. Because of this, your disciple lost a sword. Master, you have to compensate me with one. It doesn't need to be as fancy as White Sugar Dao God's treasure sword. A sword made of coins will do. Wu Shi chattered on, her words flowing endlessly. Bai Xiaosheng looked at his disciple and said seriously, "All right, your master will definitely forge a good sword for you." He was worried but also determined to create a high-quality sword. He couldn't let his disciple settle for less. Of course, it might also be his competitive side acting up. If White Sugar Dao God was gifting a treasure sword, his gift couldn't be too shabby. Thank you, Master. Wu Shi smiled sweetly. Master, since you like to play it safe, in the future, your disciple will wield a sword and slay your enemies for you. She had always remembered the Dao God who had injured her master. One day, she would take revenge. The matter with White Sugar Dao God came to an end. But many people heard that White Sugar Dao God had wanted to take Dao God Moneybags, disciple, Sword Maiden, as his disciple and gift her a treasure. However, Sword Maiden had refused. The world thought Sword Maiden was ungrateful. After all, White Sugar Dao God was qualified to be Dao God Moneybags, master. People lamented and wondered what kind of talent Sword Maiden had to make White Sugar Dao God want to take her as a disciple. Wu Shi, who was at the center of the public opinion storm, was no different from before. She practiced her sword, cultivated, and teased her master to spit out some private money. But one day, as golden snow fell from the sky, Wu Shi fell ill. Master, I'm so cold, so hungry. Wu Shi curled up in her master's arms, her body icy, her face pale. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Wu Shi, his face filled with worry. He held her cold hands. Spells and divine powers couldn't warm her. He could only clumsily rub her hands or hold her closer to share his warmth. The Dao fruit is transforming her body. Will she remember her past? Will she still recognize me as her master? He speculated that Wu Shi was the Dao Lord of Devouring that Black Crow Dao Lord had mentioned. Such a prodigy would have a future no less impressive than White Sugar Dao Gods. He, on the other hand, had nothing special except for being rich. If her true spirit awakened, would she still recognize him as her master? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Bai Xiaosheng felt both anxious and nervous. A special transformation was taking place within Wu Shi's body. Aside from her coldness and unconsciousness, her body was steadily improving. She's broken through to the void god realm. True god. It's still rising. She really is. Bai Xiaosheng's last bit of hope was shattered. It was clear that his disciple was the fallen Tao Lord he had suspected. Previously, she had been in a state of ignorance, but now she was awakening. Otherwise, her strength wouldn't have increased so rapidly. But once she awakened, he was deeply worried. Wu Shi's aura was skyrocketing. In just half a day, she had gone from a mortal being, not even a void god, to a true god. And now, she had reached the peak of the Divine Lord realm. It stopped. Bai Xiaosheng was extremely conflicted. At the same time, he was also puzzled. Why hadn't she returned to the Tao Lord realm? Master. Wu Shi opened her eyes, still groggy. You're awake. Bai Xiaosheng looked carefully at Wu Shi's face, trying to see if there were any changes from before. Yes, what happened to me? Her clear eyes were filled with confusion as she tightly gripped Bai Xiaosheng's hand, still feeling cold. I think I had a dream. What dream? Bai Xiaosheng asked nervously. I dreamed that I became a great figure, using the sword you gave me to slay all the bad guys. Wu Shi said, her eyes sparkling with joy. Clearly, it had been a satisfying dream. Anything else? Bai Xiaosheng asked. Did you remember anything? No, Wu Shi shook her head. Wait, Master, what happened? How did I suddenly become so strong? Wu Shi looked both amazed and puzzled. From her expression, it didn't seem like she was pretending. She truly didn't remember anything. Bai Xiaosheng fell silent, pondering how to answer. Suddenly, Wu Shi covered her chest with both hands, her pupils dilating in disbelief. Master, did you sleep with me? Could it be that your virginity is so powerful that just one dual cultivation session made me this strong? As she spoke, Wu Shi, who had initially seemed a little shy, now looked as if she had struck gold, her eyes gleaming. What nonsense are you talking about? What did she mean by, slept with her? And how did she know about his virginity? Master, you're blushing. Wu Shi's eyes sparkled. Haha, more gold coins. She shook her master's sleeve, and golden coins cascaded down, which Wu Shi quickly gathered. Her thoughts were always so erratic. Bai Xiaosheng looked at his disciple, his mind racing. Finally, he decided not to hide the truth any longer. Disciple, actually. Back then, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace approached me, asking for help in finding Mingri Shui. Mingri Shui is where I found you. The Source Heaven Tao God said that Mingri Shui is connected to a fallen Tao Lord. This Tao Lord is an enemy of the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. So, I might be the Tao Lord? Wu Shi asked, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Yes, Bai Xiaosheng nodded. He also felt a sense of relief. This secret was finally out in the open. So my past self was a Tao Lord. Master, once I regain my strength, I'll protect you. Wu Shi said proudly, her eyes shining with joy. From now on, you can just focus on staying safe. I'll handle everything outside. After learning that she was the reincarnation of a Tao Lord, Wu Shi's attitude toward Bai Xiaosheng remained unchanged. She still lacked the demeanor of a powerful figure, always laughing and carefree at least on the surface. Every day, she still enjoyed teasing Bai Xiaosheng's emotions to make him spit out more gold coins. If there was any difference, it was that she seemed to be cultivating more diligently and working harder than before. Perhaps in the past, reaching the 5th level of True God had seemed too distant. But now, it felt within reach. She was also more determined than ever. However, in a palace, Wu Shi's body felt cold, and she frowned delicately. Breaking through to the Tao Lord realm is incredibly difficult. Or rather, she had no idea how to proceed. What was I like back then? In truth, Wu Shi also felt some resistance. If she regained her memories, would a second personality emerge within her? Would she still be herself? How would she treat her master? After all, as a Tao Lord, she couldn't possibly keep shaking her master to make him spit out coins, right? To possess the strength of a Tao Lord, you need a sword. A supreme sword. Just then, a voice echoed in Wu Shi's ears. Wu Shi's heart tightened. She instinctively wanted to call out for help, to alert her master. But after a moment's thought, she decided against it. This person had appeared too suddenly, so much so that even her master hadn't noticed. Calling out for help would be useless. And what if it put her master in danger? Do you know me? Wu Shi looked at the shadowy figure before her, studying it intently. Unfortunately, the figure was too ethereal. She had many guesses. Perhaps her past self, the Tao Lord, had some connection with this shadowy figure. Perhaps we met in some cycle of reincarnation, the shadow said. It seemed unwilling to elaborate on this topic. Reincarnation, Wu Shi murmured. The term surprised her. She continued, what sword? Earlier, the shadow had said that to possess the strength of a Tao Lord, she needed a supreme sword. That sword, you've heard of it. It is Sword Disciple. Sword Disciple, Wu Shi's pupils contracted. The name surprised her. Because she had heard the story of Sword Disciple and the Cloud Dream Palace Master from her master. She had mentioned more than once that she wanted to find the tombs of Sword Disciple and the Cloud Dream Palace Master. She had even said that Sword Disciple might have turned into a sword. Now, it seemed her words had come true. Sword Disciple had truly become a sword. Then, was she the Cloud Dream Palace Master? The Cloud Dream Palace Master and Sword Disciple's sword. Her thoughts were tangled. Am I the Cloud Dream Palace Master? Wu Shi couldn't help but ask. You were, and you will be, the shadow said, seemingly trying to sound profound. Its words were cryptic. What did it mean by, you were, and, you will be? Time was supposed to flow linearly a past, present, future. How can I find that sword? Wu Shi asked the shadow. She truly wanted to grow stronger. Her master had mentioned that the Nine Heavens Divine Palace was searching for her. They were enemies, not friends. If one day the Nine Heavens Divine Palace found her, she would drag her master down with her. But if she had the strength to protect herself, that wouldn't happen. Moreover, she might even be able to avenge her master, to retaliate against those Tao gods who had injured him. She craved power. That sword. The shadow's voice was ethereal, and its form began to fade. Forget Zhou Mountain. It vanished, leaving Wu Shi alone, murmuring, forget Zhou Mountain. A day later, the young woman changed her attire, her face now adorned with a golden mask. Master, I want to go to Forget Zhou Mountain. In the palace, Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback, the joy on his face disappearing. The golden sword in his hand was quickly hidden in his sleeve. Why, I want to find a sword. A supreme sword. Forget Zhou Mountain. Bai Xiaosheng's gaze was calm. He seemed to understand something. All right, go ahead. Be careful to avoid the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but advise. Master, remember to miss me, Wu Shi said with a smile. Bai Xiaosheng nodded. Master, don't look so gloomy. Even if I find that sword, I'll always be your disciple. The me now is the real me, Wu Shi said seriously. Bai Xiaosheng's thoughts were in turmoil, but he managed a smile. If you become a Tao Lord, just don't bully this old man. I'll be very grateful. Master, before I go, can you grant me one wish? Wu Shi blinked her big eyes, looking at Bai Xiaosheng. All right, Wu Shi's smile turned mischievous. She suddenly shook Bai Xiaosheng vigorously. Clink, clink, clink. The gold coins poured out of Bai Xiaosheng like a waterfall, sparkling like fireworks. So much money. Wu Shi's eyes sparkled like stars. Finally, she calmed down. Master, there's something in your sleeve that I can't shake out. She looked at Bai Xiaosheng expectantly. She had known for a while that her master had been working hard to forge a sword for her. Now, there was a sword hidden in his sleeve. I thought that once you found that sword, the one I forged wouldn't be an embarrassment. But since you're going out into the world, you'll need a sword to tide you over. This sword is for you. If you ever run out of money, you can pawn it. With that, a golden sword appeared in Wu Shi's sight. It was a dazzling sword. It looked extremely ornate. Well, aside from its ornate appearance, there wasn't much else to say. Wow, Master, you really understand me, Wu Shi said, taking the golden sword and admiring it more and more. From now on, when you're out in the world, don't go by the name Sword Maiden or Wu Shi, Bai Xiaosheng added. Master, are you worried I'll ruin your reputation out there? Wu Shi stuck out her tongue and said obediently, I understand. After Wu Shi left, Bai Xiaosheng let out a sigh of relief. She's finally gone. Originally, he had thought it would take 300 years to complete the sword. But recently, he had been working tirelessly to speed up the process. All to finish the sword and give it to her. Even if Wu Shi hadn't left, he would have given her the sword and sent her away. Because the Tu Wu Great World was no longer safe. The information about Tian Qian Jiyu had leaked to the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. This meant that the Nine Heavens Divine Palace had set its sights on him, Tao God Moneybags. However, Out of respect for White Sugar Dao God's reputation, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace had not yet taken direct action against the Tu Wu Great World, biding its time. But Bai Xiaosheng knew his time was running out. Time passed, and 100 years went by. The young woman wandered alone through the wilderness, the world around her blanketed in silver. Forget Zhou Mountain, where exactly is it? Over the past century, she had traveled across the Zhou Mountain world, searching for traces of Forget Zhou Mountain. She had scoured ancient texts and unofficial histories, but there was no trace of Forget Zhou Mountain. The Cloud Dream Palace Master crashed into Forget Zhou Mountain and fell into Cloud Dream Mountain, but now, I can't even find Cloud Dream Mountain. The Zhou Mountain world was vast. And Forget Zhou Mountain had likely been reduced to fragments, leaving only a few ruins. I wonder how Master is doing. It's been so long since I made him spit out gold coins. I miss it. Has Master been fooled by that green tea priestess? I wonder how Master is now. That old man is so heartless. In the past 100 years, he hasn't even come to see me secretly. Wu Shi's thoughts were all over the place. Just then, a voice came from behind. Fairy Falling Snow, what a coincidence, we meet again. A handsome man appeared, a wooden plaque with the emblem of the Nine Heavens Divine Palace hanging from his waist. Hearing the voice, Wu Shi frowned. For you, it's a coincidence. For me, it's bad luck. While wandering Forget Zhou Mountain, Wu Shi had encountered this man named Yu Hei, a true god. Yu Hei had been clinging to her like a leech, shamelessly pursuing her. Wu Shi knew that what Yu Hei really wanted was her dazzling golden sword. Seeing Wu Shi's rejection, Yu Hei wasn't discouraged. Fairy, are you also here to try your luck at the ruins of Forget Zhou Mountain? Why not travel together? Yu Hei invited. The ruins of Forget Zhou Mountain were connected to two Dao God level powerhouses. So, many people came to explore the ruins. No, Wu Shi refused outright. At this moment, Yu Hei suddenly said, last time, I heard the fairy mention a friend in the Tu Wu Great World. Oh, what about it? Wu Shi asked calmly. The Tu Wu Great World isn't safe these days, Yu Hei continued. The Tu Wu Great World has a Dao God overseeing it. What could be unsafe? Wu Shi's tone was indifferent. A Dao God is strong, but if... Yu Hei's eyes gleamed with a smile, but he didn't elaborate. Fairy, why not travel with me? I'll tell you the details as we go. He was trying to manipulate Wu Shi. If you won't say, then forget it. Wu Shi snorted coldly and vanished in a streak of light. Yu Hei was left standing there, stunned. Does she really not care about the Tu Wu Great World? Right, it's just a friend. If they die, they die. Who would care except for saving face? Failing to manipulate Wu Shi, Yu Hei wasn't angry. There would be other opportunities. Meanwhile, Wu Shi's expression changed. Master is in danger. No wonder he sent me away so directly. And he hasn't come to see me in the past 100 years. Her earlier confusion was now resolved, and Wu Shi was filled with anxiety. In truth, she had a special ability, she could hear people's thoughts. She had listened to the thoughts of countless people. To her, the most gentle and pure thoughts were her master's. Just now, Yu Hei had tried to manipulate her, so she had eavesdropped on his thoughts. The Tu Wu Great World was now in grave danger. The Nine Heavens Divine Palace was watching closely, ready to strike. Several Dao gods were poised to attack. Her master was skilled at escaping, but in terms of combat power, he was quite ordinary. How could he stand against several Dao gods from the Nine Heavens Divine Palace? No, I have to see Master. She suspected that the Nine Heavens Divine Palace had discovered her and was trying to use her master to find her. She didn't want to drag her master down, even though she knew her master probably didn't want her to return. She had no choice. Her life had been given to her by her master. Her money had been given to her by her master. Her mask, her sword, all had been given to her by her master. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Tu Wu Great World. A voice entered Bai Xiaosheng's ears. Dao God Moneybags, you'd better watch yourself. Out of respect for White Sugar Dao God, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace has already shown you enough courtesy. Bai Xiaosheng's expression remained calm, and he did not respond. After the Nine Heavens Divine Palace discovered Tianqian Jiyu, numerous Dao gods descended upon the Tu Wu Great World. The Tu Wu Great World was now a place where one could enter but not leave. With Bai Xiaosheng's strength, he could have escaped through the dark void, and the Nine Heavens Divine Palace would have had a hard time catching him in the short term. But if he left, what would happen to the Tu Wu Great World? Moreover, he was a divine treasure born with a spirit, bound to the Tu-Wu Great World. If the Nine Heavens Divine Palace took control of the Tu-Wu Great World and refined it over time, dealing with him would become much easier. 10,000 years should be enough for you to sever your karmic ties with the Tu-Wu Great World. Although your strength will decrease significantly, it's better than dying now, isn't it? The voice continued. Out of respect for White Sugar Tao God, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace had not launched a full-scale attack on the Tu-Wu Great World. Instead, they had given Tao God Moneybags a chance. As long as Tao God Moneybags truly severed his connection with the Tu-Wu Great World and handed it over to the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, they would spare him. Hearing this, Bai Xiaosheng looked out at the mountains, rivers, sun, moon, stars, wind, and falling leaves of the Tu-Wu Great World. I will not abandon the Tu-Wu Great World, Tao God Moneybags replied. He had been born in the Tu-Wu Great World, and it was like a mother to him. The beings of the Tu-Wu Great World revered him as their master. How could he abandon the Tu-Wu Great World and let the Nine Heavens Divine Palace enslave it? Tao God Moneybags, our patience is limited. You have 100 years to think it over. Choose between death or severing your ties with the Tu-Wu Great World. The voice faded away. In the vast palace, only Tao God Moneybags remained. Cough. He coughed, golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Although the Nine Heavens Divine Palace had not harmed him out of respect for White Sugar Tao God, they had still clashed. The gap between us is too great. Aside from his exceptional escape skills, he was quite ordinary in other areas. And facing the siege of the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, he couldn't run. Otherwise, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace would seize the opportunity to take control of Tianqianjiu. Then, the Tu-Wu Great World would become a stronghold of the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, and he wouldn't be able to return. 100 years, Bai Xiaosheng muttered, his eyes filled with worry. His time was running out. If he couldn't give the Nine Heavens Divine Palace the answer they wanted within 100 years, he would likely perish. Aside from the method Black Crow Tao Lord mentioned, is there any other way to erase the nodes? Bai Xiaosheng looked deeply troubled. Now, resisting the Nine Heavens Divine Palace was nearly impossible. The only way was to erase the nodes. If he could do that, the Tu-Wu Great World would be useless to the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. Although they would still be angry with him, the situation would ease significantly once the nodes were gone. According to Black Crow, we need to find the Tao Lord of Devouring, is it Wu Shi? There were very few Tao Lords who had achieved enlightenment in the rebirth realm. Such powerful beings, with their extraordinary talent, were usually taken to the Yang realm. And the Tao Lord of Devouring had already perished. Moreover, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace was searching for Wu Shi. It was highly likely that Wu Shi was closely connected to that Tao Lord of Devouring. No, if the Nine Heavens Divine Palace discovers her existence, she will definitely die. Therefore, Bai Xiaosheng chose not to seek out Wu Shi. Although Wu Shi had now reached the Divine Lord realm, reaching the Tao Lord realm would be incredibly difficult. Even if she were the true spirit or Tao fruit of a Tao Lord, the time required would be immense, and the success rate was not high. And the Nine Heavens Divine Palace had given him very little time. Dismissing this thought, Bai Xiaosheng went to Tianqianjiu. This wasn't his first time visiting Tianqianjiu. Since learning that Tianqianjiu was a node, he had often come here, searching for a way to close the node. How can I erase the properties of the node? He looked at the countless coins hanging from the money trees, his eyes filled with worry. Aside from devouring, what other methods can erase the node? Even though Bai Xiaosheng was a Tao god, knowledgeable and well-informed, he had no solution for the nodes. Extreme fire, intense light, transfer techniques, the Tao of yin and yang. He murmured, pondering all possibilities. Time passed, and Bai Xiaosheng sat in meditation at Tianqianjiu. His once black hair now had streaks of silver. I am too weak. If I were as strong as White Sugar Tao God, even if I couldn't erase the nodes, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace wouldn't dare treat me like this. If I dominated the heavens, stronger than the Heavenly Emperor, even if the Nine Heavens Divine Palace knew Wu Shi was my disciple, what could they do? Tao God Moneybags once again lamented his weakness. What did it matter if he was a Tao God? He was still living a life worse than death. All beings in this world had their own suffering. Even a stone on the ground. Master. Just then, a familiar voice called out. I knew you'd be here. Bai Xiaosheng turned around. Under the money tree adorned with golden coins stood a masked young woman, a gleaming golden sword slung over her shoulder. You, why did you come back? Bai Xiaosheng's tone carried a hint of reproach. But deep down, he felt an inexplicable warmth. If you're being bullied here, and your disciple doesn't return, those fox priestesses will surely gossip behind my back. Besides, your disciple is out of money. I need you to spit out some gold coins. Hearing Wu Shi's light-hearted tone, Bai Xiaosheng smiled, though his smile was tinged with bitterness. The Nine Heavens Divine Palace has given me 100 years. When the time comes, you should leave. Once you've cultivated enough and become a Tao Lord, avenge me. Bai Xiaosheng spoke these words to give Wu Shi a goal. To prevent her from joining him in death. Enough with the talk of death. Master, you're a Tao God, equal to the heavens. Master, don't dwell on it. I came back to help you through this calamity. Wu Shi spoke, her face showing no signs of despair. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Wu Shi and took a deep breath. You have a kind heart. Master, you're not that old. Don't act so ancient, Wu Shi said, her tone slightly displeased. As she spoke, she moved closer to Bai Xiaosheng. Noticing the ground was dirty, she tugged at Bai Xiaosheng's robe to cover the ground before sitting on it. Once seated, she glanced at Bai Xiaosheng with a proud look. This time, it's your disciple coming to save you. I deserve this. How will you save me? I have a plan. Wu Shi's tone turned serious. What plan, Master? Haven't I been searching for a sword all this time? Yes, once I find that sword, I can regain the strength of a Tao Lord. With me guarding the Tu Wu Great World and the Cosmic Alliance's support, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace won't be able to conquer the Tu Wu Great World for millions of years. By then, we can think of other solutions. Wu Shi explained briefly. As for why finding that sword would grant her the strength of a Tao Lord, she didn't elaborate. After all, these words had come from the shadowy figure, and she couldn't explain it well. So, she simply told Bai Xiaosheng about the shadowy figure. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Bai Xiaosheng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. This will drag you into the mess. Master, if the Nine Heavens Divine Palace wanted to kill me, would you save me? Wu Shi asked. Yes, then stop being so indecisive. Come with me to Forget Joe Mountain to find the sword. Once we find that sword, everything will be fine. The Tu Wu Great World will have hope. Bai Xiaosheng pondered and finally nodded. All right. Bai Xiaosheng secretly left the Tu Wu Great World, following Wu Shi. Leaving the Tu Wu Great World for a short time was fine. Moreover, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace had given Bai Xiaosheng 100 years to consider, so there was no immediate conflict. Master, the Zhou Mountain world is so vast. Where exactly is the Forget Joe Mountain ruins? In the mountains, the figures of a man and a woman appeared. The man was handsome, but a cloud of worry always lingered between his brows. The woman, on the other hand, was always smiling, no matter what she encountered. It was as if sadness and sorrow had no place in her life. Master, you know, you have a bit of a melancholic beauty now. Sigh, I'm such a cruel person, hee. Wu Shi spoke without a care. By cruel, she meant that instead of comforting her master when he was worried, she found him even more attractive in his melancholy. Master, we've been out for 3 months. Where exactly is Forget Joe Mountain? I don't know. I've been to Mingri Shui several times, but I've never seen any trace of Forget Joe Mountain, Wu Shi said. At that moment, amidst the heavy snow, she stood side by side with Bai Xiaosheng. This was Mingri Shui, the place where she and her master had first met. At first, she had wondered if Mingri Shui might actually be Forget Joe Mountain. But after searching for a long time, she had found no trace of Forget Joe Mountain, let alone the sword. The snow on Mingri Shui fell heavily, like willow catkins drifting in the wind. Wu Shi didn't use any Dao techniques, letting the snow fall on her head and shoulders. Bai Xiaosheng's shoulders were also covered in snow. Master, do you remember? When you first met me here, I followed you until my feet were frozen before you agreed to take me as your disciple. Wu Shi's eyes filled with nostalgia. The scene was still vivid in her mind. She had been an orphan on Mingri Shui, ragged and starving. When she saw Bai Xiaosheng appear, it was as if she had seen a ray of light. Her small figure had followed Bai Xiaosheng for 4 days and nights before finally moving him. Bai Xiaosheng's eyes also showed a hint of nostalgia. Time flies. Yes, Wu Shi's eyes also showed a moment of realization. Happy times were fleeting. She didn't know how much longer she could spend days like these, side by side with her master. She had always wanted to Forget Joe Mountain. But she also felt some resistance. What if that person, awakened and took over her consciousness. What would happen then? Now, with the threat of the 9 Heavens Divine Palace looming, she had to put those thoughts aside. Forget Joe Mountain, Wu Shi murmured. Time passed, and half of the 100 years had already gone by. Sigh, if we weren't looking for Forget Joe Mountain, we might have had children who could fly by now. Wu Shi shrugged and said casually. Bai Xiaosheng rolled his eyes at Wu Shi. Over the past 50 years, the two of them had almost traversed the entire Joe Mountain world. They had seen countless mountains, breathtaking scenery, and heard the most peculiar sounds of the world. But there was still no trace of Forget Joe Mountain. Forget Joe Mountain. If we don't find it in the next 40 years, I'll have to return to the Tu Wu Great World, Bai Xiaosheng said. He also needed to save some time to deal with the 9 Heavens Divine Palace. Hearing this, Wu Shi's smile froze slightly. Master, don't worry, we'll definitely find Forget Joe Mountain, and your disciple will become a Tao Lord and protect you. I hope so, Bai Xiaosheng sighed. His mood was low. Even though Wu Shi was like a cheerful snow spirit, it was hard for him to feel happy. But just then, Bai Xiaosheng's expression suddenly changed. No. He looked up at the sky, his body trembling. Even when facing the siege of the 9 Heavens Divine Palace, he had never trembled like this. Wu Shi's smile finally faded. The curse of the Forbidden Land is spreading. At this rate, in less than 1,000 years, it will reach the Tu Wu Great World. Bai Xiaosheng's voice was filled with deep despair. First the 9 Heavens Divine Palace, now the Forbidden Land. Is the Tu Wu Great World doomed? The Forbidden Land had always been expanding. Even Tao gods spoke of the Forbidden Land in hushed tones. The Forbidden Land was a cursed place. Any world pulled into the curse of the Forbidden Land would become part of it. In the Forbidden Land, all things perished. Even the immortal Tao gods would dissolve if they stayed in the Forbidden Land for too long. This dissolution was irreversible. Thus, the Forbidden Land was also known as the Land of Endings. Now, the Forbidden Land was spreading toward the Tu Wu Great World. Once the Tu Wu Great World was pulled into the Forbidden Land, it would perish without the 9 Heavens Divine Palace's intervention. Even a powerful true god who had overcome the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations could not stop it. Wu Shi's face also showed worry, her usual smile completely gone. How could this happen? She turned to Bai Xiaosheng, her eyes filled with tenderness and pity. She grabbed his hand. There must be a way. There has to be a way. Once your disciple becomes a Tao Lord, maybe we can stop the expansion of the Forbidden Land. She comforted him. Bai Xiaosheng's figure looked desolate, but feeling the warmth of Wu Shi's hand, his heart calmed. Panicking would be useless. Just then, his expression suddenly froze. Forget Joe Mountain. He looked toward the direction where the curse of the Forbidden Land was spreading. A broken mountain range appeared in his vision. This mountain range seemed to have been pulled out by the curse of the Forbidden Land. Wu Shi's eyes lit up with joy. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Master, we've finally found Forget Joe Mountain. She glanced at Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng also looked at her. Without hesitation, she took Bai Xiaosheng's hand, and together they stepped into Forget Joe Mountain. Hope lies ahead. Once we find that sword, the 9 Heavens Divine Palace won't be able to touch us for a while. And we'll find a way to deal with the curse of the Forbidden Land. Wu Shi spoke, though it was unclear whether she was comforting Bai Xiaosheng or herself. The wind and snow here are quite strong. Be careful. At that moment, Bai Xiaosheng pulled Wu Shi into his arms, shielding her from the snow. This snowstorm was no ordinary Onia, it could even harm Tao gods. So, he had to protect Wu Shi. Wu Shi obediently stood in Bai Xiaosheng's embrace, her eyes fixed on the snowstorm outside. Master, be careful. When she saw her master injured by the snowstorm, she simply clenched her sleeves, not saying anything sentimental. Don't worry, these minor injuries are nothing, Bai Xiaosheng said with a smile. He shielded Wu Shi as they passed through the snowstorm, heading toward the broken peak. Who built these steps? 9,999 steps. What a hassle, Wu Shi complained. The 9,900 steps were long, very long. Carrying Wu Shi, Bai Xiaosheng walked for 900 days. During these days, the two were never apart, step by step ascending the stairs. Master, once I become a Tao Lord, I'll definitely protect you. Seeing her master's injuries, Wu Shi felt a pang of heartache. The summit was now visible. It was within reach. Seeing that they were close to success, Bai Xiaosheng's eyes showed a smile. Frost had already formed on his eyebrows. All right. For Wu Shi, the time spent climbing the mountain felt both long and short. Long because her master had shielded her from the snowstorm. Short because she was about to see the sword. Another dozen or so days passed. The snowstorm grew fiercer, crashing down like a waterfall, its momentum awe-inspiring. At that moment, the next step was right beneath their feet. Wu Shi tightly gripped Bai Shaosheng's hand. Master, if the world were to write a book, we'd definitely be the main characters. Look, after overcoming countless hardships, we've finally arrived here. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Shaosheng carried Wu Shi and took the final step. They suddenly found themselves at the summit of Forget Joe Mountain, which was also the summit of Cloud Dream Mountain. Whoosh! The wind howled, cold as a blade, treating all living beings as mere wood, shaping the world. We're here, Wu Shi said, exhaling a large puff of white air. Her face was filled with anticipation as she looked ahead. But in the next moment, her face turned pale. Where's the sword? Where is the sword? Her face was filled with confusion and despair, as well as uncertainty about the future. There was no sword here. Only an empty stone scabbard. If there was no sword here, then all hope would be lost. Bai Shaosheng also scanned the area but found no trace of a sword. Just then, he seemed to notice something, his eyes filled with a strange expression. Wu Shi, place the sword I gave you, on the stone scabbard. Whether by coincidence or not, he suddenly felt that the stone scabbard matched the sword he had given Wu Shi. A strange feeling arose in his heart. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Wu Shi's gaze couldn't help but fall on the sword sheath stone. In this icy, snowy wilderness, only this one stone remained unfrozen, standing out conspicuously. She looked at the sword sheath stone, then at the golden sword in her hand. For some reason, she felt a sense of resistance, afraid to insert the sword into it. A coincidence, or something else? Why does this have to do with her master? She trembled instinctively, hesitating to move forward. Her master looked at Wu Shi, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Quick, give it a try. Perhaps there's a chance. Once Wu Shi regained her Tao Lord combat power, she might be able to obliterate the node of the Tu Wu Great World. Facing the sinking curse that was pulling the Tu Wu Great World, she wouldn't be as helpless as Bai Shaosheng. Seeing the anxiety on her master's face, Wu Shi didn't hesitate any longer. Perhaps it was because the cold was too intense, her hand holding the golden sword trembled slightly. Clang! The golden sword slid into the sword sheath stone, and the sound of the sword echoed like a dragon's roar. Both of them stared intently at the golden sword, as if expecting something unusual to happen. It must be a coincidence, Wu Shi comforted herself inwardly. However, in the next moment, her face turned pale. The golden sword began to tremble violently. The sword sheath stone also started to shake. The surrounding void began to collapse and disintegrate. Time, space, and all the rules began to overlap and shatter. Is this a reaction? Bai Shaosheng's expression was one of excitement. Was his disciple about to find her sword? Did this mean she could regain her Tao Lord combat power? At that moment, a surge of sword intent erupted into the sky. Bai Shaosheng immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the sword intent. He saw a faint silhouette. Is that the sword disciple? He felt an overwhelming, razor-sharp sword intent. Pure and extreme, this sword intent seemed capable of tearing apart everything in the world. In an instant, this sword intent flooded into the golden sword. The previously shattered golden sword was reforged. The sword's rank also ascended, as if it had been infused with a sword soul. Seeing this, Wu Shi let out a sigh of relief. The sword disciple had nothing to do with her master. It was all her own delusion. The aura surged. The sword was transforming. From extraordinary, it climbed to the pinnacle. However, just as Wu Shi and Bai Shaosheng were filled with anticipation, as the sword was about to fully form and its power reached its peak, a crack appeared on the golden sword. What's going on? Bai Shaosheng was puzzled. Despite his abilities and knowledge, he couldn't understand what was happening. But he knew one thing: the sword was cracking. At this rate, it would completely shatter in 10 breaths. Bai Shaosheng quickly reached out and grasped the sword, trying to use his immense divine power to slow down the sword's disintegration. Wu Shi did the same, her cold little hands covering her master's, tightly gripping the sword. It can't shatter. It must not shatter, Bai Shaosheng muttered, his heart filled with urgency. Time was running out. The sword's edge was sharp, its intent overwhelming. Holding the sword, Bai Shaosheng felt as if he was reliving the battle between the sword disciple and the Cloud Dream Palace Lord. Every strike was filled with killing intent, reckless and unrestrained. He also realized that the enmity between the Sword Disciple and the Cloud Dream Palace Lord was real. The Sword Disciple truly wanted to kill the Cloud Dream Palace Lord. The sword intent spread, and Bai Xiaosheng felt as if he had traveled back in time, witnessing the battle on Cloud Dream Mountain through the sword's intent. He saw a man in black, transforming into a sword, relentlessly fighting. He also saw the Cloud Dream Palace Lord, standing atop the mountain peak, snow falling around her, her expression desolate. The whispers of time and space echoed in his ears. "Master, who are you waiting for?" "I'm waiting for a sword that can make the world forget its pain." "Have you found it?" "Forget Zhou Mountain is still standing, perhaps I haven't." "Master, are you still waiting for that sword? I wonder if my disciple's sword can replace that one." These whispers reached Bai Xiaosheng's ears, and naturally, they reached Wu Shi's as well. The Cloud Dream Palace Lord was waiting for a sword. Forget Zhou Mountain is still standing, the sword hasn't been forged. Now, the mountain has fallen, but where is the sword? Wu Shi grew anxious. Time was running out, less than 5 breaths remained. In 5 breaths, the sword would completely shatter. At that moment, another whisper echoed. "Forget Zhou Mountain has fallen, Master, have you found that sword?" "I wish I hadn't." A desolate voice reverberated through time and space, and all sounds and images abruptly ceased. "Why speak in riddles? Just say it clearly." Wu Shi was frantic, almost cursing. If she were the Cloud Dream Palace Lord, she would have slapped her past self. But, at that moment, a strange piece of information flooded into the minds of Bai Xiaosheng and Wu Shi. Their expressions changed, and they exchanged glances. The information was clear. To prevent the sword from breaking, a Tao god must sacrifice everything. Wu Shi urgently said, "Master, don't believe it. It's a lie, a trap." Bai Xiaosheng looked at Wu Shi, his eyes gentle, filled with clarity and a smile. "If sacrificing one person can save the world, why not sacrifice me?" Bai Xiaosheng considered himself selfish and self-serving. But he also had the courage to sacrifice himself for a greater cause. To die for the Tu Wu great world was a noble death. As for the trap, the moment he grasped the sword, he felt an inexplicable sense of destiny. As if he was born for this sword. He had no time to bid farewell to Wu Shi. The sword's breaking point was imminent. He chose to sacrifice himself. His true spirit began to dissolve. His consciousness blurred. His vast divine power turned to ashes. A Tao god, a divine treasure given life, vanished into nothingness. The cracks on the golden sword began to heal. It was truly being repaired. The sword seemed to be nearing completion. The golden color was replaced by red. The Tao god moneybags was no more. The golden sword her master had given her was gone. In its place was a blood-red sword. Wu Shi held the sword, shaking it repeatedly. She wanted it to be like before. But this time, no coins fell from it. Her cold hands bled, and the sword became even more crimson and sinister. Wu Shi collapsed onto the snowy ground, the vast world now empty except for her and the sword. She clutched the sword, her voice choked with tears. "Master, I don't want you to compensate me with a sword anymore." Countless memories flooded her mind. She remembered her first meeting with her master on Mingri Shui. She remembered the days spent with her master in the Zhou Mountain Great World. She also remembered, before Forget Zhou Mountain collapsed, she had seen a child who resembled her master. She took him as her disciple. She killed his sister. She was waiting for a sword. She was heartbroken, and confused, as if time and space had gone mad. "Are you confused about who was whose master first?" At that moment, an ethereal voice sounded. A black shadow descended. "It's you." Wu Shi gripped the blood-red sword, her eyes filled with deep wariness. The black shadow seemed oblivious to Wu Shi's expression and continued speaking. "This place is a massive cycle. Within the cycle, there are variables. If there were no sword disciple, if there were no Tao god moneybags, in the future, you would become the Cloud Dream Palace Lord. If time is a line, you are in front, and the Cloud Dream Palace Lord is behind. But if there are cycles, the Cloud Dream Palace Lord exists in the previous cycle, and you are in the next." Cycle. Wu Shi murmured. This cycle was different from what she knew. Suddenly, her heart tightened, and she looked hopeful. Master isn't dead yet, and will become the sword disciple in the future. Did this mean she could see her master again? In countless cycles, this sword has never been born. If the sword remains unformed, in some cycle, you might still see him. But now, the sword is complete, and he is truly dead. The black shadow murmured, its voice devoid of emotion. Hearing this, Wu Shi was devastated, and more blood seeped from the sword. However, her expression quickly turned resolute. She still had to protect her master's Tuwu great world. She had no time to grieve. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Wu Shi asked coldly. She felt as if her life had been manipulated like a puppet by this black shadow. Even the sword disciple, it seemed his astonishing sword talent, and his lack of emotions, might be related to this black shadow. The black shadow had manipulated her, manipulated the sword disciple, all to forge a sword. Realizing this, her killing intent was as strong as her sorrow, but she didn't show it. She wasn't afraid of death. She just hadn't yet protected the Tuwu great world, resolved the node, or dealt with the curse. The world calls me the cycle, the black shadow said calmly. Hearing this, Wu Shi's heart skipped a beat. Cycle. The term, cycle, carried profound implications. The Tao lords, doctrines, the Tao gods' divine realms, all would fall into cycles. However, I prefer to be called the Wheel of Reincarnation. The black shadow's voice carried a rare hint of emotion. It was a tone of regret, of loneliness. As for my purpose, to forge this sword of forgetting. The devouring Tao lord of the rebirth realm had perished. To forge the sword of forgetting, he had to find the counterpart of the devouring Tao lord in the Yin world, and have Wu Shi inherit all of the devouring Tao lord's power. Hearing this, Wu Shi gripped the sword tightly. I won't give you the sword. This sword carried too much weight for her. It was far too significant. But this time, the black shadow didn't respond. As if he had come only to see if the sword of forgetting had been forged. Now that he had seen the sword, his figure vanished. Who is he? Wu Shi's heart was filled with doubt. This black shadow was an enigma. He had manipulated her master and herself with ease. Her heart was filled with killing intent, her expression cold. I will definitely kill him. If it weren't for him, her master wouldn't have turned into a cold sword. At that moment, a demonic obsession took root in her heart. As if only this could slightly ease her pain. Master. The young girl hugged the sword and disappeared into the snowy expanse of Forget Joe Mountain. Later, people saw a Tao lord in the Tuwu great world using a sword to obliterate the node of the heavenly money valley. Others saw a young girl holding a blood-red sword, storming the Nine Heavens divine palace, slaying 3 Tao gods, and forcing the palace into seclusion. As for the mysterious heavenly emperor, he never appeared. Some saw the girl holding the sword, forgetting and severing the curse. Later, people saw her by the riverside of the Tuwu Great World, or on the snowy peaks of the Zhou Mountain Great World, catching a fleeting glimpse of her. Finally, some saw her entering the Forbidden Land, searching for something unknown. From then on, the legends of the girl and the Tao god moneybags slowly faded from memory. Perhaps, one day, in some tavern, fragments of their story might still be told. Time is the best poison and medicine in the world, capable of erasing everything. End of the Tao God Moneybags arc. Young world. Unknown time, unknown space. San Sheng, you're insane. I'm not insane. You're not insane. I can cultivate normally. How am I insane? Insane people can cultivate too. Can insane people cultivate to the level of Yang God? Yin gods are everywhere, Yang gods are as common as dogs. The young man muttered, there are too many people. If only I could be like Thanos and snap my fingers to wipe out half of all living beings. Who's Thanos? I don't know him. Then why mention him? Because I want to. Then you still claim you're not insane. The young man was clearly angry. It was obvious that San Sheng was insane. San Sheng was born immortal, without a prestigious background, powerful bloodline, or exceptional talent. But he was diligent. He cultivated every moment. While others indulged in pleasures, he cultivated. While others couldn't resist humming, he cultivated. While others' descendants spread across countless worlds and universes, he was still cultivating. Perhaps heaven rewards the diligent. His efforts paid off. Now, San Sheng was one of the top powerhouses in the world. San Sheng, the heavenly emperor wants to see you, the young man said, a hint of worry in his eyes. The heavenly emperor was also one of the most powerful beings in the world. It was said that when the heavenly emperor was angered, countless universes could be reduced to dust in an instant. Let him come, San Sheng said indifferently. The young man's figure vanished. In the underground palace, the heavenly emperor, dressed in white, appeared. San Sheng, I need to borrow your brain. In front of San Sheng, the heavenly emperor showed no airs of a supreme being. Long ago, he and San Sheng had known each other. In fact, Sansheng had been his guide on the path of cultivation. Sansheng had given him much help in his cultivation. However, his talent far surpassed Sansheng's. He had long since crossed that threshold, reaching the 6th stage of Young God. As for Sansheng, he had been stuck at the 5th stage of Young God for countless eons, countless ages. You say. At that moment, Sansheng, in the underground palace, spoke. His form was semi-transparent. He seemed to be constantly dissolving and regenerating. Shifting between reality and illusion, existence and nothingness. The Shili world is sinking, on the verge of complete annihilation. How can we stop it? This sinking and annihilation were irreversible. The myriad worlds of the universe were born from one, divided into two, then three, and then all things. The Heavenly Emperor could traverse all timelines, reach any point in time, even alter history, return to the past, and eliminate enemies who had wronged him in his weaker days. But there was one thing he couldn't do. He couldn't stop the return to nothingness, or the return to zero, also known as the return to the abyss. From a human perspective, returning to nothingness was death. From a cosmic perspective, returning to nothingness was the destruction of the universe. Of course, there were some differences. When a person dies, their body remains. When something returns to nothingness, it is completely gone. I thought the return to nothingness only existed in the Yin realm and the rebirth realm. I didn't expect it to spread to the Yang realm, the Heavenly Emperor said, his brow furrowed. You want to save the Shili world? Sansheng asked. Yes, the power of nothingness isn't strong enough in the Yang world to erase you. So, as long as you become the Shili world, nothingness can't destroy it. Wait, you're saying, I should become the Shili world? The Heavenly Emperor's eyes flashed with a sharp light. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mortal brain, jolting him awake. I see, as long as all living beings in the myriad worlds are me, I can stop the power of nothingness. Nothingness was still weak. Before it grew stronger, if all living beings were him, he could halt the power of nothingness. Actually, I have many other methods. The Heavenly Emperor was surprised. Nothingness violates the law of conservation of energy. As long as we adhere to the law of conservation of energy, nothingness will cease to exist, Sansheng muttered. But, the Heavenly Emperor was puzzled. Laws are just rules we create at will. Really, I remember, when a whale dies, it nourishes all life. True spirits will return to nothingness. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.